Chapter 4052. At the sight of Wuliang Daoist's tearless expression, Lin Feng revealed a smile. It was rare to see Wuliang Daoist in such a defeated state. Of course, Lin Feng knew that Wuliang Daoist was in trouble. However, he was still quite confident in Wuliang Daoist. Lin Feng had never seen the boundless Taoist priest's true colors, but he had never seen through him. This damned Daoist had many terrifying trump cards. "Brother, how about we make a deal?" Wuliang Daoist grinned at Zhu Tongtian. "Who are you? Who are you calling your brother?" Zhu Tongtian threw a disdainful glance at Wuliang Daoist. Wuliang Daoist said with a smile, "Brother, I have the first volume of the Great Wilderness Sutra. If you could help this little brother advance to the next level, I will give you the first volume of the Great Wilderness Sutra, the Supreme Immortal Sutra, the Great Wilderness Sutra." Zhu Tongtian widened his eyes at once. The Great Wilderness Sutra was definitely one of the most famous ancient immortal sutras. It was an ancient immortal sutra that countless people dreamed of. However, the Great Wilderness Sutra was always shrouded in mystery. Additionally, it was hard to explore. If one could obtain the Great Wilderness Sutra, he might be able to reach the realm of immortals in the future. Even though Zhu Tongtian was an immortal's grandson, he was also very interested in the Great Wilderness Sutra. In fact, the immortals of the past who were able to create a complete immortal scripture were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Many immortal sutras were often created by generations of immortals who worked hard and spent their entire lives creating them. It could be seen how difficult it was to find an immortal sutra. As for the top-level Great Wilderness Sutra, it was enough to drive people crazy. What the F***ck? Is that possible? The cultivators who were watching the battle below rolled their eyes. The arrogance competition had begun. This was the first time that someone had bribed his opponent with a treasure. Many people were extremely disdainful of Daoist Wu Liang and looked at him with disdain. Lin Feng patted his forehead. "This damned Daoist. What is he trying to do this time?" Because Lin Feng knew that this damned Daoist didn't have the Great Wilderness Sutra at all. Grand Primordial founder only completed 1/3 of the Great Wilderness Sutra. However, Lin Feng got the remaining 1/3 of the Great Wilderness Sutra. Infinite Taoist didn't inherit the Great Wilderness Sutra. The cursed doll said, "This damned Daoist is probably trying to trick someone again, right?" Lin Feng said, "This guy has the ability to fight with Zhu Tongtian, but he chose to use such a wretched method. It really suits this guy's personality, the character of the immeasurable Daoist." The word wretched was enough to describe him. Therefore, now, immeasurable Daoist wanted to scheme against Zhu Tongtian. It was indeed immeasurable Daoist's usual style. Naturally, Lin Feng and the cursed doll would not say anything. "Give me the Great Wilderness Sutra, I'll spare your life. Or else, only death awaits you." Zhu Tongtian looked at Daoist Wuliang indifferently. He was very interested in the Great Wilderness Sutra. At the same time, he also wanted to continue advancing. Zhu Tongtian's methods were powerful and he was extremely confident in himself. He believed that he could suppress Wuliang Taoist with a flick of his finger. Since he already knew that Wuliang Taoist had the Great Wilderness Sutra, he could just snatch it from him. Haha, that guy shot himself in the foot. That's right. Now that Zhu Tongtian wants the Great Wilderness Sutra from him, if he doesn't hand it over, he will definitely die. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Many people felt that Wuliang Taoist was shameless. It was simply a disgrace to the cultivation world. Now that they saw that immeasurable Daoist was about to be unlucky, they were naturally incomparably excited. They all had gloating expressions. Wuliang Taoist said, "F***ck, how can you be so shameless? Bah, how dare this guy say that others are shameless?" Many people rolled their eyes as they despised Wuliang Daoist very much. Wuliang Daoist was really shameless. Obviously, he wanted to exchange the Great Wilderness Sutra for a chance to promote to a higher level. However, the other party didn't agree with him. Wasn't it normal for the other party to snatch away the Great Wilderness Sutra? How dare he say that others are shameless? Truly, a shameless person is invincible. "I don't have time to chat with you. Hand over the Great Wilderness Sutra." Or else, die. Zhu Tongtian looked at Wuliang Taoist indifferently. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Everyone saw that the void around Zhu Tongtian started to distort violently. He hadn't even made a move yet, but the aura emitted from his body had already caused the void to distort violently. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this person was. I beg for mercy, don't kill me. Wuliang Taoist cried out loudly. F***ck, this guy is really a coward. He should at least exchange a few moves before begging for mercy. He's really a good-for-nothing. How did a good-for-nothing like him advance to the top 1,000? Many people couldn't help but murmur. They felt that it was really inconceivable for Wuliang Taoist to advance to the top 1,000. Since you're begging for mercy, I'll spare your life. Hand over the Great Wilderness Sutra, Zhu Tongtian said to Wuliang Taoist with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Zhu Tongtian was in high spirits, and his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. Many people couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the immortal grandson. This kind of temperament was not something that ordinary people could possess. Wuliang Taoist took out an ancient bronze book. There were many mysterious runes on the cover of the ancient bronze book. An ancient aura was emitted from the ancient bronze book. Is that the ancient bronze book that records the Great Wilderness Sutra? Many people couldn't help but stare. Whoosh! Some cultivators quickly flew towards the arena. The Great Wilderness Sutra, such a supreme treasure, was enough to drive numerous people crazy. You're interfering with the competition. You're courting death. The illusory woman on the main arena had a cold expression. She gently waved her jade-like hand in the void. Suddenly, a beam of sword chi slashed out. It was the sword chi. It was as fast as lightning towards the cultivator who wanted to snatch the ancient bronze book. The cultivator was terrifying, but he was powerless against the attack of the sword chi. His emperor-level defensive magic treasure was instantly torn apart. Then, the cultivator was cut in half by the sword chi. The female cultivator didn't care about the process of the competition. Even if you bribed someone to advance, it was your own ability. However, if anyone dared to interfere with the competition, only death would await them. Countless people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw that powerful cultivator being killed in an instant. That female cultivator was too terrifying. With the power of the myriad tribe's sacred palace, that female cultivator's combat strength had probably reached the immortal level. This is the Great Wilderness Sutra. Please kindly accept it. Wuliang Taoist handed the ancient bronze book to Zhu Tongtian with a long face. Zhu Tongtian took the ancient bronze book and opened it. He wanted to take a closer look. Who would have thought that the ancient bronze book would fly up and open on its own? I'm going to crush your head. The ancient bronze book spoke and suddenly closed. Then, the ancient book fiercely clamped Zhu Tongtian's head. The ancient bronze book's power was terrifying. Chapter 4053. Weak, you're too weak. You're just a piece of trash, the bronze book screamed after knocking Zhu Tongtian out. Holy shit. A book has become a spirit. Many people's faces showed an expression of disbelief. It was really inconceivable that a book could become a spirit. But it was all real. Moreover, the book was terrifying. It moved as fast as lightning and almost crushed Zhu Tongtian's head. Zhu Tongtian was the grandson of an immortal and had such a powerful cultivation base, but he ended up like this. Many people couldn't help but sigh. This guy has been scheming against Zhu Tongtian all this time? Some people couldn't help but murmur, feeling that it was very likely. In fact, Wuliang Daoist had been scheming against Zhu Tongtian all this time. Many people felt that immeasurable Daoist had already predicted that Zhu Tongtian would rob the Great Wilderness Sutra when he mentioned the Great Wilderness Sutra. And that was indeed how things went. Zhu Tongtian took the Great Wilderness Sutra by force, so Wuliang Daoist gave the strange bronze book to Zhu Tongtian. But who would have thought that the bronze book was so powerful? It moved in an instant and almost crushed Zhu Tongtian's head. Now, Zhu Tongtian was lying on the ground, half dead. Immeasurable Daoist put away the bronze book. He smiled and waved his hand at the cultivators below, causing deafening boos from the cultivators below. Wuliang Daoist shrunk his head and flew down. The competition continued. Before long, Lin Feng also stepped onto the arena. Lin Feng's opponent was a sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's name was Linghu Jian. His sword skills were divine. Lin Feng was fighting against that cultivator. He had almost been cut in two by that cultivator's sword. That cultivator was terrifying. Lin Feng's facial expression changed drastically. However, Lin Feng was still one step ahead of him. In the end, he defeated Linghu Jian. The cursed doll then went up the stage. Its opponent was also an extremely terrifying cultivator. This cultivator was a cultivator from the Black Flame Devil clan. The Black Flame Devil clan was one of the royal clans of the myriad races. They were extremely powerful and generally, no one dared to provoke them. The devil techniques that they had passed down were extremely terrifying and strange. The cursed doll and the cultivators of the Black Flame Devil race began to fight. The Black Flame Devil race cultivators used all kinds of strange techniques. The Black Flame Devil clan's cultivator had many means that made people tremble in fear. Anyone who encountered this Black Flame Devil clan's cultivator would find it difficult to deal with him. However, this Black Flame Devil clan's cultivator just had to encounter the cursed doll. The cursed doll's methods were known for being strange. He had mastered many strange and terrifying methods, each of which seemed to be closely related to the Tao of Curses. After a fierce battle between the two sides, in the end, the cursed doll defeated the Black Flame Devil clan cultivator. Of course, although the cursed doll had won, the process was also quite dangerous. The Black Flame Devil race cultivators posed a significant threat to the cursed doll. The battle for advancing from 1000 to 500 lasted for about 6 hours. After the battle, it was time for the battle for advancing from 500 to 250. As the number of people participating in the grand competition decreased, the number of arenas decreased as well. When the battle for advancing from 500 to 250 began, there were only 50 arenas left. The 50 arenas began to fight at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh. Beams of light shone down and engulfed the cultivators one after another. Then, those cultivators landed on the arenas. Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the immeasurable Daoist went up the arenas at the same time. Lin Feng's opponent was an extraterritorial cultivator. His origin was unknown, but his cultivation was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng had noticed this cultivator before. This cultivator seemed to be able to communicate with some ancient battle spirits. Those battle spirits were extremely terrifying and many of them had extremely powerful combat strength. This cultivator fought his way into the top 500 without encountering much resistance. Now, Lin Feng and this cultivator were engaged in a fierce battle. Both sides used all their techniques and were evenly matched. The cultivator fighting against Lin Feng seems to be called Zhong Chen. This person's origin is rather mysterious, but his combat strength is extremely heaven-defying. Someone once saw him fight against an emperor lord in the extraterritorial world and defeated him in the end. A cultivator said, "What? This person is so powerful." Immediately, a cultivator exclaimed. His face was filled with incomparable shock. Zhong Chen was very young. He seemed to only be around 1,000 years old. Yet, he was able to defeat an emperor lord. It was indeed very unbelievable. I hope Zhong Chen can defeat Lin Feng. It's best if he can kill this kid, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance said. They hated Lin Feng to the core. They didn't have the strength to defeat Lin Feng, so they could only place their hopes on Zhong Chen. They really hoped that Lin Feng would be killed by Zhong Chen. In this way, they would have one less big problem to worry about. The battle between Lin Feng and the battle spirit attracted the attention of many people. This duel could be considered a rather eye-catching one. After the two sides exchanged more than 100 blows, Lin Feng found an opportunity to send Zhong Chen flying. He quickly rushed towards Zhong Chen, wanting to defeat him in one fell swoop. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura surged out of Zhong Chen's body. 10,000 battle spirit. A deep voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Zhong Chen had used an extremely terrifying divine ability. A mysterious world appeared behind Zhong Chen. That mysterious world exuded an extremely ancient aura. In that world, terrifying living beings appeared one after another. Each of these beings had the strength to reverse the universe. When Lin Feng saw these terrifying beings, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Those terrifying beings. Each of their auras was stronger than the other, and their strength was more terrifying than the other. Moreover, these beings weren't illusory existences. They were all battle spirits. Battle spirits and primordial spirits were essentially the same, but battle spirits were infused with battle intent. Therefore, their attack power was much stronger. A total of 99 battle spirits appeared in that ancient world. Each of these battle spirits was stronger than the other. All 99 battle spirits were summoned by Zhong Chen. The 99 battle spirits floated behind Zhong Chen. Each of them exuded the power to distort time and space. I can communicate with battle spirits. I control the power of 99 battle spirit. What do you have to fight me? Chapter 4054. Zhong Chen was very strong, and he had absolute confidence in himself. Previously, when he fought Lin Feng, he wasn't able to defeat Lin Feng. Instead, he suffered a small loss at Lin Feng's hands. This made Zhong Chen feel quite vexed. However, now that Zhong Chen had used his ultimate skill, he was once again in high spirits. This was because in all of Zhong Chen's battles, he had always used this ultimate skill. Zhong Chen had never been defeated before. Victory after victory gave Zhong Chen a great deal of confidence. In particular, in those battles, Zhong Chen even relied on this ultimate technique to defeat cultivators whose cultivation base was far higher than his. This undoubtedly played a great role in increasing Zhong Chen's confidence. This divine ability. In my opinion, it can only be considered SOSO, Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's evaluation, many people couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. Such a powerful divine ability was only SOSO in Lin Feng's eyes. The corners of many cultivators' mouths twitched violently. They couldn't believe their ears. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. Brat. I'd like to see what ability you have to say such word. Zhong Chen's expression suddenly darkened. His eyes were filled with coldness. Being looked down upon by Lin Feng like this, Zhong Chen was completely enraged. He quickly charged towards Lin Feng. The 99 battle spirits all moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, I've never liked to boast. This divine ability of yours, in my eyes, it can only be considered SOSO. Lin Feng's words almost made Zhong Chen vomit blood. Zhong Chen circulated the 99 battle spirits with all his might. The aura of the 99 battle spirits became stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lin Feng also began to circulate his divine ability. He used the 72 gods' divine ability. The 72 gods' divine ability was an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. Once this divine ability was used, it would be able to manifest 72 gods. These 72 gods were only nurtured within the 72 acupoints. It was rumored that if the cultivator who cultivated this technique was powerful enough, they could even bestow true life force to the 72 gods. At that time, the 72 gods would become true gods. The 72 acupoints on Lin Feng's body lit up. These 72 acupoints seemed to have transformed into 72 heavenly paradises. The god spirits in the 72 acupuncture points all stood up and walked out of Lin Feng's acupuncture points. The 72 gods charged towards the 99 battle spirits that Zhong Chen had summoned. The auras of the 72 gods were completely united. Every god's aura could be said to be heaven-defying. When the auras of the 72 gods were combined, the auras of the 72 gods were extremely powerful. It was as if an ancient titled god had awoken from his slumber. Many cultivators felt a sense of suffocation after sensing the aura of the 72 gods. They even wanted to kneel on the ground and worship the 72 gods. The 72 gods' divine ability was indeed powerful. Now that it was used, it actually displayed such extraordinary battle strength. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Strictly speaking, this was Lin Feng's first time fully releasing the power of this divine ability. Therefore, the power of this divine ability deeply shocked Lin Feng. With my battle intent. Condense my battle intent. Sweep through the world. Be invincible. At this time, the 99 battle spirits that Zhong Chen had summoned all let out sonorous and powerful roars. Every roar was loud. They all contained spiritual energy that moved people. This was the method of condensing battle intent. It increased one's battle intent. As the battle intent increased, one's battle strength would also increase greatly. This was especially true when the battle intent of the 99 battle spirits was condensed together. Their battle strength. The increase would be even greater. As the saying goes, when two enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous will win. However, Lin Feng's 72 gods didn't fear Zhong Chen's 99 battle spirits at all. Boom! The 72 gods attacked together, unleashing a terrifying attack that could destroy the heavens and earth. The attacks of the 72 gods merged together, turning into a torrent of attacks. It directly attacked the 99 battle spirits that Zhong Chen had summoned. The 99 battle spirits that Zhong Chen had summoned also displayed an extremely heaven-defying battle strength. They also unleashed extremely terrifying attacks. Their attacks were also fused into one. They turned into a torrent of attacks. They attacked the 72 gods that Lin Feng had summoned. Bang! The torrent of attacks from the 72 gods collided with the torrent of attacks from the 99 battle spirits. Every collision. It was as if two ancient worlds had collided together. The void split open, and the heavens and earth collapsed. Even the void platform began to crack. This kind of collision was simply too shocking. The female cultivator had no choice but to strengthen the void platform. Divine runes intertwined and merged into the void platform that Lin Feng and Zhong Chen were in. When the divine runes completely merged into the void platform stabilized. The 72 gods and the 99 battle spirits clashed for hundreds of rounds. In the end, Lin Feng's 72 gods gained the upper hand and defeated Zhong Chen's 99 battle spirits. Then, the 72 gods sent Zhong Chen flying. Zhong Chen's face became as pale as a sheet of paper. Lin Feng stood in the void and looked at Zhong Chen indifferently. You've lost. Zhong Chen's expression was uncertain. The 99 battle spirits were one of his strongest techniques. However, it was destroyed by Lin Feng. This was a huge blow to Zhong Chen. Zhong Chen was very unwilling to believe that he had lost. However, this was the truth. He had no choice but to accept it. I'll remember you. Zhong Chen looked deeply at Lin Feng, then flew out of the void platform. Perhaps he didn't want to stay in this sad place. Therefore, Zhong Chen didn't stay to watch the battle. He directly flew into the distance. Lin Feng flew down from the void platform and looked at the battle between Wu Liang Taoist and the Cursed Doll. Wu Liang Taoist and the Cursed Doll had also encountered strong opponents. However, they were strong enough to advance to the next round. In addition, the top experts of the Ancient God Clan, Immortal God Clan, Sky Demon Clan, and other clans had also advanced to the next round. A few prodigies of the Undying World, a few creatures of the Endless Ghost Sand, and some top prodigies of the lost tribes of the epoch. In addition, Su Yueshi, Huangfu Qingtian, and the others had also successfully advanced to the next round. After the 250th place was decided, the next battle was to advance to the 125th place. The number of void platforms decreased again. In the end, there were only 25 void platforms left. Whoosh, whoosh. Beams of light shone down, teleporting the cultivators onto the void arena one after another. Lin Feng was the first cultivator to be selected. He landed on the void platform. At the same time. Chapter 4055. When Lin Feng saw his opponent, he was surprised because his opponent was the ancestor of the Dao Wu clan from the Lost Clan of the Epoch. Lin Feng was surprised. The cultivator from the Lost Clan of the Epoch he had killed before was from the Dao Wu sect. Boy, you didn't expect this, did you? We actually met at this time. Have you thought about how you want to die? The Dao martial ancestor looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. In his opinion, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. The Dao martial ancestor looked down on Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. Although Lin Feng had displayed great combat strength, so what? In the Dao martial ancestor's opinion, there was still a big gap between Lin Feng's strength and his. The battle between Lin Feng and the Dao martial ancestor will definitely be exciting. Lin Feng killed Dao Wuchong. Now, he has met the Dao martial ancestor. This is exciting. Both sides will fight to the death. After seeing the battle between Lin Feng and the Dao martial ancestor, many people could not help but discuss excitedly. This battle would definitely be very exciting. At this time, someone said, the Dao martial ancestor has extraordinary talents and has been greatly nurtured by the Nine Spirits Heavenly Clan all these years. In addition, he has had many fortuitous encounters. Perhaps only he knows how strong the Dao martial ancestor is. Although Lin Feng's combat strength is terrifying, he is still lacking when compared to the Dao martial ancestor. This cultivator's point of view was acknowledged and agreed by many cultivators. Lin Feng was indeed very strong, but Lin Feng had only cultivated for a short time. In many people's opinion, Lin Feng's foundation was still lacking. There was still a certain gap between him and the Dao martial ancestor. I think more highly of Lin Feng because he is also a person with great luck. So many people want to kill him, but his ancestor still lives a carefree life. This shows how extraordinary Lin Feng is. So I think, this battle, Lin Feng should be able to defeat the Dao martial sect. This cultivator was more optimistic about Lin Feng, but there were only a few people who had the same opinion as this cultivator. It was obvious that most of the people were more optimistic that the Dao martial sect would be able to obtain victory in this battle. Lin Feng is finally going to die. The eyes of many cultivators from the Nine Spirits Dao clan flashed with killing intent. Previously, Lin Feng killed Dao Wuchong, making them wish for nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, they were powerless to do anything. Lin Feng's battle prowess was too strong. It was not something they could contend against. However, although they were unable to contend with Lin Feng, in their opinion, if the Dao martial sect were to make a move, it would not be a problem to kill Lin Feng. The cultivators of the Nine Spirits Dao clan had almost blind confidence in the Dao martial sect. This was because they had never seen the Dao martial sect being defeated in all these years. The Dao martial sect was simply an undefeated legend. Su Yueshi narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. She sneered and said, Lin Feng, your good luck should come to an end. I'm looking forward to watching you die in the hands of the Dao martial sect. Wu Liang Daoist and the Cursed Doll had not started their battle yet. They were watching the battle below the arena. After seeing Lin Feng's opponent, Wu Liang Daoist and the Cursed Doll could not help but frown slightly. They were all knowledgeable people, so they could naturally see how terrifying the Dao martial sect was. The Cursed Doll said, I'm afraid little Lin Feng is in trouble now. The Dao martial sect is definitely a terrifying existence. Wu Liang Daoist nodded in agreement. Then, Wu Liang Daoist continued. However, there's no need to worry too much. Little Lin Feng has many tricks up his sleeve. Even if he can't defeat the Dao martial sect, it won't be easy for the Dao martial sect to kill him. Countless people's gazes were on the battle between Lin Feng and the Dao martial sect. The reason why their battle was so eye-catching was firstly because Lin Feng and the Dao martial sect were famous powerhouses. Secondly, Lin Feng had killed Dao Wuchong previously, so it would definitely be a life-and-death duel with the Dao martial sect. As for the rest of the battles, they were just for the sake of advancement. It had not risen to the level of a life-and-death duel. Therefore, everyone naturally paid attention to the battle between Lin Feng and the Dao martial sect. A piece of trash like you actually dares to say such words to me? Just based on what you've said, you can't escape death. Lin Feng grinned and looked at the Dao Wu sect disdainfully. The Dao Wu sect didn't care about him at all. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with deep contempt and disdain for the Dao martial sect. Lin Feng did not take the Dao martial sect seriously at all. When the spectators heard Lin Feng's words, they all looked at each other in dismay. Previously, everyone had seen Lin Feng's arrogance. However, the people that Lin Feng had faced previously could not be compared to the Dao martial sect. However, Lin Feng was still so arrogant when facing an expert like the Dao martial sect. Everyone was extremely shocked. "Boy, I'll make you kneel in front of me later. You'll wag your tail like a dog and beg for mercy. You'll beg me to spare your life," the Dao martial sect said with a hideous smile. Then, the Dao martial sect walked towards Lin Feng. The Dao martial sect's body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The aura was too powerful. It was as though an ancient celestial had returned from a calamity. The Dao martial sect's every move merged with the Dao of heaven and earth. His casual move seemed to be able to shatter the heavenly emperor universe. Sun and moon morning and evening technique. The Dao martial sect roared and then consolidated an extremely terrifying divine ability. A vast ocean appeared. A divine sun and a bright moon appeared in the middle of the vast ocean. That godly sun and moon moved towards Lin Feng, oppressing him. It was as though the divine sun and moon had descended from the 9 heavens. The aura was too terrifying. Cracking sounds came out one after another. Everyone looked over and was shocked to find that the space above the battle arena where Lin Feng and the Dao Wuzong were fighting had started to crack. It cracked like porcelain. Numerous cracks appeared on the surface. Powerful spacetime energy seeped out from the cracks in the void. Divine sun, moon, and ocean. When the 3 of them were linked together, the power was simply terrifying. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. The godly sun, the moon, and the ocean all moved towards Lin Feng. After feeling the terrifying aura from the Dao martial sect's divine ability, many people's faces turned pale. Poof, poof, poof. Some of the cultivators who were closer could not withstand the terrifying aura from the Dao martial sect's divine ability. They spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 4056. The sun and moon celestial technique that the Dao martial ancestor had used was really powerful. It was so powerful that it shocked everyone. Lin Feng also felt how terrifying the attack was. However, Lin Feng looked indifferent. Lin Feng was flying in the sky towards the Dao Wu sect. When he was about to reach it, a voice suddenly appeared. Lin Feng used the demon ancestor sacred fist. It was a superpower that was passed down from a mysterious demon lord. It was very powerful. At that moment, everyone felt that Lin Feng's temperament had changed drastically. In an instant, Lin Feng had turned from an elegant young man into a terrifying demon Dao overlord. Bang! 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 Lin Feng's demon ancestor sacred fist was very powerful. It shattered the sun, the moon, and the sea with one punch. Lin Feng quickly rushed to the front of the Dao martial ancestor and threw a powerful punch at him. The Dao martial ancestor's face darkened. He had not expected Lin Feng to break his superpower. The spectators could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng was really powerful. Originally, most of them thought that the Dao martial ancestor would be able to defeat Lin Feng. However, when they saw the battle between Lin Feng and the Dao martial ancestor, their thoughts started to waver. Universe Limitless 8 trigrams diagram. Facing Lin Feng's attack, the Dao martial ancestor used another powerful superpower. A huge 8 trigrams diagram appeared in front of him. The 8 trigrams diagram was infused with the power of the universe. It was mysterious and unpredictable. When Lin Feng's demon ancestor sacred fist landed on the 8 trigrams diagram, Lin Feng's punch was blocked by the 8 trigrams diagram. Then, the 8 trigrams diagram that the Dao martial ancestor had used enveloped Lin Feng. He wanted to seal Lin Feng completely. Lin Feng was surprised. The Dao martial ancestor's technique was really powerful. However, in the face of the Dao martial sect's attack, Lin Feng was fearless. His body swayed gently. Whoosh! Then, a light flashed. Lin Feng turned into a dazzling sword chi. The sword chi he transformed into seemed to be able to shatter the void with a light slash. The sword energy that Lin Feng had transformed into, it instantly tore the 8 trigrams diagram apart and flew in front of the Dao martial sect. It charged towards the Dao martial sect. Sharp spirit finger. The Dao martial ancestor's expression was cold as he pointed his right hand at Lin Feng. His fingers turned golden in an instant. It was extremely strange. Clang! Along with the clanging sound of collision, the sword Qi that Lin Feng had transformed into collided with the Dao martial sect's golden finger. Lin Feng's sword Qi was knocked back. Then, he transformed back into his true form. Brat! If that was all he had, then you will definitely die today. The Dao martial sect laughed sinisterly. Martial Dao Supreme Fist. The Dao martial sect charged over and threw a punch at Lin Feng. His punch was infused with martial Dao Supreme Will. That was the Dao of the Dao martial sect. The punch was created by the Dao martial sect according to his own Dao. The power of the punch was simply suffocating. The surrounding void kept collapsing and shattering. The spectators were extremely shocked. The punch that the Dao martial sect threw was simply like a punch from a celestial. Shameless boasting. Lin Feng sneered. Facing the Dao martial sect's attack, he threw a punch as well. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. That was the fist skill that Lin Feng had created himself. The Dao martial sect's Dao was martial Dao Supreme. And Lin Feng's Dao was that he was the supreme cultivator of the 10,000 worlds. Martial Dao was just one of the Daos. Lin Feng's Dao contained millions of things, it was supreme. Ordinary people would not dare to create such a Dao. Without strong willpower, talent, strength, comprehension, and luck, creating such a Dao was simply courting death. However, there was no problem for Lin Feng to create such a Dao. His Dao was now even stronger and more complete. Bang! It was as if two ancient worlds had collided. Lin Feng and the Dao martial sect collided violently. When they collided, the pressure that was generated sent countless cultivators flying. Many of the cultivators had lost count of how many of their bones had been broken. Even the void arena they were in had been shattered. Too strong. These two are really heaven-defying. Countless people were shocked. The two of them were pitilessly terrifying. It was hard to believe that this was a battle between two young cultivators. Reincarnation Ring, come out, the female cultivator who was hosting the grand competition shouted. Then, a new void ring appeared and replaced the one that had been destroyed in the battle between Lin Feng and the Dao martial sect. The new void arena was even more powerful and of a higher level. This void arena was infused with the power of reincarnation. It would not be easy to destroy this void arena. The battle continued. Lin Feng and the Dao martial sect charged at each other again. 4 types of energy appeared in the Dao martial sect's hands. These 4 types of energy were thunder, lightning, wind, and rain. These 4 types of energy merged together and formed a 4-colored energy ball. The 4-colored energy ball distorted time and space. Its power was simply unimaginable. The Dao martial sect had many tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, the techniques that he had mastered were all extremely terrifying. Many of his techniques were not inferior to the inheritance that Lin Feng had gone through many hardships and narrowly escaped death to obtain. This was the Dao martial sect's advantage. Although Lin Feng's ancestor was extremely powerful, he had declined in his generation. The only thing that Lin Feng had inherited from his ancestor was his powerful bloodline. All these years, Lin Feng had been a rogue cultivator. He had searched everywhere for opportunities to improve his cultivation base. However, the Dao martial sect was different. The Dao martial sect had the 9 spirits Dao clan's full support behind him. Even if it was a top divine ability from the previous era. As long as the Dao martial sect wanted to cultivate, it was easy for him to obtain it. Therefore, the Dao martial sect. He had mastered the most powerful divine ability. His divine ability was extremely domineering. It destroyed everything in its path. This was why the 9 spirits Dao clan's cultivators were so confident in the Dao martial sect. The divine ability that the Dao martial sect was using was even more violent and terrifying. Facing the Dao martial sect's divine ability, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He summoned the 5 types of heavenly fire. Purple earth core fire. Black flame god incinerating fire, hell netherworld fire, golden dragon divine flame, black flame devouring god fire. The 5 types of heavenly fire floated around Lin Feng. Lin Feng then used his self-created divine ability, burning wrath of the heavens. He merged the 5 types of heavenly fire together. The 5 types of heavenly fire instantly merged together and turned into a 5-colored flame ball. Go! Lin Feng took out the 5-colored flame ball and blasted it toward the Dao martial sect. Go! Chapter 4057. Bang! Along with the violent collision, Lin Feng's 5-colored fireball and Dao Wuzong's 4-colored energy ball collided violently. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering sound. The powerful energy ripples spread out and even shattered the void. If the energy ripples enveloped the surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle, many cultivators would have died under such a terrifying attack. Fortunately, the female cultivator who was hosting the grand competition sealed the energy ripples within the arena in time, so the energy ripples would not spread out. This also protected the cultivators who were watching the battle. Otherwise, there would have been heavy casualties. Swoosh! After the collision, Dao Wuzong quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. He realized that it was difficult for him to defeat Lin Feng in a battle of divine powers. Although Dao Wuzong did not want to admit it, he had to accept it. Dao Wuzong was extremely depressed and angry. Because of his extraordinary background, Dao Wuzong had received the best training. The divine powers that he cultivated were also the most powerful divine powers. Before he met Lin Feng, Dao Wuzong's divine powers were invincible. However, after encountering divine powers, Dao Wuzong was defeated again and again. It was hard for Dao Wuzong to accept, and it made Dao Wuzong furious. However, Dao Wuzong had to accept everything that had happened. Lin Feng was indeed too powerful. He had underestimated Lin Feng's combat strength, and now Dao Wuzong wanted to suppress Lin Feng with his physical body. Dao Wuzong's physical body had gone through 3 stages. In the first stage, he had tempered his body with dragon's blood when he was young. In the second stage, he had tempered his body with divine demon blood when he was young. In the third stage, Dao Wuzong had tempered his body with immortal blood after he became an emperor. After the 3 stages, Dao Wuzong's physical body had completed the transformation. His physical body could crush divine demons and kill true dragons. Therefore, other than having powerful divine powers, Dao Wuzong's physical body was almost invincible. The Dao martial sect's idea was actually very simple. Since he couldn't suppress Lin Feng with his divine ability, he would use his body to deal with Lin Feng. He was incomparably confident in his own physical strength. Lin Feng also noticed the Dao martial sect that was charging towards him rapidly. He could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Lin Feng realized that the Dao martial ancestor's divine ability was really powerful. As expected of the leading figure of the younger generation of the lost race of the epoch. Lin Feng was originally thinking, should he find an opportunity, quickly approach the Dao martial sect and use his physical body to suppress the Dao martial sect? Close combat was one of Lin Feng's favorite fighting styles. This was because even many cultivators who had a higher cultivation level than Lin Feng could not be compared to Lin Feng in close combat. Lin Feng's physical body was really too powerful. Of course, the most important thing was not Lin Feng's physical strength, but Lin Feng's arm of the dragon elephant that was 6 times stronger. Once it was unleashed, it could destroy anyone's defense easily. Lin Feng did not dodge. Instead, he waited for the Dao martial sect to come. Since this guy wanted to fight him in close combat, he would fulfill his wish. Boy! Die! The Dao martial sect rushed in front of Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. The Dao martial sect's strength was really too terrifying. When the punch was thrown, there were even sonic booms. The Dao martial sect's fist technique was simply invincible. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. Anyone who received the Dao martial sect's punch would definitely not feel good. When one's strength reached a certain level, one could break through the void with a punch. Therefore, when one's strength reached a certain level, the power was not inferior to a divine ability. Strength can defeat all techniques. That was the logic. Who cares what divine ability you have? I'll shatter it with a punch. Facing the Dao martial sect's peerless punch, Lin Feng also threw a punch. When the punch was thrown, there was a thunderous sound of friction in the air. Bang! Lin Feng's fist collided with the Dao martial sect's fist. This was a collision of fists that made one's blood boil. Deng 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 deng. Both of them took 4 steps back. How is this possible? The Dao martial sect's face was instantly filled with disbelief. The Dao martial sect was extremely confident in his physical body. He originally thought that he could crush Lin Feng. However, who would have thought that he was only evenly matched with Lin Feng? The Dao martial sect was backed by a powerful force while Lin Feng was only a sectless cultivator. In the Dao martial sect's opinion, Lin Feng's cultivation resources were far inferior to his. However, under such circumstances, he was still unable to suppress Lin Feng. Moreover, he was much older than Lin Feng. Did this not mean that Lin Feng's talent was far superior to his? How could the arrogant Dao martial sect accept this? Trash. An all-out attack. Is this all you've got? What a disappointment. At this moment, Lin Feng sneered. He was disdainful of the Dao martial sect. His words were filled with contempt and provocation. The two of them changed from a duel between divine abilities to a duel between their physical bodies. What a strange battle sequence. Cultivators at this level rarely duel with their physical bodies, someone said. Then, someone said, that's because it's difficult for their divine abilities to suppress each other. That's why they used their physical bodies to duel. Didn't they say that humans have weak physical bodies? However, Lin Feng doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he's still extremely arrogant. He actually looks down on the Dao martial sect's physical body. Is his physical body that powerful? Another person said, Lin Feng's physical body is indeed very powerful. I heard that his physical body can even kill a divine demon. The cultivators who were watching the battle below discussed animatedly. At this moment, Su Yueshi said in a deep voice, Brother Wu Zong. Lin Feng's physical body is very powerful. You must be careful. The Dao martial sect had a disdainful expression as he said, no matter how powerful his physical body is, it's still worlds apart from mine. The Dao martial sect looked coldly at Lin Feng. His face was filled with a sinister smile as he said, Lin Feng, what right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Later, I'll trample you under my feet and humiliate you to my heart's content. As soon as he finished speaking, crackling sounds could be heard from the Dao martial sect's body. This is. Many people looked at the Dao martial sect in shock. At this moment, everyone saw that the Dao martial sect's body had begun to swell. His body continued to grow bigger and bigger. The muscles on his body bulged. Every muscle contained the power to destroy the world. Chapter 4058. It's Berserk. The Dao martial ancestor has completed Berserk. Some cultivators exclaimed. After Berserk, not only did the Dao martial ancestor's body become bigger, but he also became a muscular man. His aura was terrifying. Ordinary people would be scared to death if they saw the Dao martial ancestor's body. Lin Feng smiled icily and said mockingly, You think you can act arrogantly in front of me after turning into a monster that doesn't look like a human or a ghost? Trash is trash. No matter what trash becomes, they're still trash. Lin Feng's words were arrogant. He did not take the Dao martial ancestor seriously at all. The spectators could not help but think that Lin Feng was too arrogant. Before the Dao martial ancestor had gone berserk, Lin Feng did not seem to be able to suppress him. Now that the Dao martial ancestor had gone berserk, his body was many times stronger. Lin Feng actually looked down on the Dao martial ancestor and humiliated him. Everyone could not help but be confused. They did not know what Lin Feng was thinking. Many people thought that Lin Feng would definitely be in trouble for provoking the Dao martial ancestor. The Dao martial ancestor was not a kind person. He would definitely launch a thunderous attack on Lin Feng. At that time, Lin Feng would definitely die. Brat. I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. The Dao martial ancestor roared furiously. His voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the clouds. The Dao martial ancestor attacked and threw a punch at Lin Feng. That terrifying punch directly shattered the void. Oh my god, his physical attack can actually shatter the void. That's too terrifying. This kind of strength has probably surpassed the divine demon realm. Strong. He's really too strong. After Berserk, The Dao martial ancestor has become a completely different person. His combat strength is so strong that it's shocking. Lin Feng is definitely going to die. That's right. I also think that Lin Feng is going to die. The Dao martial ancestor is unbeatable now. Exclamations sounded one after another. Many cultivators looked at the battle between Lin Feng and the Dao martial ancestor. In the eyes of those cultivators, this time, Lin Feng was bound to die. Just as Dao Wuzong's terrifying punch was about to land on Lin Feng made his move and threw a punch at Dao Wuzong as well. At that moment, Lin Feng no longer held back. He activated the six-fold arms of the dragon elephant and an unparalleled power instantly exploded. These were two completely disproportionate fists. Now, the two fists collided violently. The sound of bones cracking could be heard, and everyone saw that the Dao martial ancestor's arm was broken. The Dao martial ancestor looked as though he was struck by lightning as his body flew out and he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. The Dao martial ancestor suffered a heavy blow from Lin Feng's terrifying attack. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. One of his arms was completely crippled. The injuries on his body were not as severe as the injuries on his heart. The Dao martial ancestor could not believe what had happened. He roared angrily, "Impossible. This can't be real. How could I be defeated by a lowly human?" The Dao martial ancestor's eyes turned blood red. It was no wonder that he could not accept what had happened. The Dao martial ancestor was in a state of frenzy, and his combat strength was many times stronger than before. The Dao martial ancestor was confident that he could crush Lin Feng. However, after he attacked, he realized that he was crushed by Lin Feng. Moreover, he was severely injured by Lin Feng. The Dao martial ancestor could not accept it at all. One of the Dao martial ancestor's arms was crippled in an instant. This is unbelievable. Lin Feng's combat strength is so terrifying. How could it be so terrifying? It's unbelievable. Exclamations could be heard one after another. The cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. The Dao martial ancestor was not the only one who could not believe what had happened. Even they could not believe what had happened before their eyes. Lin Feng. Was he already so powerful? Lin Feng attracted everyone's attention. The few cultivators from the Undying World, the cultivators from the Epoch Lost tribe, the top powerhouses from the Myriad tribes, the living beings from the Endless Ghost Sand, the cultivators from the foreign lands, and so on. Lin Feng's battle prowess was incredible. They were astonished. It's time for everything to end. I'll take your life. Lin Feng looked at the Dao martial ancestor indifferently. He quickly rushed toward the Dao martial ancestor, wanting to kill him. Brat! You want to kill me? You're still far from it. The Dao martial ancestor roared. Then, his body returned to the size of a normal person. Myriad. Dao. Destruction. The Dao martial ancestor roared. The Dao Wuzong shouted. He was condensing an extremely powerful divine power. The space around him started to distort violently. Waves of terrifying fluctuations surged out from the Dao Wuzong's body. Myriad Dao destruction. Oh my god! This Dao martial ancestor has cultivated the myriad Dao destruction divine ability. I'm afraid Lin Feng is going to be defeated. Immediately, a cultivator exclaimed. This cultivator seemed to have some understanding of the myriad Dao destruction divine ability. Therefore, at this moment, he felt that Lin Feng was going to be defeated. Myriad Dao destruction divine ability? Is this divine ability very powerful? Someone asked, puzzled. The cultivator immediately said, Myriad Dao Nirvana, Myriad Dao Nirvana. Rumor has it that once the Myriad Dao Nirvana is used, no matter how powerful the opponent's divine ability is, it will be destroyed by the Myriad Dao Nirvana. In other words, Lin Feng's divine ability is completely ineffective against the Dao martial ancestor. This divine ability is so powerful. Many people could not help but exclaim. If this divine ability was really so terrifying, in that case, this battle, Lin Feng was going to die without a doubt. At this moment, Lin Feng was walking in the void. Great Tao of Destiny, please descend with the power of destiny. I will use the power of destiny to dispel the evil. Lin Feng began to recite the incantation. Lin Feng's divine consciousness captured the cultivator's words, but Lin Feng did not take it to heart. In this world, no great Tao was absolutely invincible. They all had their nemesis. Therefore, no matter how powerful the Tao martial ancestor's divine ability was, it had its nemesis. Lin Feng summoned the River of Destiny. It swept across the world and charged toward the Tao martial ancestor. The Tao martial ancestor's myriad Tao destruction divine ability was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng's River of Destiny. Then, the Tao martial ancestor was sent flying. Countless bones in his body were broken, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The Tao martial ancestor was horrified. At this moment, he knew that he had lost the upper hand. It was impossible for him to defeat Lin Feng, so he quickly turned around and fled. "You can't escape." Lin Feng's expression was cold. He controlled the River of Destiny and charged toward the Tao martial ancestor. The River of Destiny instantly drowned the Tao martial ancestor. The Tao martial ancestor screamed in horror. No, in the next moment, the Tao martial ancestor's body could not withstand the attack of the River of Destiny and exploded into a bloody mist. The Tao martial ancestor. Chapter 4059. The Tao martial ancestor had fallen. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone was shocked. The Tao martial ancestor's combat strength was extremely terrifying. However, he had fallen just like that. The Tao martial ancestor had underestimated Lin Feng's physical combat strength. If he hadn't been severely injured during the battle, he wouldn't have died so miserably. That's right. After being severely injured during the battle, the Tao martial ancestor's combat strength dropped drastically. The power of his divine ability is also far from what it was before. Otherwise, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Feng, he could at least escape with his combat strength. It's too late to say anything now. The Tao martial ancestor is dead. That's right. The Tao martial ancestor has fallen. However, I'm afraid the 9 Spirits Tao Heavenly Clan won't let this matter rest. This clan is one of the strongest among the lost clans of the new era. They have a terrifying foundation and are vengeful. The Tao martial ancestor is a rising star that the 9 Spirits Tao Heavenly Clan nurtured. Now that he has been killed, the 9 Spirits Tao Heavenly Clan will definitely be furious. They won't let Lin Feng go. I heard that the 9 Spirits Tao Heavenly Clan had a celestial realm expert who walked out of the Divine Stone. When this clan was at its peak, there were definitely many celestial realm experts. However, as time passed, their cultivation base dropped. Many cultivators began to whisper to each other. Lin Feng took the Tao martial ancestor's storage ring and flew down from the arena. The other cultivators from the 9 Spirits Tao Heavenly Clan flew up to the arena and kept the Tao martial ancestor's corpse. They quickly left the place, afraid that they would die in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng naturally did not bother to make a move on those small fries. The grand competition continued. Since this was a battle to determine the top 125 out of 250, it was extremely crucial for everyone. Therefore, many people used all kinds of techniques in this battle. Wu Liang Daoist and the Cursed Doll also advanced. In the end, the top 125 were all decided. All the battle rings converged to form a huge battle ring in the void. Beams of light enveloped the cultivators who had just advanced to the next round. The cultivators who advanced finally landed on the arena. The last round of the Grand Battle Royal. The first 25 people to be eliminated are out. The rest will advance, the female cultivator said. Hearing her words, Su Yueshi, Huangfu Qingtian, Shindao Kuan and Shindao Mier of Ancient God Clan, Huang Yangdao and Huang Yanlong of Golden Sacred Lion Clan and some other cultivators of the royal families of Holy War Alliance also rushed towards Lin Feng. The 4 living beings from the Endless Ghost Sand also flew over. There were also 5 experts from the Lost Epoch race. However, Lin Feng didn't know who they were. A total of 30 strong cultivators moved towards Lin Feng and surrounded him. As for Gongzong Nai and Gongzong Xian, they charged at Gongzi Yu. They wanted to join hands to deal with Gongzi Yu. As for the others, they were in a chaotic battle. Of course, there were also many people who chose to form temporary alliances. This way, they would be safer. Those solitary cultivators were in the most danger at this moment. F***ck, this is troublesome. Every single one of them is a fiend. Immeasurable Daoist shouted in horror. The situation was indeed extremely bad. However, Immeasurable Daoist didn't run away this time. Instead, he stayed behind to accompany Lin Feng. Worst comes to worst, we'll just fight them to the death. Cursed Dole said fiercely. Although Immeasurable Daoist and Cursed Dole were usually greedy, they were good friends. They were also very loyal. Lin Feng, it seems like there are many people who want to kill you. Su Yueshi looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression as if she was looking at a dead man. Lin Feng, it's time to settle the grudge between you and our Holy War Alliance. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Huang Yangdao said coldly. Lin Feng and Huang Yangdao had known each other for a long time. When the Holy War Alliance invaded 9 prefectures, Huang Yangdao had already entered 9 prefectures. However, Huang Yangdao was one of the luckier ones. Almost all the cultivators of the Holy War Alliance who invaded 9 prefectures had died. However, Huang Yangdao was one of the few who managed to escape. The living beings of the Endless Ghost Sand were all subordinates of the Moon God. Although the Moon God had a deep relationship with the Sovereign Monarch clan, after they turned against each other, the Moon God became hostile towards the Sovereign Monarch clan. Although she didn't personally kill Lin Feng, she gave the order to kill Lin Feng. As long as the living beings of the Endless Ghost Sand found an opportunity, they would definitely kill Lin Feng mercilessly. As for the killing intent of the cultivators of the Epoch Lost race towards Lin Feng, it was because of Lin Feng's background. Due to historical reasons, the Epoch Lost race hated the Sovereign Monarch clan because the Sovereign Monarch clan represented the new power of this epoch. The Epoch Lost race represented the power of the previous epoch. The Epoch Lost race didn't want the new power of this epoch to rise. Therefore, they continuously killed a large number of living beings. Under the leadership of the ancestors of the Sovereign Monarch clan, the powers of this epoch united and fought against the Epoch Lost race several times. Both sides suffered heavy losses. As for the Epoch Lost race, they hated the Sovereign Monarch clan and wanted nothing more than to wipe them out. Lin Feng was a member of the Sovereign Monarch clan, so the Epoch Lost race naturally wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. If the two of you want to live, leave at once. Otherwise, I'll send the two of you to hell with Lin Feng. Huangfu Qingtian sneered at Daoist Wuliang and the Cursed Doll. Both Daoist Wuliang and the Cursed Doll had extraordinary means. If they helped Lin Feng, Huangfu Qingtian was worried that Lin Feng would die if he was alone. Wuliang, heavenly sovereign my ass. Do you think I'm a good-for-nothing like you? Do you think I'll abandon my friends at such a crucial moment? Daoist Wuliang cursed, said the Cursed Doll. Calling him a good-for-nothing is an understatement. His soul is incomplete. It seems like he's a life form created by someone using a soul reconstruction art. He's only arrogant for now, but he won't be able to achieve much in the future. You're courting death. Both of you are courting death. Huangfu Qingtian was infuriated when he heard what Daoist Wuliang and the Cursed Doll said. Killing intent surged in his heart as he looked at Daoist Wuliang and the Cursed Doll. Let's kill the 3 of them. Su Yueshi said in a deep voice. All right, let's join forces and kill the 3 of them. The others also reached an agreement. Following that, the 30 cultivators began to circulate their magic energy. The magic energy in their bodies surged like a raging river. When the magic energy was circulated, rumbling noises could be heard. Chapter 4060. Look. Lin Feng and his 2 friends are surrounded by 30 powerhouses. That's true. Which of the cultivators who can make it into the top 125 aren't terrifying? Now that 30 powerhouses have surrounded Lin Feng and his friends, they won't be able to escape even if they have wings. That's right. They're dead for sure. I don't think anyone would believe that they can defeat the joint attack of 30 powerhouses, right? Hihi, only a fool would believe that. Just wait and see. Lin Feng and his friends are dead for sure. The sounds of discussion rose and fell one after another. In the eyes of the spectators, there was almost no suspense in this battle. The difference in numbers was just too great. Lin Feng and his friends were dead for sure. Even the female cultivator who was hosting the grand competition looked at the cultivators from both sides who were about to fight. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, terrifying divine abilities were released by these powerhouses. All kinds of divine abilities gathered together and turned into a torrent of attacks that directly drowned Lin Feng and his friends. These people's attacks were so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. Let's go all out. Wuliang Daoist and Cursed Doll had a fierce look on their faces. They planned to fight to the death with these people. At that moment, Lin Feng said, "You don't have to do anything. I have my own way of killing these guys." Wuliang Daoist and Cursed Doll's eyes lit up when they heard that. They were extremely confident in Lin Feng's methods. Lin Feng was never a person who spoke without thinking. Since Lin Feng said that he had a way to deal with these guys, he definitely had a way to deal with them. Lin Feng's voice fell. Then, Lin Feng waved his hand. Suddenly, a swarm of insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth flew out. Lin Feng had cultivated a swarm of chaos demon refining insects and celestial devouring insects. However, he didn't have the opportunity to summon them to fight against the enemy. Now, Lin Feng finally found an opportunity. The 30 cultivators were all extremely strong. Even though Lin Feng was extremely confident in his own cultivation level, he wasn't blind. Even if he teamed up with Wuliang Daoist and the Cursed Doll, it was unlikely that they would be able to fend off the attacks of 30 cultivators. Therefore, Lin Feng did not hesitate to summon 2 large insect swarms. These people were playing dirty tricks on them. No problem. Let's play dirty and see who can outplay who. The celestial devouring bugs opened their mouths wide and began to devour the divine skills cast by the 30 cultivators. The celestial devouring bug was known to be able to devour even immortals, let alone devouring the supernatural powers of these people. The divine abilities unleashed by the 30 cultivators were all devoured by the celestial devouring bugs. Next, the celestial devouring bugs and the primordial demon refining bugs surrounded the 30 cultivators and launched a frenzied attack on them. These people hurriedly took out their defensive magical weapons and activated them. Powerful defensive light shields were emitted from the defensive magical treasures, protecting them within. Meanwhile, the celestial devouring bugs and the primordial demon refining bugs summoned by Lin Feng began to gnaw at the defensive light shields. The celestial devouring bugs were good at devouring. The primordial demon refining bugs were good at attacking. When the 2 insect swarms joined forces, their coordination was practically flawless. What's going on? The spectators were all dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, 30 cultivators were attacking Lin Feng and the other 2. Next, 2 swarms of insects besieged 30 cultivators. This change happened too quickly and none of them were able to recollect themselves. Holy **T, these 2 groups of bugs are amazing. Wuliang Daoist's eyes lit up when he saw the celestial devouring bugs and the primordial demon refining bugs summoned by Lin Feng. It really made people envious. He began to think of a way to get these 2 swarms from Lin Feng. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "Let's work together with the swarms to kill those guys." "All right." Wuliang Daoist and the Cursed Doll nodded. Then, the 3 of them quickly separated. The cultivators who were surrounded by the swarms tried to break out of the encirclement but failed every time. The swarms of insects were too terrifying. How could they break out of the encirclement just because they wanted to? As for the other cultivators, they quickly left the area. They did not want to be implicated. Lin Feng looked at Su Yueshi indifferently. He took out the black dragon sword and charged at Su Yueshi. At this moment, Su Yueshi was surrounded by a large swarm of insects. Her defensive magical weapon was a phoenix hairpin. The phoenix hairpin's defensive power was very strong. Lin Feng threw himself at the phoenix hairpin, one sword after the other, and attacked the phoenix hairpin's protective shield. Clang! 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 Lin Feng's black dragon sword slashed at the defensive light shield one after another. In addition, the celestial devouring bugs and the primordial demon refining bugs were gnawing at the defensive light shield. The defensive light shield released by the phoenix hairpin began to crack. Su Yueshi shouted, "Lin Feng, are you really going to kill me?" No matter how you look at it, we still have a one-night stand, right? Lin Feng sneered. Su Yueshi. It was because of this that I spared your life. You should rejoice. Then find a place to cultivate quietly and wait for the doomsday battle to come. Wouldn't that be great? You're the one who's courting death, so don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Feng slashed out 36 times in a row. Bang! Finally, the defensive light shield formed by the phoenix hairpin cracked. Countless celestial devouring bugs and the primordial demon refining bugs surrounded Su Yueshi's body. They began to gnaw at Su Yueshi's body. Ah! Su Yueshi let out a shrill scream. In the next moment, Pu Lin Feng's sword pierced Su Yueshi's heart. At this moment, Su Yueshi's body began to burn. The celestial devouring bugs and the primordial demon refining bugs that surrounded her were all burned to death. Su Yueshi reached out and grabbed the black dragon sword. She looked at Lin Feng with venomous eyes and said, Lin Feng, just you wait. I'll definitely cut off your head myself. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yueshi's body was quickly reduced to a skeleton. Oh! Something's not right. This seems to be an avatar. Lin Feng saw the runes on the skeleton and could not help but frown. Where is this bitch's true body? Lin Feng's expression was somewhat unsightly. He had originally thought that he would be able to get rid of Su Yueshi. Who would have thought that he would only be able to kill one of Su Yueshi's avatars? Lin Feng was naturally disappointed. However, Lin Feng soon sneered. Su Yueshi, since I can kill your avatar now, I can kill your true body in the future. Lin Feng quickly flew toward Huangfu Qingtian. Chapter 4061. Lin Feng dashed toward Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian was also besieged by the swarm of insects. At this moment, his whole body was covered by them. He wanted to break out of the encirclement, but after several attempts, he was intercepted by the insects. Lin Feng's face was filled with killing intent. He rushed to Huangfu Qingtian's side and swung the black dragon sword at the defensive light shield around Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian's defensive treasure was extraordinary. It was called Pangu Seal. It was branded with Pangu's image. Huangfu Qingtian had obtained it from Pangu's inheritance and was very precious. Its defensive power was extremely strong. Clang! 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 The black dragon sword slashed at the defensive light shield formed by the Pangu seal. Immediately, a series of earth-shaking noises were heard. The Pangu seal's defensive power was very strong. Go to hell! Huangfu Qingtian took out another treasure, which was the ancient tree from before. It was extremely powerful. Lin Feng had experienced its power before, so he knew how powerful it was. Lin Feng quickly dodged the attack of the ancient tree. What treasure is that? Lin Feng looked at the ancient tree in Huangfu Qingtian's hand. The last time he saw Huangfu Qingtian control this ancient tree, Lin Feng had been eyeing it covetously. After so long, Lin Feng was still eyeing it covetously. It would be great if he could snatch it away. A treasure that will take your life. Huangfu Qingtian said coldly. With the Pangu seal above his head and the ancient tree in his hand, he charged at Lin Feng. You're still far from being able to compete with me in terms of treasures. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lin Feng sneered. He was multitasking. One after another, powerful treasures were released by Lin Feng. At the same time, a black mass of celestial devouring insect. The primitive demon refining insect pounced on Huangfu Qingtian. The swarm of insects blocked Huangfu Qingtian, making him unable to get close to him. Then, Lin Feng's more than 10 powerful magic treasures all blasted towards Huangfu Qingtian. Bang bang bang, the powerful true treasures bombarded Huangfu Qingtian's defensive light veil, causing it to shake violently. Although the defensive power of the Pangu seal was extremely strong, it was not invincible. Naturally, it could not withstand the attacks of so many powerful magic treasures. Soon, cracking sounds were heard. The energy shield protecting Huangfu Qingtian began to crumble. Oh no! Huangfu Qingtian's expression changed drastically. However, he had no way to stop all of this. Lin Feng's insect swarm was too powerful. Any expert who fell into the encirclement of the insect swarm would be in trouble if they didn't have the means to restrain the insect swarm. On the other hand, Lin Feng's primitive demon-refining insects and celestial devouring insects were spiritual insects with extremely powerful attack and defense. This was also the fundamental reason why Huangfu Qingtian and the others couldn't escape after being trapped. Cracking sounds could be heard one after another. It didn't take long for the defensive light veil protecting Huangfu Qingtian to be destroyed. The swarm of insects swarmed towards Huangfu Qingtian. At this critical moment, Huangfu Qingtian's body emitted a cyan light. Then, an oppressive aura filled the air. Green domineering aura. Huangfu Qingtian. He actually released the green domineering aura. When Huangfu Qingtian released the green domineering aura, the swarm of primitive demon-refining insects and celestial devouring insects were all sent flying. They couldn't get close to Huangfu Qingtian. However, Lin Feng's powerful magic treasures rushed into Huangfu Qingtian's green domineering aura and blasted towards him. The magic treasures were scattered around. Under the control of Lin Feng, they besieged Huangfu Qingtian. Break! Huangfu Qingtian roared furiously. He wielded the ancient tree to attack the magic treasures. Bang! 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 Violent collisions sounded one after another. The powerful magic treasures were sent flying by Huangfu Qingtian's ancient tree. No one knew what the ancient tree in Huangfu Qingtian's hand was made of, but it was unbelievably powerful. However, as soon as Huangfu Qingtian blasted Lin Feng's magic treasures away, Lin Feng controlled the magic treasures to attack Huangfu Qingtian again. Lin Feng's attacks came one after another. Huangfu Qingtian was also exhausted. Finally, Lin Feng found an opportunity. The sword of Green Mountain broke through Huangfu Qingtian's defense and came in front of him to slash at him. Huangfu Qingtian was shocked. He hurriedly dodged, trying to avoid the terrifying attack of the sword of Green Mountain. However, it was not easy to completely avoid the attack at such a close distance. Asterisk puff. Asterisk a tearing sound was heard, followed by a large amount of blood gushing out. The sword of Green Mountain directly cut off Huangfu Qingtian's left arm. Ah! My arm! Huangfu Qingtian let out an incomparably shrill scream. Huangfu Qingtian, I'll take your life. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. Under the control of Lin Feng, the magic treasures attacked Huangfu Qingtian again. Oh my god, look! Huangfu Qingtian is about to be killed. Some cultivators cried out in alarm. At this moment, almost everyone was looking at the battle between Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian had obtained Pangu's orthodoxy and recognized Moon God as his master. He was in the limelight for a while. Such an existence had a heaven-defying cultivation base and a supreme treasure. His future was limitless. Who would have thought that Huangfu Qingtian would be killed by Lin Feng? These people have underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Who would have thought that Lin Feng has 2 insect swarms? Those 2 swarms are too terrifying. I'm afraid that only a handful of these people will be able to escape alive. Many people discussed. In the arena, under the control of Lin Feng, the magic treasures unleashed a heaven-defying power that shattered the void. The magic treasures were about to kill Huangfu Qingtian, but at this moment, Huangfu Qingtian's body exploded with a bang. His body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Then, the cloud of blood mist rushed out of the arena at an extremely fast speed and flew towards the distance. Obviously, Huangfu Qingtian had used a secret technique to escape, which would definitely cause great harm to him. Chapter 4062. At the same time, Immeasurable Daoist and Cursed Doll cooperated with the swarm to kill a cultivator each. They pounced on the second cultivator while Lin Feng locked onto the third cultivator. Spare me! Spare me! The cultivator targeted by Lin Feng screamed in horror. He wanted to beg for mercy, but Lin Feng didn't spare him at all. Lin Feng didn't want to let any of the 30 cultivators go. Lin Feng took out a dozen powerful Dharma treasures and attacked the cultivator. The battle was extremely intense. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to kill the cultivator. Immeasurable Daoist and Cursed Doll also displayed their might and killed a second cultivator each. Oh my god, those are all geniuses. How could they die in such a humiliating way? Many people couldn't help but sigh. Why are we still fighting? Let's attack together and help that kid get rid of those guys who are surrounded. We'll automatically advance, a cultivator said. The cultivator's words resonated with many people. Next, a scene that shocked everyone happened. Many cultivators who were originally fighting stopped fighting and went to support Lin Feng, Immeasurable Daoist, and Cursed Doll. We have no enmity with you. Why are you helping Lin Feng against us? A cultivator roared angrily. Someone sneered and said, we're not helping Lin Feng. We just want to get rid of you guys. Hearing that, those cultivators were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Fart, fart. Ripping sounds were heard one after another as cultivators were killed one after another. Huangfu Qingtian had already escaped earlier. Apart from Huangfu Qingtian, 24 people were killed one after another, including Su Yuesh's external incarnation. When the 24th dead cultivator appeared, the female cultivator said, "Stop it." One person escaped and 24 people died. The competition is over. The 5 people who were still alive were Shendao Kuan and Shendao Mier of the ancient god clan, Huang Yangdao and Huang Yanlong of the golden sacred lion clan, and a creature that had walked out of the endless ghost sand. The 5 of them had an expression of great relief. Consider yourselves lucky. Lin Feng looked at the 5 people indifferently. The faces of the 5 cultivators were extremely gloomy, but they didn't say anything. They felt extremely lucky to be able to survive. How could he dare to say anything else? He was still in a state of shock. The 2 insect swarms had always been Lin Feng's trump card. But this time, it was exposed. Lin Feng knew that after the fact that he had 2 large groups of insects in captivity was exposed, the number of cultivators who dared to find trouble with him would decrease by a lot. However, this also saved him a lot of trouble. The female cultivator looked at the 100 cultivators on the stage and said, "Congratulations to all of you. You have successfully passed the competition. From now on, you will have a wonderful journey." A wonderful journey? Aren't we supposed to receive the legacies of various orthodoxies in the myriad tribes' sacred palace? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Of course, these were all rumors in the outside world. Only those who had entered the myriad tribes' sacred palace knew what it was like inside. Now, let me explain the rules of entering the myriad tribes' sacred palace. I hope you can remember them, the female cultivator said. Everyone's spirits were lifted slightly. They listened carefully. The female cultivator said, "The myriad tribe's sacred palace is supposed to open once every 3,000 years, and every 3,000 years is a cycle. This is also in line with the number of the 3,000 great Taos. However, now, the 5 signs of heavenly decay have appeared. The apocalypse has arrived. The apocalyptic battle. Perhaps it will come at any time, therefore, I can't give you another 3,000 years. Now, I will only give you 100 years. In these 100 years, you can cultivate in the myriad tribes' sacred palace. What legacies, treasures, and other fortuitous encounters you can obtain will depend on your own luck. Apart from that, I don't recommend you to kill each other after entering the myriad tribes' sacred palace. However, if you really have to kill each other for some reason, then even if you kill each other, they won't really die. They will only leave the myriad tribes' sacred palace. After they leave, they will be resurrected. As for the person who kills the other party, you will be recorded with a major demerit. If you kill 3 people in a row, you will also be expelled from the myriad tribes' sacred palace. That's all I have to tell you. You may enter the sacred palace of all tribes now." As soon as the female cultivator finished speaking, a sacred light shone out from the myriad tribes' sacred palace. That beam of holy light enveloped everyone. Then, under the envious gazes of countless cultivators, the group flew toward the myriad tribes' sacred palace. Then, they entered the myriad tribes' sacred palace. The myriad tribes' sacred palace's doors closed. The arena floating in the void disappeared. The female cultivator looked at the surrounding cultivators and said, "Everyone, you can leave now. If the doomsday battle hasn't broken out in 100 years, you can still participate in the grand competition and fight for a chance to enter the myriad tribes' sacred palace." With that, the female cultivator disappeared. She probably entered the myriad tribe's sacred palace. When the spectators saw that there was no more drama to watch, they dispersed. Although the grand competition had ended, the excitement of the grand competition wouldn't die down so quickly. Especially, with so many top experts dying this time, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others entered a mysterious space. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing. Is this the myriad tribe's sacred palace? Where are the ancient legacies? Where are the powerful treasures? Why is there nothing? Don't tell me we've been tricked. Daoist Wuliang yelled gloomily. After searching for a while, he couldn't find anything. This made Daoist Wuliang speechless. The others frowned as well. Everyone was trying to find out what was going on around them. However, they couldn't find anything. They wanted to leave this place, but they couldn't find the way out. The female cultivator's voice resounded. Chapter 4063. Since she had made it so clear, everyone naturally knew that there was only one path left. That was to find the path to the myriad race's sacred palace through their own comprehension. Everyone spread out and sat down cross-legged, trying to find the path to leave this place. The female cultivator had already said that there were many paths to enter the myriad race's sacred palace, but she didn't know which path they would be able to find. That would depend on their own fortune. Lin Feng guessed that the end of each path would lead to a different place. Some places might have many amazing opportunities, enough to make people go crazy. However, in other places, the opportunities might be very ordinary. It all depended on luck. Lin Feng tried his best to integrate himself into this world. As time passed, Lin Feng did indeed begin to integrate with this world. Gradually, Lin Feng seemed to see a path that emitted a bright light. This was a kind of spiritual enlightenment. When Lin Feng sensed the path, he was shocked. The path extended to Lin Feng, enveloping Lin Feng within. Lin Feng opened his eyes and found that he had disappeared from that mysterious space. Everyone around him had disappeared as well. He was the only one standing on this path. The depths lead to the myriad race's sacred palace? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He walked toward the depths. That path was extremely long. Lin Feng was walking on that path and suddenly, the scenery in front of him changed. Lin Feng realized that he had appeared in an ancient forest. In that forest, the roars of wild beasts could be heard. Gigantic trees blotted out the sun and the sky. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He had clearly entered the myriad race's sacred palace. How did he end up in an ancient forest? The situation before him was simply too strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could there be another world in the myriad race's sacred palace? That female cultivator said, that we'll be going on a magical journey. Is she trying to tell us that we'll be entering the inner world of the myriad race's sacred palace? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Of course, this was only his guess. Lin Feng couldn't say for sure. For Lin Feng, there were many things he didn't know about. He walked through the forest, and it didn't take long for a dozen terrifying nether wolves to appear. The auras of these nether wolves were extremely terrifying. Each of those hell wolves had lived for an unknown number of years. The pack of hell wolves moved towards Lin Feng to kill him. However, they couldn't do much damage to Lin Feng. Slash. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and in a flash, he turned into a dozen sword chi and moved towards the pack of hell wolves. Ripping sounds could be heard as one nether wolf after another was killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng searched for opportunities in the forest. There were definitely many inheritances in the inner world of the myriad race's sacred palace. Lin Feng guessed that these inheritances were scattered throughout the forest. Whether or not he could find them would depend on his own ability. It wasn't easy to find all kinds of opportunities. Fortunately, Lin Feng had learned the 8 scrolls of feng shui from Daoist Wu Liang. These scrolls could be used to search for ancient tombs, dragon veins, and immortal mansions. They were simply unfathomable. However, Lin Feng couldn't find anything even after using some of the techniques recorded in the scrolls. Lin Feng stood in the forest and couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Why aren't there any clues? This shouldn't be. Lin Feng felt that the situation was very strange. Logically speaking, since this was a place of inheritance, there shouldn't be nothing here. But the reality was that he couldn't find anything. Could it be? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Am I trapped in an illusion? Am I undergoing a new test? When Lin Feng thought about that, he suddenly had the urge to cough up blood. It seemed like winning the elite disciple competition was only the first step. Finding the way to the myriad races' sacred palace in that mysterious space was the second test. Falling into an illusion was the third test. But Lin Feng felt that this wasn't an illusion. Everything was so real. Could an illusion be so real? Thinking about the extraordinary origin of the myriad races' sacred palace, perhaps the powerhouse who created it could create such a realistic illusion to confuse the world. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He tried to merge himself with this world. Then, he tried to sense where the flaws of this world were. If he could comprehend something, he might be able to break the illusion in front of him. However, Lin Feng tried to comprehend it for a long time, but he couldn't sense any flaws in this place. This illusion world was too perfect. Anyone who fell into this illusion world might encounter great trouble. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to escape from this illusion world. Illusion and reality are often just a fine line. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He opened his Eye of Origin. The Eye of Origin was known to be able to see through all illusions. Now that Lin Feng opened his Eye of Origin, the world in front of him seemed to have changed. Lin Feng tried hard to find these changes. Space node. Soon, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had indeed found something different through the Eye of Origin. He found that there were some places in the void where space was folded together. Ordinary people couldn't find these folded spaces at all. Even Lin Feng couldn't find these folded spaces before, but Lin Feng's Eye of Origin discovered them. That kind of folded space was like a space node. The so-called space node was a junction that connected different spaces. Cultivators could often pass through space nodes. They could instantly enter another space from one space. Lin Feng tried to leave through those space nodes, but he found that they didn't seem to be connected to the outside world. Could it be a grand spatial array? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He used his magic power to connect those space nodes together. At this moment, something amazing happened. A grand spatial array appeared in the void. Every corner of the grand spatial array covered those space nodes. Lin Feng quickly flew over and stood above the grand spatial array. The grand spatial array was activated. Swoosh. Chapter 4064. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was already in a gigantic palace. There was a female cultivator in the middle of the palace. The female cultivator looked at him in surprise. She was none other than the one who'd presided over the competition. She was clearly the treasure spirit of the myriad races' sacred palace and had complete control over everything. You actually passed 2 stages in such a short time and came to my place. The female cultivator looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Clearly, she hadn't expected Lin Feng to arrive so quickly. Lin Feng chuckled. Luck, it's all because of luck. The female cultivator gave Lin Feng a deep look. She naturally didn't think it was luck. Luck was the weak's excuse for failure, but the strong's excuse for success. Clearly, Lin Feng was a winner. The fact that Lin Feng could reach this place so smoothly was enough to show how extraordinary Lin Feng was. Lin Feng's methods were also shocking. Congratulations on reaching my place. Next, I'll have the chance to choose which hall to cultivate in. Each hall has a myriad of abilities, but each person can only comprehend 8 of them at most. It's extremely difficult to choose 8 out of the myriad of abilities. You'll have to think carefully about which ability to choose. The female cultivator said. You can only comprehend 8 divine abilities. Could it be that the laws of the myriad races' sacred palace are wary of the extreme number 9? Lin Feng frowned. 9 represented the extreme, but also represented inauspiciousness. Many people knew that the human Holy Emperor had reduced the number 9 from 9 to 9. That was why people avoided 9 in the future. In fact, many immortals had also discovered the inauspiciousness of the number 9. For example, Fuxi had created the carnate 8 trigrams, but why hadn't he created the carnate 9 trigrams? That was because Holy Emperor Fuxi had discovered the inauspiciousness of the number 9, so he'd removed one trigram and created the carnate 8 trigrams, the extreme number 9. It's best not to touch it. Somewhere in the unseen, there's a force. It was extremely terrifying. That power. Anyone who touches the 9 extreme numbers will end up in an extremely miserable state. The female cultivator said. Do you know where that power came from? Lin Feng asked curiously. The female cultivator shook her head and said, I don't know. Everything is too mysterious, and I don't want to know, lest I suffer a calamity. The female cultivator was very afraid of talking about the extreme number of 9. As such, she did not discuss this matter with Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng asked, how many cultivation halls can I choose from? Many. The female cultivator said. She stretched out her hand and pointed. Suddenly, illusory images of palaces appeared in front of her. There were a total of 12 palaces. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. 12 palaces, was that a lot? In other words, there was more than one cultivator who entered the palaces to cultivate. Some palaces might have fewer people, but some palaces might have more people. However, if cultivators from different factions entered the same palace to cultivate, a war would definitely break out if one of them harbored evil intentions. Does this mean that I can only cultivate in one palace? Lin Feng asked. The female cultivator said, of course not. You can also go to other palaces. However, I suggest that you cultivate in one palace to avoid conflicts with other cultivators if you go to other palaces. You've mentioned many times that you don't want to see conflicts between cultivators. It's normal for cultivators to have friction, right? Lin Feng said. The female cultivator said, that depends on when. The apocalypse is coming. Shouldn't we make use of the time to cultivate? Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. Then, he asked, what are the characteristics of each of these palaces? Look at this palace. It's surrounded by demonic aura. There are more demonic divine abilities here. Look at this palace. It's filled with demonic aura. There are more demonic divine abilities here. Lin Feng introduced the female cultivator. Then, what about this palace? Lin Feng pointed at the illusory image of one of the palaces. That palace was surrounded by righteous aura. It seemed to be the chi of righteousness. Lin Feng remembered that the path of Confucianism cultivated the chi of righteousness. However, the path of Confucianism had already declined. Although there were still some path of Confucianism experts, they were relatively rare. The divine abilities here might be more suitable for you because this is the palace with the most divine abilities of the human race, the female cultivator said. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, then I'll choose to cultivate in this palace. All right. If there's anything, you can try to contact me. The female cultivator stretched out her slender hand and waved gently. Lin Feng instantly disappeared. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was in the palace surrounded by the chi of righteousness. The palace was massive, and it was covered with countless runes. Each rune contained a powerful power of law. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the divine abilities here. As time went by, Lin Feng found himself in a starry sky world. There were many huge stars floating in this starry sky world. Those massive stars weren't actually real stars, they were actually the transformations of powerful divine abilities. Lin Feng landed on the first star. Suddenly, all kinds of information rushed into his mind. Sunset Moon Breaking Art. The Supreme Overlord created by the Sunset Emperor Lord. This was an Emperor technique. An Emperor technique created by an Emperor Lord was naturally extremely powerful. If this level of divine ability were to spread, it would cause a bloodbath. However, an Emperor technique could not attract Lin Feng's interest. Lin Feng quickly flew to the second star and landed on it. A large amount of information rushed into Lin Feng's mind. Lightning Path Immortal Slaying Slash. An immortal technique created by the profound Lightning Immortal. Lin Feng was shocked. This was actually an immortal technique. However, after studying it carefully, he gave up on cultivating this divine ability. This was because this divine ability was only an itinerant immortal technique. Immortals. They were divided into true immortals and false immortals. When a cultivator entered the immortal realm, they would first enter the false immortal realm. False immortals included the heaven, earth, and mortal itinerant immortals. The Lightning Dao Immortal Slaying Slash was a divine ability created by an itinerant immortal technique. Therefore, it was classified as an itinerant immortal technique. Lin Feng felt that there were many true immortal techniques here. Naturally, he would not cultivate these false immortal techniques. That would be a waste of the limited cultivation quota. After all, Lin Feng could only cultivate 8 divine abilities. Naturally, he would choose the strongest divine ability to cultivate. Chapter 4065. Immortal Querying Mantra, an immortal technique created by Earth Immortal Qi Tian. This immortal technique asked oneself to understand oneself and subdue evil thoughts. Lin Feng sensed something on the 3rd planet. He continued to fly towards the 4th planet. Flying Dragon Fist, an immortal technique created by Heaven Immortal Evil Dragon. Successfully cultivated, conjure 36 giant dragons to fight against enemies. In the following period of time, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to cultivate a divine ability. He went from planet to planet to find out what kind of divine abilities they had. However, there were very few divine abilities that Lin Feng was determined to cultivate. Lightning Transformation, left behind by an unknown expert. It's a speed divine ability at the level of a true immortal. After Lin Feng landed on another planet, he sensed some information on it. This was a divine ability left behind by a true immortal. Unfortunately, he did not know which true immortal had left behind this divine ability. A divine ability at this level was many times stronger than those left behind by false immortals. However, Lin Feng did not lack speed divine abilities. His world of 8 corners was very fast. It was definitely not much weaker than the lightning transformation. Lin Feng continued to explore other divine ability planets. Lin Feng landed on a lightning planet. Thor's Hammer, a divine ability left behind by the first thunder god. Condense Thor's Hammer. Thor's Hammer can destroy everything in its path. Grade, Sage Immortal. What a high-grade divine ability. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Like false immortals, true immortals were also divided into several grades. The first grade was the Virtual Immortal Realm. The second grade was the Dao Immortal Realm. The third grade was the Golden Immortal Realm. The fourth grade was the Sage Immortal Realm. Sage, Metal, Dao, and Origin Immortals were the 4 grades of true immortals. And now, a divine ability at the Sage Immortal level was already at the Extreme Immortal Realm. Moreover, this was a divine ability left behind by the first Thunder God. The first Thunder God was a titled god. Lightning Dao divine abilities were the most powerful offensive divine abilities. Lin Feng guessed that this divine ability should be on the same level as Nua's demon-worshipping god painting, the mysterious demon ancestor's demon fist, and the true dragon emperor's 9 styles. As for the 4th demon master's inheritance, a thought flower blooming, sovereign descent. Or the previous era's inheritance, unique above the 9 heavens and 10 earths, should be more powerful. Of course, that was just Lin Feng's guess. He wasn't sure whether it was true or not. The reason why Lin Feng thought the monarch's descent skill was even more powerful was because the demon master had been one of the strongest titled gods during the era of titled gods. In the era of titled gods, there were many experts and many titled gods. For example, the 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and man, wind god, fire god, rain god, demon master, thunder god, and many others. The devil master was definitely one of the most powerful titled gods. Far more powerful than other titled gods. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that demon master's divine ability was more powerful than other titled gods' divine abilities. Of course, the first thunder god's inheritance was heaven-defying. After all, demon master's divine ability was almost lost. It was very difficult to find demon master's divine ability. If I incorporate the Great Thunderclap technique, will the lightning attribute divine ability's power increase? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng now understood the 3,000 great Taos. Therefore, even if it was a divine ability created by others, Lin Feng had the ability to modify it and make it even more powerful. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the first thunder god's divine ability. This divine ability, Lin Feng was very interested. In particular, the lightning Tao divine ability's attack power was very strong. In the future, if he modified it, its power might reach the level of a thought flower blooming, sovereign descent. Lin Feng memorized the cultivation method of this divine ability. Then, he began to look for the next divine ability. While Lin Feng was studying other skills, Lin Feng was still studying them. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 rays of light flashed in the hall. Then, the 2 cultivators entered the palace. These 2 cultivators were Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian. These 2 weren't simple people. Huang Yangdao naturally didn't need to be mentioned. He had awakened the terrifying Eye of Destruction. Gongzi Xian was a top genius of the Sky Fiend clan. His talent wasn't inferior to Gongzi Nai's, but Lin Feng didn't know much about him. These 2 had extremely high comprehension abilities. After passing 2 stages in a row, they entered the hall where the female cultivator was. The female cultivator asked them to choose the hall where they cultivated, and they chose the hall with the most divine abilities of the human race. They didn't make this choice without reason. Many races looked down on Lin Feng, but there were also some who valued the human race. For example, Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian were such. They knew some of the history of the human race, and also some of the powerful beings in the history of the human race. The divine abilities of those powerful beings could definitely be described as shocking. Therefore, they chose to enter this hall. Both of them were spying on the top orthodoxies of the human race. However, when they arrived, they saw that there was already someone sitting cross-legged and in a state of enlightenment. Lin Feng. Huang Yangdao narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng was the greatest threat to the Sacred War Alliance. Huang Yangdao naturally wanted to kill Lin Feng. Previously, so many of them had besieged Lin Feng. Lin Feng's 2 groups of insects surrounded them. In the end, 24 of the 30-strong cultivators had died. One of them was severely injured and managed to escape. The remaining 5 were lucky enough to survive because 25 of them had already been eliminated. The female cultivator who was in charge of the great competition stopped Lin Feng from attacking them. Therefore, even though Huang Yangdao wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces, he didn't dare to act rashly at this moment. The 2 insect swarms on Lin Feng's body were enough to scare Huang Yangdao half to death. At this time, Gongzi Xian sinisterly said, "This guy is in a state of enlightenment. It's a good chance for us to attack. Don't act rashly. It's fine if we can kill him in one fell swoop, but what if we can't? The 2 of us will be the ones to die. You should remember the situation during the arena competition very well," Huang Yangdao said in a deep voice. "Hehe, don't worry, I have the insect repellent immortal wood here. No matter how powerful those insects are, they won't dare to come out after smelling the wood, unless they don't want to live anymore," Gongzi Xian sinisterly said. "There's such a treasure." Huang Yandao's eyes lit up. Of course. Chapter 4066. They only had one goal, and that was to kill Lin Feng. Now, they had reached an agreement. "Let's work together and approach him carefully. We might be able to kill him instantly," Huang Yangdao said. "All right." Gongzi Xian nodded. Swoosh, swoosh. With a flash of light, Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian each took out a powerful treasure. Huang Yandao's treasure was a blood-red battle spear. The spear was extremely terrifying, and it emitted a power that could distort time and space. Gongzi Xian's treasure was a black demonic saber. The black demonic saber emitted a terrifying demonic aura from time to time, and its aura was extremely terrifying. After the 2 of them took out their treasures, they silently moved toward Lin Feng. They carefully approached Lin Feng. When they were 3 meters away from Lin Feng, the 2 of them looked at each other. Then, they leaped out. One of them stabbed at Lin Feng with his battle spear, while the other slashed at Lin Feng with his demonic saber. However, at that moment, a defensive light barrier appeared on Lin Feng's body. Clang, clang. 2 consecutive clanging sounds were heard. Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Shen's attacks were blocked by the defensive light barrier. This was a defensive light barrier that Lin Feng had set up in advance. Before he went into seclusion, he would set up some defensive restrictions around him for safety reasons. Now, it was indeed effective. Lin Feng was awakened. He opened his eyes and saw Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Shen. "It's you. How dare you ambush me? You're courting death." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Lin Feng had wanted to kill Huang Yangdao for a long time, but he had not succeeded. As for Gongzi Shen, Lin Feng was not familiar with him. He only knew that he was from the Heavenly Devil clan. Lin Feng waved his hand. He planned to summon 2 insect swarms to deal with the 2 of them. This would save Lin Feng a lot of trouble. Immortal sacrificial wood. Huang Yangdao seemed to have guessed Lin Feng's thoughts and hurriedly shouted. As soon as Huang Yangdao finished speaking, Gongzi Shen took out a small section of blue immortal wood. He did not know where that piece of immortal wood came from, but the aura it gave off was extremely strange. Lin Feng realized that the 2 insect swarms were sending him some messages. They were restrained by the immortal wood. If he went out, he would definitely die. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't joke around with the lives of the 2 insect swarms. Lin Feng had expended a lot of energy and materials to nurture these 2 groups of insects. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng, you can't summon your bug swarm anymore, right? Gongzi Shen's face suddenly revealed a proud expression. Huang Yangdao sneered and said, "Lin Feng, your time of death has arrived. You didn't expect to fall into our hands, did you?" Lin Feng sneered. "Idiot. The people here can be resurrected after they leave this place." Huang Yangdao said gloomily, "Of course I know that. However, we've asked the female cultivator before. If you're killed here, you can be resurrected outside, but all your treasures will fall off. We're killing you now for your treasures. If you lose those treasures, your combat strength will plummet immediately. We can kill you once here, but we can kill you a second time when we get out of here. At that time, you'll die without a burial place." "Oh, is there such a thing? You'll lose your treasures after you kill someone? Both of you have extraordinary backgrounds, so you must have a lot of treasures on you. It's a good opportunity to kill you, and all your treasures will belong to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng leaped up and took out 12 powerful treasures. Under Lin Feng's control, the treasures shot toward Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Shen. Chimph, Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Shen couldn't help but snort. Huang Yangdao swung his battle spear at the treasures that were attacking him. On the other hand, Gongzi Shen swung his demonic saber at the treasures that were attacking him. Clang, 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 clang. Their weapons collided with Lin Feng's treasures, sending Lin Feng's treasures flying. The 2 of them had extremely powerful cultivation. Lin Feng had so many treasures, but they were still sent flying by the 2 of them. However, Lin Feng's treasures continued to attack the 2 of them. This guy can multitask. He controls many treasures to attack both of us. If this drags on, it'll be disadvantageous to both of us. Use your ultimate move to deal with him, Huang Yangdao said in a deep voice. He had interacted with Lin Feng many times, so he knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. He had to end the battle quickly to deal with Lin Feng. They couldn't drag it on. The more they dragged it on, it would be disadvantageous to them. Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Shen joined forces. They had the advantage in numbers, so it was indeed suitable for them to attack. Only by attacking would they be able to take the initiative. If they let Lin Feng take the initiative, and if Lin Feng killed or seriously injured one of them, the other person wouldn't have a good ending. Therefore, Huang Yangdao suggested using their ultimate move to deal with Lin Feng. "No problem. Let's use our strongest moves. We must kill Lin Feng in one blow." Gongzi Shen agreed. The 2 of them waved their treasures. Clang, clang, clang. Next, their weapons once again bombarded Lin Feng's treasures and sent them flying. Immediately after, the 2 of them took advantage of the fact that Lin Feng's treasures had been blown away and used their most powerful attacks. The third eye between Huang Yandao's eyebrows was usually closed. That was because it was the eye of destruction. Once it was opened, it would cause a terrifying destructive force that could destroy heaven and earth. Huang Yandao's third eye would only open during a battle. Now, Huang Yangdao was trying to open his third eye. Huang Yandao's third eye trembled violently. It seemed like it wasn't easy for him to open his third eye. It was understandable. After all, Huang Yandao's third eye was too powerful. Activating his third eye was naturally not an easy task. However, Huang Yangdao still opened his third eye in the end. A terrifying light beam instantly pierced through the void, locked onto Lin Feng, and blasted towards Lin Feng. At this moment, Gongzi Xian also used his ultimate move. A large amount of demonic qi gushed out from his dantian. The demonic qi cracked and rolled. A terrifying aura that caused heaven and earth to change color was emitted from the rolling demonic qi. Soon, a figure appeared from the demonic qi. That existence was mysterious, ancient, and terrifying. Chapter 4067. Light of Destruction, Dark Demon. This was Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian's ultimate skill. Huang Yandao's ultimate skill was an innate ability. It was powerful, and there was no need to elaborate on it. Gongzi Xian's ultimate skill was an ability given to him by his bloodline. It was also an innate ability passed down from his race. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent in the face of the two's attacks. The blade of God flew out from his dantian. In the air, the blade of God split into two and slashed at the light of destruction and the dark demon. The blade of God was an ability that Lin Feng obtained when his sovereign bloodline was deeply awakened. It was an extremely terrifying ability. Once the blade of God's power was unleashed, it would unleash a heaven-defying combat strength. How could the bloodline of the sovereign bloodline be weak? Clang! Clang! The blade of God collided with Huang Yandao's light of destruction and Gongzi Xian's dark demon. The collision between the two sides was so intense that it tore the void apart. Lin Feng's blade of God and Huang Yandao's light of destruction were destroyed. Gongzi Xian's dark demon also vanished. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lin Feng looked at Gongzi Xian and the dark demon with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng's body released a destructive qi which could destroy the earth and sky. Next, Lin Feng used the Great Karma Art and Great Reincarnation Art. Lin Feng summoned the Gate of Karma and Plate of Reincarnation. The Gate of Karma descended from the sky and suppressed the two. The Plate of Reincarnation spun violently. Every time it spun, it would produce an unimaginably terrifying power. The terrifying power bombarded Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive dull sounds of collision were heard. Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian were sent flying. Barf! Barf! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the Karma Gate came crashing down, suppressing the two of them in the void. How can you be so powerful? Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian's expressions were extremely ugly. Only now did they realize that they had seriously underestimated Lin Feng's combat strength. Even if Lin Feng didn't use any of his magic treasures and relied solely on the power of his divine ability, he still wouldn't be able to break through the barrier. He was actually able to suppress the two of them even though he was unwilling to believe all of this. However, this was the truth. Ant-like thing, die. Lin Feng did not answer the two of them. He continued to control the Gate of Karma and the Wheel of Samsara to attack the two of them. The Gate of Karma was summoned by the third-ranked 3000 Great Tao Karma Art. The Plate of Reincarnation was summoned by the Great Reincarnation Art of the 3000 Great Tao, which was ranked 4th. These two 3000 Grand Taos were profound and unfathomable, and their might was unimaginably terrifying. Even numerous immortal arts were probably unable to go against these 3000 Grand Taos that were ranked so high. As for Lin Feng, he used these two divine abilities together, allowing them to connect and complement each other. Whether it was the Gate of Karma or the Plate of Samsara, their power would be greatly increased. It could be said that this combination divine ability was one of Lin Feng's most powerful techniques at the moment. With Lin Feng's tyrannical combat strength, he was able to use such a powerful trump card. Gongzi Xian and Huang Yangdao were not surprised that he managed to injure Huang Yangdao. Although the two of them were powerful, there was still a certain gap between them and Lin Feng. After Huang Yangdao and Gong Zishen felt the surging power, their faces turned extremely ugly. The two of them knew that they were now at a disadvantage, and it was too difficult to turn the situation around. Lin Feng's combat strength was extremely terrifying. They had to quickly destroy Lin Feng's divine ability. Otherwise, the situation would be extremely dangerous. At this moment, the two of them knew that they had to go all out. Huang Yangdao used the Thousand Demon God Transformation divine ability. This divine ability was extremely domineering. It could refine others and greatly increase one's combat strength in a short period of time. However, the key point was that there were only 3 people in this place: Lin Feng, Huang Yangdao, and Gong Zishen. Huang Yangdao naturally had no target to refine. He could only burn his own blood essence to support this divine ability. A large amount of blood essence burned, which made Huang Yandao's heart ache. Huang Yangdao hated Lin Feng to the core. Although the Myriad Tribe Sacred Palace could guarantee the resurrection of cultivators. However, the injuries received here would not be healed. If he was really killed and resurrected, he would probably be severely injured. Therefore, Huang Yangdao was burning his blood essence. His blood essence was really being consumed. Even if he was killed and resurrected by Lin Feng, his blood essence would still be greatly reduced. Gong Zishen also used a desperate divine ability. This divine ability was called the Insane Demon Vitality Increase Technique. This divine ability was also a divine ability that could greatly increase one's combat strength. However, all divine abilities that could greatly increase one's combat strength had various flaws. For example, Huang Yandao's Thousand Demon God Transformation divine ability could not refine others, so he could only refine his own blood essence. On the other hand, Gong Zishen's divine ability would consume a large amount of the user's lifespan, increasing vitality and reducing lifespan. This was the characteristic of this divine ability. Increasing vitality meant greatly increasing one's combat strength, and reducing lifespan meant that in order to greatly increase one's combat strength, one had to greatly reduce one's lifespan. Therefore, it didn't matter if it was Huang Yangdao. It was still Gong Zishen. They were now gnashing their teeth in hatred for Lin Feng. In their opinion, if it wasn't for Lin Feng, they wouldn't have ended up like this. After the two's combat strength had greatly increased, they immediately displayed a powerful attack. Huang Yangdao attacked with all his strength and used the Infinite Ocean divine ability to destroy Lin Feng's reincarnation plate. Gong Zishen, on the other hand, used the Heaven Extinguishing Demon to destroy the Gate of Karma. Then, the two of them wanted to escape from the palace. Their confidence had been destroyed by Lin Feng, so they didn't dare to stay at all. However, they wanted to escape, but it was already too late. When they used all their means to increase their combat strength to deal with Lin Feng's Karma Gate and Reincarnation Plate, Lin Feng had already begun to use the Great Fate technique. Lin Feng directly summoned the River of Fate. A loud rumbling sound was heard as the River of Fate swept towards the two of them. Not good, quickly dodge. Huang Yandao's expression changed after sensing the terrifying aura of the River of Fate. He shouted in a deep voice. He quickly dodged the suppression of the River of Fate. Gong Zishen didn't dare to hesitate and also quickly dodged the suppression of the River of Fate. However, the two of them couldn't avoid the suppression of the River of Fate. The River of Fate fell from the sky and directly enveloped Huang Yangdao and Gong Zishen. The powerful power of fate surged. The two of them resisted the attack of the power of fate with difficulty. At this time, Lin Feng turned into a sword chi and streaked across the void. Chapter 4068. After the two were killed, their bodies began to turn illusory. Not long after, their storage rings fell to the ground. As for their bodies, they disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng picked up their storage rings. One of them was a Super Sky Pride of the Golden Saint Lion race, while the other was a Super Sky Pride of the Sky Devil race. They must have many good things on them. Lin Feng's divine telekinesis first entered Huang Yandao's storage ring. Other than Huang Yandao's blood-colored spear, there were many other good things in his storage ring. For example, a Peak Emperor level shield. This was a powerful defensive treasure. Another example was a peak emperor-level giant bow. This giant bow was definitely a top-tier treasure. The value of these treasures was extraordinary. It was enough to make one's heart race. Other than that, Huang Yandao's storage ring had mountains of immortal stones. There were also all kinds of heavenly treasures, divine stones, immortal iron, and so on. It could be said that the treasures on Huang Yandao's body were too shocking. Next, Lin Feng checked the treasures on Gongzi Xian. Gongzi Xian had many treasures too. That demonic saber was very powerful. Its grade should be similar to Huang Yandao's blood-colored spear. Lin Feng guessed that it should be an immortal weapon at the itinerant immortal level. Other than that, Gongzi Xian had also cultivated many insect eggs. Perhaps it was because of the eggs, Gongzi Xian had collected a lot of insect materials. Lin Feng even found many insect materials used to cultivate the primordial ancestral insect and the emperor archaic. This made Lin Feng very happy. Those insect eggs were very valuable. The key was that they were very difficult to find. Gongzi Xian also had an itinerant immortal level soft armor. However, that soft armor seemed to be for women. Men could not wear it at all. Other than that, Gongzi Xian also had a lot of immortal stones, heavenly treasures, immortal iron, divine stones, and so on. These two fellows had extraordinary backgrounds. Therefore, they had a lot of good things on them. Lin Feng only glanced at the treasures in their storage rings. He did not carefully check what was in their storage rings. Then, he put away their storage rings. Lin Feng continued to comprehend the divine abilities in the palace. Currently, Lin Feng had only learned the cultivation method of the Thor's hammer. He still had 7 divine abilities that he had yet to learn. Lin Feng continued to enter the state of epiphany. At the same time, Lin Feng entered the state of epiphany. Outside the myriad tribes temple. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 rays of light flashed. Next, the 2 cultivators fell to the ground from the void. Wow, wow. The 2 cultivators coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Outside the myriad tribes temple, many people came to pay their respects to the myriad tribes temple every day. Therefore, the sudden appearance of the 2 people who suddenly fell from the sky and vomited blood attracted the attention of many people. Everyone looked at the 2 of them. Oh my God! Wasn't that Huang Yangdao of the Golden Saint Lion race and Gongzi Xian of the Sky Devil race? Why did these 2 suddenly appear here? And why are they both coughing up blood? Someone recognized Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian and asked in confusion. They should be cultivating in the myriad tribes temple right now. Now that they've come out, both of them are seriously injured. There's only one reason for this. And that is, the 2 of them were killed in the myriad tribes temple. That's why they were teleported out by the rules of the myriad tribes temple and resurrected outside. A cultivator who was more familiar with the rules of the myriad tribes temple explained. Killed in the myriad tribes holy palace? Resurrected outside? What does that mean? Someone asked in confusion. It said that due to some special rules of the myriad tribes temple, the cultivators who die in the myriad tribes temple will be resurrected outside. After listening to the cultivator's explanation, everyone finally understood what the cultivator meant by his words. The 2 of them are very powerful. They appeared outside together, so they should have been killed at the same time, right? Who could be so powerful to kill the 2 of them? Someone asked in confusion. Could it be Lin Feng and the others? Then someone mentioned a name. When they heard the name Lin Feng, many people couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. That was because this name was as terrifying as a demon in the hearts of countless cultivators. The news of Lin Feng summoning 2 swarms of insects to deal with 30 experts had spread like wildfire. That battle had resulted in a situation where 1 escaped and 24 died. Many people still had lingering fears when they talked about that chaotic battle. The black swarm of insects, it was simply too despairing. Lin Feng, you little bastard. We'll fight you to the death. Huang Yangdao said. Gongzi Xian and Gongzi Xian roared in anger. Their eyes had turned blood red. The 2 of them hated Lin Feng to the core, especially now that Lin Feng had taken away all their savings over the years. They wanted nothing more than to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. After hearing the two's roars, everyone knew that Lin Feng was the one who killed the two of them in the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace. However, no one knew the exact details. Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian were too ashamed to stay here any longer. After venting their anger, the two of them quickly left. Lin Feng was unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he was comprehending the great Tao in the palace. As time passed, Lin Feng picked out some of the abilities that he cultivated. The abilities that Lin Feng chose were all high-grade abilities. Saint Immortal grade ability, Clairaudient. Once cultivated successfully, I'll be able to hear any movement within 100 miles. Saint Immortal grade ability, Indestructible Vajra divine technique. Once cultivated successfully, divine weapons can't harm my body. My body's strength is comparable to the best treasures. Saint Immortal grade ability, Teleportation. Once cultivated successfully, I'll be able to teleport with just my will. Lin Feng had found 3 abilities that he was satisfied with. Clairaudient was very important to Lin Feng. It could help Lin Feng detect danger or enemies in his surroundings. Besides, if Lin Feng succeeded in learning the Indestructible Vajra skill, then his physical body's defensive capabilities would increase tremendously. When that happened, Lin Feng's body would become indestructible with the support of the Indestructible Vajra body. Teleportation was even more useful to Lin Feng. During the battle. Chapter 4069. By now, Lin Feng had found 4 divine abilities. There were only 4 left. Lin Feng continued looking around in the vast world. He wanted to find a skill that he liked. He was immersed in a state of epiphany as his consciousness flew across the stars. The divine abilities recorded in the stars quickly flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Time passed quickly. Lin Feng had comprehended many divine abilities. Among the many divine abilities, he picked out 2 that he liked. Netherworld's Descent, Sage Immortal divine ability, once cultivated, can summon a netherworld to fight against enemies. Chaos Seed Green Lotus, Sage Immortal divine ability, once cultivated, can summon a chaos world. Golden lotuses will be born from the chaos world. Possesses extremely powerful attack power. These 2 divine abilities were both offensive divine abilities. Once unleashed, they could display extremely terrifying offensive attributes. Lin Feng just so happened to be in need of such powerful divine abilities. Lin Feng continued to search for the last 2 divine abilities. He flew past one star after another before finally landing on one. On that star, Lin Feng saw boundless sacred light surging. Within the sacred light, 9 ancient existences appeared. There were men and women among the 9 existences, but each of them was terrifying to an unimaginable degree. They were like ancient existences that had existed since the beginning of time. They were like creators. Eternal and immortal. Human emperors. Lin Feng looked at the 9 people in the sacred light in shock. He felt that they were ancient human emperors. Human emperors. Ancient sacred emperors revered by the human race. The 9 human emperors had made outstanding contributions to the development of the human race. It could be said without reservation that if the 9 human emperors hadn't done so much for the human race wouldn't have been wiped out. Wouldn't the human race have perished long ago? Is this the legacy of the 9 human emperors? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He sat cross-legged on the star, trying to comprehend the divine abilities here. However, after many attempts, Lin Feng didn't gain anything. The Tao of the 9 human emperors. It wasn't that easy to comprehend, but Lin Feng didn't give up. He was still comprehending the Tao of the 9th human emperor. 9 generations of Renhuangs came out together. If they could comprehend the Great Path here, they would definitely be able to obtain some incredible inheritance of the Great Path. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the Great Path passed down by 9 generations of Renhuangs would be. As time passed, Lin Feng gradually sensed something special. He felt that he seemed to be connected with the aura of the 9 emperors. Lin Feng found that he seemed to be one of them. 9 emperors descend to the heavens. At this moment, 9 deep voices resounded in Lin Feng's mind. These were the voices of the 9 emperors. Then, a lot of information appeared in Lin Feng's mind. This information included an introduction to this mystic ability, as well as the cultivation chant of this mystic ability. This mystic ability was called the 9 Emperors Descending to the Heavens. The level of this mystic ability was very vague, but according to the label, it was a mystic ability that surpassed the Sage Immortal realm. This greatly shocked Lin Feng. He couldn't determine what level of mystic ability it was for the time being. However, Lin Feng felt that it should be on the same level as a thought to blossom and sovereign's descent. Lin Feng wasn't sure if there were realms above the immortal realm, but it was said that the classification of mystic abilities could surpass the classification of a cultivator's realm. For example, if the highest realm of a cultivator was the Sage Immortal realm, then theoretically speaking, the highest level of a mystic ability would surpass the highest realm of a cultivator. In other words, it could surpass the Sage Immortal realm. The 9 Emperors Descending to the Heavens excited Lin Feng. Once he successfully cultivated such a heaven-defying mystic ability, it would definitely be of great help to him. This was the 7th mystic ability that Lin Feng had obtained. There was still one more that he hadn't obtained. Lin Feng continued his search. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a simple and unadorned star amidst the boundless starry sky. He landed on this star and began to comprehend Tao on it. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Feng sensed that he'd sunk into a mysterious world. There were 6 enormous black holes that distorted time and space in this world. They seemed to be able to send one into the cycle of reincarnation. Each black hole represented a Tao. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This mystic ability was somewhat familiar to Lin Feng. He thought of one of the supreme techniques of the human race, the 6 paths of reincarnation. There were still a few cultivators who'd cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation. Only those who'd inherited the human bloodline could cultivate this mystic ability. This was definitely one of the strongest mystic abilities in the history of the human race. It was said that countless sages of the human race had painstakingly created this supreme mystic ability after experiencing many great eras. However, there were also rumors that a certain peerless figure had spent his entire life creating this mystic ability. There were even rumors that this peerless figure was the ancestor of the sovereign race. There were many rumors, but no matter which one was true, there was one thing that couldn't be ignored. That was, this divine ability was simply too terrifying, and its allure to human cultivators was unimaginable. Am I really going to comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation? Lin Feng couldn't help but grow excited. Senior Savage, Senior Dugu Ya, and the others had all cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Feng had seen them use the 6 paths of reincarnation before. Now that he thought of its power, he couldn't help but feel awe. Lin Feng had always coveted the 6 paths of reincarnation, but he'd never had the chance to obtain it. Now, was he finally going to obtain the cultivation method for the 6 paths of reincarnation? Lin Feng continued to meditate. He worked hard to comprehend the cultivation method for this mystic ability. However, the more powerful a mystic ability was, the more difficult it was to comprehend. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was 3 months, perhaps half a year, perhaps a year, or perhaps 3 years. Lin Feng continued to meditate on the mystic ability. During this time, other cultivators even entered the palace where Lin Feng cultivated. However, Lin Feng knew nothing of what was happening in the outside world. He continued to meditate on the mystic ability. The mystic ability was simply too attractive to Lin Feng. Finally, one day, Lin Feng imprinted the first rune in his mind. A journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step. Lin Feng was extremely excited that he'd finally obtained the cultivation method for this mystic ability. As time passed, more and more runes were imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Roughly a month later, Lin Feng completed the complete set of runes in his mind. Chapter 4070. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Creator, unknown. Grade, unknown. Legend has it that this fist is a divine fist derived from the human race's supreme ability, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. A single punch can destroy the world. Lin Feng looked at the ability's description and found that it wasn't the supreme 6 Paths of Reincarnation. However, it was related to the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. This made Lin Feng extremely surprised. It seemed that this 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist was of an extremely high grade. Although it wasn't at the level of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, its power was still unimaginably terrifying. I'll get the 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist first. In the future, I'll definitely be able to obtain the cultivation method of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. His divine will retreated from the state of enlightenment. Lin Feng had now gathered 8 types of abilities. There was no need to comprehend them anymore. That would be a pure waste of time. Lin Feng woke up and found a cultivator comprehending the Tao not far away. Lin Feng didn't disturb her. He took out the token and with a thought, left the Tao Comprehension Palace and arrived at the main hall outside. The female cultivator looked at Lin Feng and said, "Looks like you've gathered all the abilities you want to cultivate." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes. Can you prepare a place for me to cultivate in seclusion?" "Of course." The female cultivator nodded and waved her right hand. Lin Feng disappeared. The next moment, Lin Feng reappeared in a secret room. If he cultivated in seclusion here, no one would disturb him. Now, Lin Feng wanted to learn the 9 new skills before leaving the 10,000 clans holy shrine. Among the 9 abilities, Thor's hammer, clairaudient, teleportation, indestructible Vajra, Netherworld's descent, the Chaos Seed Green Lotus abilities were all at the Sage Immortal level. The 9 Emperor's descent was above the Sage Immortal level. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist was related to the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Its level was unknown, but Lin Feng felt that it was at least at the level of the 9 Emperors descending to the heavens, or even stronger. If he could successfully cultivate these 9 divine abilities, Lin Feng felt that his battle prowess would take another big step forward. Lin Feng entered the time and space to cultivate. Cultivating in the time and space could save a lot of time. Lin Feng began to comprehend the 9 divine abilities. Time passed quickly. One divine ability after another was successfully cultivated by Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng successfully cultivated all 9 mystiques. Lin Feng immediately felt that his accumulation had greatly increased. His foundation had been greatly improved. His battle prowess had also increased substantially. Although he hadn't made a breakthrough in his realm, the increase in his battle prowess made Lin Feng very happy. Shua. With a flash of light, Lin Feng left the secret room and returned to the hall outside. Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator and handed the token to her, saying, "I've finished cultivating. I plan to leave the myriad tribes' sacred palace." "You've cultivated very quickly. So many divine abilities. I'm afraid you've only seen a small portion of them, and you've only seen a small portion of each hall. Don't you think it's a pity that you haven't seen the other halls?" The female cultivator looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I don't think it's a pity at all. The palace I'm in might have even more powerful divine abilities, and the other palaces might have even more powerful divine abilities, but so what? The strongest divine ability isn't necessarily the most suitable for me. I believe that the divine abilities I've chosen are the most suitable for me." The female cultivator was very shocked after hearing Lin Feng's words. She nodded and said, "You've been able to recognize yourself and not blindly pursue those powerful divine abilities. Just based on this point alone, your state of mind has surpassed many people. Thank you for the praise." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "We'll meet again if fate wills it," the female cultivator said and then sent Lin Feng out. Outside the myriad tribes' sacred palace. With a flash of divine light, Lin Feng descended from the sky. "Look, someone's coming out of the myriad tribes' sacred palace. Who's that? Don't tell me he was also killed and revived outside the myriad tribes' sacred palace?" Many cultivators couldn't help but discuss. "Heavens, isn't that Lin Feng?" Very quickly, some people recognized Lin Feng and gasped in surprise. "What? His Lin Feng?" Many cultivators exclaimed. Who didn't know Lin Feng's name? Who didn't know him? Now that Lin Feng had appeared, everyone was shocked. Of course, the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance were filled with hostility and killing intent towards Lin Feng. However, The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance didn't dare to offend him. They didn't dare to provoke Lin Feng too much. How many years have passed since the cultivators entered the myriad tribe's sacred palace? Lin Feng looked at a cultivator beside him. The cultivator didn't dare to delay and hurriedly said, "It's been 5 years. 5 years." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. 5 years wasn't particularly long. Lin Feng was about to leave when dozens of cultivators flew over from afar. Among them, Lin Feng saw Huang Yangdao and Gong Zishen. Apart from Huang Yangdao and Gong Zishen, there were 2 other experts. The expert from the Golden Sacred Lions was a middle-aged cultivator with a deep and terrifying aura. The cultivator on Gong Zishen's side was a skinny old man surrounded by endless evil aura. Those 2 people's cultivation levels were unfathomable. That group of people quickly flew over and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng killed Huang Yangdao in the myriad tribe's sacred palace, Gong Zishen. Although Huang Yangdao and Gong Zishen were revived outside, their treasures and other things ended up in Lin Feng's hands. Most importantly, they lost the chance to cultivate in the myriad tribe's sacred palace. The Sacred War Alliance couldn't wait to get rid of Lin Feng. Because of this, their old worries and new hatred were added together. For the past few years, the 2 factions have been sending people to monitor this place, waiting for Lin Feng to appear. Now that Lin Feng has appeared, the experts from the 2 factions immediately rushed over. "I'm afraid Lin Feng is finished," a cultivator said. Then, someone else said, "Lin Feng's cultivation is powerful. It's unfathomable." "I think so. He should have a way to escape." "Not necessarily. Needless to say, Huang Yangdao and Gong Zishen's strength is extremely powerful. However, the key point is not them. The 2 experts that they brought with them are terrifying. They are both experts who came out of the divine stones. The expert that Huang Yangdao brought with him is called Huang Yangchang. The expert Gong Zishen brought with him is called Maleficent. It's said that the 2 of them were itinerant immortals at their peak. Although their cultivation has dropped, they still have the combat strength of a peak emperor. With the help of Huang Yangdao, Gong Zishen, and so many other experts, Lin Feng is dead for sure. Chapter 4071. Lin Feng. You little bastard that deserves 1,000 cut. You didn't expect to fall into our hands today, did you? A resentful roar came from afar. The person who spoke was Huang Yangdao. Huang Yangdao hated Lin Feng to the core. Now that he and Gong Zishen had brought the experts of their clan here, he finally saw hope for revenge. Therefore, Huang Yangdao was naturally very excited. Lin Feng didn't run away when he saw the group. Instead, he stood there calmly, waiting for them to arrive. Many people couldn't help but mutter, "Why didn't Lin Feng run away? He should have run away quickly. If he didn't, wouldn't he die?" Even if he couldn't escape, he had to give it a try. Could it be that he knew he couldn't escape, so he gave up? Soon, this group of people flew over. They completely surrounded Lin Feng. Gong Zishen said resentfully, "Lin Feng, have you thought about how you're going to die? We won't let you die so easily. We'll definitely torture you before taking your life." Lin Feng glanced at the 2 indifferently. Then, he said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the 2 of you who lost to me. You still don't know how to repent after dying once. You actually dare to cause trouble for me. You're quite bold. Looks like you 2 trash want to die again." Many people's mouths twitched violently when they heard Lin Feng address Huang Yangdao and Gong Zishen. Huang Yangdao and Gong Zishen were absolute geniuses, yet Lin Feng actually called them trash. He was too arrogant. Moreover, there were 2 cultivators of the top of the great DI layer there. They were both Huang Yangdao and Gong Zishuan's elders. Lin Feng didn't even pay attention to them. He continued calling Huang Yangdao and Gong Zishuan pieces of trash. Wasn't he completely looking down on the other party? Everyone had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. Many people felt that Lin Feng was simply trying to kill them. Brat. Death was at hand, yet he still dared to be so arrogant and despotic. "Don't tell me you've become stupid from all that cultivation." Huang Yangdao sneered and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, You're the one who's gone crazy from cultivating. Your whole family's brains have all gone stupid from cultivating. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Huang Yangdao was so angry that his whole body trembled. Lin Feng continued, I'm arrogant, I'm domineering, and I like it. What can you do about it? There's no need to say anything more to this kid. Suppress him and torture him later, Gongzi Xian said. Huang Yangdao also had the same plan. He knew that bickering with Lin Feng was just asking for a beating. In that case, then he would use his actions to deal with Lin Feng. Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian looked at Huang Yangchang and Maleficent respectively. They said in unison, Senior, please help us suppress this kid. Yes. The two of them nodded and stepped forward. They agreed to help Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian because Lin Feng had many treasures, supernatural powers, and endless wealth. Otherwise, with their strength, they wouldn't have participated in this matter. Kid, there are some people you can't afford to offend. However, if you offend these people, you're destined to end up in an extremely miserable state. Huang Yangchang sneered. It's over. Maleficent's voice was as cold as ice. The two of them began to condense their supernatural powers to deal with Lin Feng. Desolate sky palm, Huang Yanchang's voice was indifferent as he sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. The supernatural power he condensed was extremely terrifying. A desolate aura spread between heaven and earth. It was as if an ancient existence from the desolate era was about to be resurrected. Huang Yanchang's body emitted a deep and terrifying aura. With a strike of his palm, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Holy Devil Imperial Technique. At the same time, Maleficent's supernatural power was also condensed. Endless demonic chi surged out from his body. Maleficent stood in the middle of the demonic chi. He seemed to have transformed into an immortal demon god. He was so powerful and terrifying. His aura. It was enough to shake the world and destroy heaven and earth. The two of them attacked like two ancient gods and demons. After sensing the aura from the two of them, the surrounding cultivators' faces turned as pale as paper. Heavens! As expected of a peak sovereign emperor. Isn't this too terrifying? That's right. We just felt their auras, and we couldn't take it anymore. I can't imagine how powerful their attacks are. Lin Feng is dead for sure. No one in this world can save Lin Feng. Exclamations of shock could be heard. Everyone's face was filled with deep shock. In the eyes of the onlookers, Lin Feng couldn't escape even if he had wings. The two old ancestors are indeed powerful. That brat Lin Feng will definitely be suppressed by the two old ancestors. When the time comes, I'll cut him into pieces. Huang Yangdao looked at Lin Feng with a venomous gaze. Gongzi Xian said, I'll extract his soul and throw it into the myriad ghost cave. I'll let the ghosts gnaw on his soul day and night. He'll never be able to reincarnate. The two of them hated Lin Feng too much. Each of them was more venomous than the other. Facing the attacks of the two great experts, Lin Feng looked calm and indifferent. Since the two of you are here to die, I'll deal with the two of you first. Lin Feng's indifferent voice could be heard. Hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, everyone shook their heads speechlessly. They felt that Lin Feng was too good at bragging. What kind of situation was this? He was still bragging. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he began to prepare his supernatural power. Between heaven and earth, the human race shall be the emperor. All laws shall crumble, and the human emperor shall be immortal. Lin Feng's voice resounded between heaven and earth. After he finished speaking, Yi Zichen's voice faded away. Two ancient existences appeared in the void. The two existences wore crowns and royal robes. They were surrounded by holy light as they enlightened the people. They were the two human emperors. Lin Feng used the 9 emperors descending to the heavens' divine ability. Lin Feng had already cultivated this divine ability to a lesser extent. He could only summon 2 silhouettes of the human emperors. He could only summon 9 silhouettes of the human emperors when he cultivated it to the peak. However, even if he could only summon 2 silhouettes of the human emperors, Lin Feng felt that it was more than enough to deal with the two of them. This was a divine ability that surpassed the Saint Immortal grade celestial technique. Even Lin Feng did not know how powerful it was. Everyone saw the two silhouettes of the human emperors that Lin Feng summoned descending from the sky toward Huang Yangchang and Maleficent. Bang! Bang! The two silhouettes of the human emperors instantly broke through Huang Yangchang and Maleficent's divine abilities. Then, their palms landed on Huang Yangchang and Maleficent. Huang Yangchang and Maleficent flew backward as if they were struck by lightning. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Chapter 4072. Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Huang Yangchang and Maleficent were beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng with a single move. How is this possible? I must be dreaming, right? Hurry up and slap me. Let's see if I'm dreaming. The crowd went into an uproar. No one dared to believe what they were seeing. Huang Yangchang, Maleficent. That was an existence at the peak of the Emperor realm. What kind of terrifying expert was that? Experts like them had joined forces to deal with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had beaten them to the point of vomiting blood with a single move. It was unbelievable. No one could believe what they were seeing. But it was all real. They had no choice but to believe it. Ant-like thing dares to cause trouble for young master. Don't tell me you don't know how strong you are. After sending the two flying, Lin Feng walked towards them. His voice was still as cold as ever. His words were still as arrogant as ever. Many people had thought that Lin Feng was courting death by being so arrogant. But now, they all felt that Lin Feng's arrogance was only natural. Experts. They were high and mighty, looking down on the world from the corner of their eyes. Did Lin Feng have the right to look down on others? Lin Feng was like an immortal emperor. Surrounded by holy light, he charged towards Huang Yangchang and Maleficent at lightning speed. Many people were shocked. They were awed by Lin Feng's temperament. They even had the urge to worship Lin Feng. Strong. He's too strong. Lin Feng. He's already so strong at such a young age. How strong will he be in the future? He'll definitely be heaven-defying. Yeah. He's too terrifying. He's terrifyingly strong. I can't imagine how strong Lin Feng will become in the future. Huang Yangchang. I'm afraid Maleficent and the others are doomed. There was a lot of discussion. Now, everyone's attitude had undergone a 180-degree change. Huang Yangchang and Maleficent's faces were extremely ugly. Lin Feng was simply too powerful. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Now, he might even lose his life. The two of them did not dare to stay any longer. They turned around and quickly fled into the distance. You can't escape. Only death awaits you. Lin Feng's cold voice rang out. It sounded like the voice of the Grim Reaper. It resounded between heaven and earth. Blossom with a single thought. Sovereign's descent. Lin Feng struck out once more, unleashing an unparalleled ultimate skill. In the void, tens of thousands of flowers fell down, each of them containing an unimaginable amount of power. Flowers bloomed one after another in the void. When the flowers bloomed, a power that could destroy heaven and earth instantly erupted. Terrifying. 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 When the flowers bloomed, the power that surged out had the power to destroy the world. Anyone who felt the power released after the flowers bloomed would tremble in fear. It was so terrifying that it made one feel despair. Huang Yangchang and Maleficent were horrified. They hurriedly took out their defensive treasures to protect their bodies. Bang, bang, along with the sound of the violent collision, the defensive system formed by the two people's defensive treasures was instantly destroyed. At that moment, Lin Feng teleported and quickly arrived in front of the two. Fist of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, a deep voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Feng threw a punch at each of the two. Every punch contained the power to destroy the world. After sensing the power of Lin Feng's punch, Huang Yangchang and Maleficent's expressions turned extremely ugly. They didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly blocked Lin Feng's attack. Huang Yangchang used the Golden Saint Lion Fist. When he punched out, endless holy light lingered around his fist. Maleficent, on the other hand, used the Sky Demon Immortal Destroying Fist. When he punched out, endless demonic light lingered around his fist. In the next moment, one after another, they collided with Lin Feng's fist. Something unbelievable happened. Huang Yangchang and Maleficent were both sent flying. Catcher, 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 catcher. Their arms were broken, and their bones were exposed. The destructive power surged into their bodies, destroying their vitality. Thump, thump. Both of them fell to the ground. They were bleeding from all orifices. They didn't move, and their auras were completely gone. They were killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. What a powerful 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Lin Feng couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Originally, Lin Feng thought that after using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, he would at most seriously injure the two of them. Who would have thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation fist would directly kill the two of them with a single punch? That was an existence at the peak of the Emperor realm. Although, they were injured previously, and their battle strength was affected. However, to be honest, their battle strength was still very heaven-defying, but they were still killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. It was enough to see how unbelievably powerful Lin Feng's punch was. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It was indeed a divine ability closely related to the human race's supreme technique, the 6 paths of reincarnation. In contrast to Lin Feng's shock at the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, at this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. Cultivators one by one. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lin Feng had killed 2 cultivators of the top of the Great Emperor layer in one punch. This was simply like a dream. Everyone's heart seemed to be surging with monstrous waves. Lin Feng was too powerful, so powerful that they couldn't help but tremble in fear. At this moment, the myriad tribes of the Sacred War Alliance were almost scared out of their wits. Fortunately, they didn't come out to cause trouble for Lin Feng. Run, run, run. Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian screamed in horror. They just wanted to escape from this place. If they were given another chance, they would never cause trouble for Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was too terrifying, to the point that they were close to despair. Such an existence was simply unbeatable. The rest of the cultivators also fled in all directions. The cultivators who came with Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian were almost scared to death by Lin Feng. Even 2 peak martial emperors were killed by Lin Feng with a single punch, let alone them. You can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he flicked his finger. Buzz, dense sword chi shot out. It quickly chased after the cultivators who were running away. Puff, puff, puff. Ripping sounds could be heard one after another as the cultivators who were running away were killed by Lin Feng's sword chi. Lin Feng leaped up and directly used the divine ability, man descending from the heavens, to slay immortals with a single slash. Lin Feng turned into a dazzling sword chi. He quickly caught up with Huang Yangdao and Gongzi Xian. Puff, puff. A cold light flashed, and ripping sounds could be heard. Chapter 4073. In the blink of an eye, powerful enemies were turned into ashes. Everyone had heard of this saying before, but they didn't know what it was like. Today, they saw it for themselves. So many experts were killed by Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. This kind of shock was indescribable with words. After Lin Feng collected their origin energy and storage rings, he quickly left. After leaving Myriad Saint City, Lin Feng summoned the 3-headed viper. He sat cross-legged on the middle head of the 3-headed viper. The 3-headed viper let out a series of deep roars. That huge body flew quickly in the air. This time, Lin Feng didn't greet Daoist Wuliang and the cursed doll. Lin Feng guessed that they were still cultivating in the Myriad Tribe's temple, so he didn't disturb them. Lin Feng wasn't worried about these 2 guys. If anyone dared to plot against them, the one who would suffer in the end would definitely be the one who plotted against them. These 2 guys were never the type to suffer losses. Half a year later, Lin Feng returned to Bewilderment Fog Island. Bewilderment Fog Island was thriving. After returning, Lin Feng went into seclusion for a period of time, mainly to stabilize himself. At night, Lin Feng stared at the bright moon in the sky in a daze. Bibi, the little guy, woke up from his slumber and flew out of time and space. It squeaked and squeaked. Lin Feng rubbed the little guy's head. Now, Lin Feng planned to leave the Heavenly Sage Great World. In the Heavenly Sage Great World, It was very difficult for Lin Feng to continue increasing his cultivation. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that his current strength was more or less enough to deal with the many dangers in the Undying Realm. Moreover, there was still a long way to go to the Undying Realm. On the way, Lin Feng felt that his cultivation could still increase greatly. So, after reaching the Undying Realm, it was enough to do it with ease. So what if Di Wudao had discovered his tracks? Di Wudao was indeed very powerful. Yi Shiwen admitted this point. However, it wouldn't be that easy for Di Wudao to capture him. Once Yi Shiwen had a firm foothold in the Undying Realm, he would definitely get rid of Di Wudao. Di Wudao, that bastard, betrayed his father back then. If Di Wudao hadn't betrayed his father, his family wouldn't have been so miserable. There was also his uncle, whom he had never met before, who was killed while escorting him and his father back to the city. Lin Feng felt like his chest was going to explode when he thought about it. He was so angry that he felt like he was going to explode. His body was going to explode. But before leaving, Lin Feng wanted to destroy a few imperial clans first. Initially, Lin Feng wanted to think of a way to destroy the Holy War Alliance, but the Holy War Alliance had ancient weapons. Even the Moon God couldn't do anything to them, let alone Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very clear about this. So the plan to destroy the Sacred War Alliance had to be put on hold for now. But even if he couldn't destroy the Sacred War Alliance, Lin Feng still had to vent his anger before leaving the Great Sage World. So many people had died in the 9 states back then. How could he not take revenge? Lin Feng informed Emperor Zhouyan and the others that they would set off for the Golden Saint Lion's ancestral land in 5 days. The first one Lin Feng wanted to destroy was the Golden Saint Lion's tribe. The Golden Saint Lion's tribe was the royal family of the 10,000 races. Their foundation was naturally very strong. But Lin Feng's side was also very strong. Lin Feng originally had 12 Emperor-level experts under his command. He also had hundreds of Sage Emperor-level experts. So his strength was extremely strong. In the years that Lin Feng was gone, Emperor Zhouyan and the others persuaded some of their friends to come over. Their friends were willing to submit to Lin Feng. So after Lin Feng returned, the power of Bewilderment Fog Island increased greatly. Now, Bewilderment Fog Island had 20 Emperor-level experts and 735 Sage Emperor-level experts. Now that the apocalypse had arrived. So these experts began to band together. If they didn't band together, they were destined to meet a bad end. If it were any other time, Emperor Zhouyan and the others' friends might not necessarily submit to Lin Feng. But now, they chose to submit to Lin Feng. The main reason was because of the apocalypse. Their choice was extremely wise. Lin Feng left a portion of the Sage Emperor-level experts to guard Bewilderment Fog Island. He then led the others to the ancestral land of the Golden Saint Lion tribe. The ancestral land of the Golden Holy Lion clan was in the Golden Ancient Forest of the Draconic Prison Province. There was a kind of godly tree there, which was why it was called the Golden Holy Lion clan's ancestral land. Lin Feng and his subordinates arrived. At night, Lin Feng broke the deployment spell and led his subordinates into the ancestral land of the Golden Holy Lion clan. A great battle broke out. The cultivators led by Lin Feng were all elites. They were practically invincible. The Golden Saint Lion tribe still had 4 Emperor-level experts. The 4 Emperor-level experts led the experts of the Golden Saint Lion tribe to attack. "Who are you people?" The leading Emperor-level expert roared furiously. Someone actually dared to attack the ancestral land of the Golden Saint Lion tribe. This infuriated them greatly. "Human. Lin Feng. What? You're Lin Feng? Since you've come to court death, we'll fulfill your wish." The 4 Emperor-level experts' eyes were filled with killing intent. They hated Lin Feng to the core. Clearly, the 4 Emperor-level experts didn't have a good understanding of the strength of Lin Feng's subordinates. If they did, they wouldn't have charged forward so recklessly. Lin Feng waved his hand. 20 Emperor-level experts flew out and attacked the 4 Emperor-level experts. The 4 Emperor-level experts' expressions changed drastically when they sensed the auras of so many experts. With so many Emperor-level experts attacking at the same time, the 4 of them had no way of fighting back at all. "Lin Feng, Let's talk this out. The leading Emperor-level expert shouted out. He was so scared that his guts were about to explode. How could he dare to fight back? Leave none alive. Lin Feng ordered coldly. Yes. The 20 Emperor-level experts replied. When they joined forces, their fighting strength was heaven-defying. It didn't take long before the 4 Emperor-level experts of the Golden Saint Lion tribe were killed. This was a night of bloodshed. Other than a small number of people from the Golden Saint Lion tribe who managed to escape with their lives, the rest were all killed. This was war. War was cruel. War was bound to cause bloodshed. The news of the annihilation of the Golden Saint Lion tribe spread quickly, causing a huge uproar. One must know that the Golden Saint Lion tribe was a royal faction of the myriad races. To think that they would be annihilated in a single night. This was a huge shock to the hearts of the myriad races. Soon, another piece of news spread. The person who had annihilated the Golden Saint Lion tribe was none other than Lin Feng. Right now, Lin Feng had many experts under his command. Furthermore, Lin Feng himself was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the Golden Saint Lion tribe had no way of fighting back at all. Chapter 4074. Lin Feng. He was hated to the core by all the races of the Sacred War Alliance. Countless cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, no one could do it. Lin Feng was still living a carefree life. Moreover, he was getting stronger and stronger. Even peak sage emperors couldn't kill Lin Feng. In this world, perhaps only those immortals could kill Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng was fully fledged, many forces of the Sacred War Alliance couldn't sleep or eat in peace. After the Golden Saint Lion race was destroyed, many other races were destroyed. For example, the 9-headed insect race, a branch of the Sky Devil race, the Crimson Scorpion race, and more. More than a dozen ancient forces were destroyed. There was no lack of royal forces among them. For a moment, the forces of the Sacred War Alliance became extremely nervous, afraid that they would become Lin Feng's target. Invite the ancient weapon. The upper echelons of the Sacred War Alliance quickly came to an agreement. They planned to invite the ancient weapon to deal with Lin Feng. It was naturally not easy to invite the ancient weapon. Before they could do so, they had to perform a sacrifice. And this kind of sacrifice required the sacrifice of living people. This was an extremely tragic sacrifice. However, it was to kill Lin Feng. The various forces of the Sacred War Alliance. They couldn't care less anymore. In the end, the ancient weapon was invited. 3 ancient existences brought the ancient weapon to Lin Feng and the others. Brat, your time of death has come. Heavenly Blood Province, Heavenly Blood Plains. Both sides met. The 3 ancient existences of the Sacred War Alliance were filled with killing intent. They wanted to kill Lin Feng very much. Therefore, when they saw Lin Feng, they immediately activated the ancient weapon. Buzz. The ancient weapon flew out. It was an ancient weapon surrounded by blood energy. That ancient weapon was an evil blade that could kill all living things. The evil blade emitted a suffocating aura. However, Lin Feng was already prepared. He directly took out the demonic orb. The demonic orb was strange. It was extremely powerful, although Lin Feng was still unable to truly unleash the power of the demonic orb. However, the demonic orb was a high-level magic treasure. Once it encountered danger, it would counterattack. When the demonic orb counterattacked, it was enough to stall the opponent's ancient weapon. The evil blade slashed over, but it was held back by the demonic bead. Clang clang clang, the evil blade slashed at the demonic bead many times, but it was unable to destroy it. In the end, both sides stopped fighting. This was because if the battle continued, both sides would suffer great losses. After Lin Feng annihilated more than a dozen royal families and royal families of the myriad races. The fury in his heart had also subsided significantly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the myriad races of the Sacred War Alliance began negotiations in the Heavenly Blood region. During this negotiation, both parties signed the Heavenly Blood Agreement. The terms of the Heavenly Blood Agreement were as follows: 1. The Sacred War Alliance must compensate Lin Feng with 100 million immortal stones. 2. The Sacred War Alliance will compensate Lin Feng with 10,000 immortal herbs. 3. The Sacred War Alliance will compensate Lin Feng with 30,000 sets of various insect materials. These insect materials were used to cultivate the Emperor Archaic ancestral insect, Desolate Demon Refining Insect Queen, and Celestial Devouring Insect Queen. 4. The Sacred War Alliance will give Lin Feng the 8 regions closest to the Foggy Sea domain. To the Sacred War Alliance, this agreement was simply a humiliating agreement. Many forces were unable to accept it and were on the verge of collapse. Once they signed it, it would be a great humiliation. But in the end, they still signed this agreement. Because they had no choice but to sign it. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who are wearing shoes. Lin Feng was powerful and had many experts under him. Moreover, Lin Feng was not from the heavenly sage great world. It could be said that he had no scruples in the heavenly sage great world. If he really went crazy and attacked the forces of the Sacred War Alliance, even if the Sacred War Alliance could heavily injure or even kill Lin Feng with their ancient weapons, many forces of the Sacred War Alliance would probably be destroyed. Therefore, in the end, the Sacred War Alliance signed this humiliating agreement. Lin Feng's forces increased greatly. Therefore, more and more cultivators came to join Lin Feng. Lin Feng established the sovereign empire. Next, Lin Feng supported the Great Dream Empress to become the first ruler of the sovereign empire. Just like when he supported Madame Qi in the Tianwu continent. As for the Great Dream Empress, she was both Lin Feng's subordinate and Lin Feng's woman. She was strong enough and was loyal to Lin Feng. Letting the Great Dream Empress become the first ruler of the sovereign empire, Lin Feng was very assured. After the establishment of the sovereign empire, the 8 regions controlled by the sovereign empire were connected to form a vast and boundless territory. Within the borders of the sovereign empire, temples began to be built. When Lin Feng broke through to the Great Emperor realm, he almost failed. Fortunately, Lin Feng had built many temples back then. A large amount of faith power poured in to help Lin Feng complete his breakthrough. Therefore, Lin Feng was very interested in building a godly temple. Many forces had heard of this matter. Countless people were discussing this matter. After the era of self-titled gods ended, there were very few temples in the world. In fact, such things were no longer popular in the world. Because even if faith power was produced, cultivators did not have a way to absorb it. Therefore, building temples was simply a waste of time and energy. Many people felt that Lin Feng was fond of grandiose achievements, but there were also people who suspected that Lin Feng had a way to absorb faith power. Was that why he built temples? There were all kinds of guesses. At this time, Lin Feng left the heavenly sage great world. This time, he had experienced a lot in the heavenly sage great world. Lin Feng was also very satisfied with the trip to the heavenly sage great world. In the heavenly sage great world, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly. Moreover, Lin Feng had established his own force in the heavenly sage great world. Building his own temple would be a great help to him in the future. In the starry sky world, Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the ancient starship Shenyuan. Bibi was playing with the 1-meter-long 3-headed viper beside him. This time, Lin Feng only brought the 3-headed viper with him. The rest stayed in the heavenly sage great world. Lin Feng asked them to consolidate the strength of the sovereign empire. If possible, they should continue to expand the strength of the sovereign empire. The 3-headed viper originally did not want to become so small. Creatures with large bodies generally did not like to be too small. This was a psychological factor at work. However, Bibi was really powerful. She waved her claws and taught the 3-headed viper a lesson. The 3-headed viper immediately shrunk its body obediently. After seeing Bibi's strength, Lin Feng was actually extremely shocked. Because, after all, Bibi was still in her infancy stage. Now, even the 3-headed viper was not a match for Bibi. This was too heaven-defying. People could not help but be shocked. On this day, Lin Feng saw a huge fleet appear in the starry sky world. The size of the fleet was extremely huge. There were more than 1,000 warships. Lin Feng looked at the flag of the warships and frowned. This was because the words on the flag were actually the divine language of the era of conferred gods. This made Lin Feng puzzled. Why were there still people using the divine language of the era of conferred gods as the common language? Chapter 4075. The ancient starship Shenyuan sped up and quickly approached the huge fleet. Soon, the ancient starship Shenyuan arrived next to the fleet. Lin Feng noticed something strange. Logically speaking, the ancient starship Shenyuan should be close to such a huge fleet. The cultivators on the ship should have warned him. They should have given him a warning. However, the cultivators on the ship did not appear, let alone give him a warning. This made Lin Feng feel very strange. Could it be that there's no one on the ship? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. There was no one on the ship, was that right? If so, it would be too inconceivable. After all, how could there be no one on such a huge ship? The person who could build such a huge fleet was definitely not a simple person. Demon Lord, what do the ancient characters on the flag mean? Lin Feng asked. Fleet of the gods. The Demon Lord said. Fleet of gods. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely strange expression. These 4 words were really extraordinary, especially the 2 words gods, which made people feel deep veneration. I really don't understand. Why are the characters on the flag of the fleet from the era of conferred gods? Could this huge fleet be passed down from the era of conferred gods? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The era of conferred gods was the most prosperous era of cultivation, but it was also the most chaotic era. Experts were as common as trees in the forest, and wars were endless. Many dazzling great eras streaked across the sky, but many of them had already disappeared from people's memories. Perhaps, no one knew what had happened in those eras. Only through the ancient writings could one understand some of the things that had happened in the past. Characters were the inheritance of culture and history. Lin Feng planned to board the ancient starships and see what was on them. He wanted to see if there were any living beings on them. He wanted to see if they were really passed down from the era of conferred gods. Yaya! Shouted Bei Bei. He was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He kept jumping in front of Lin Feng. Bibi was very worried because it felt that the starships were very dangerous. This was an instinctive reaction of Bibi. The stronger the spirit beast, the more sensitive this feeling was. Therefore, Bibi didn't want Lin Feng to go there. However, in the face of such a huge and mysterious fleet, how could Lin Feng leave so calmly? Anyone who saw such a fleet would probably want to explore it, right? Lin Feng rubbed Bibi's little head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, just wait here for me." Yaya! Cried out Lin Feng, and finally jumped onto Lin Feng's shoulder. Just now, the little fellow had said that it wanted to share blessings and hardships. It wanted to follow Lin Feng to board the starship. Lin Feng let the 3-headed viper stay on the ancient starship, guarding it. Then, Lin Feng and Bibi flew towards the nearest ancient starship. They boarded the ancient starship. Ancient starships sailing in the starry sky world should have defensive restrictions. However, this ancient starship didn't have any. Perhaps because of the long passage of time, the restrictions or array formations here had been completely obliterated. The ancient starship was very quiet, without any sound. Lin Feng looked into the cabin but couldn't see anything. Bibi stood on Lin Feng's shoulder and also looked into the cabin. Lin Feng cautiously walked towards the cabin. Soon, he arrived at the cabin. There was nothing inside. Lin Feng even checked many rooms. These rooms were neatly cleaned and spotless. This made Lin Feng very confused. If it was really an ancient starship, it should have been covered with dust by now. However, this place looked like it had just been cleaned. Lin Feng checked the entire starship and didn't see anyone or any traces of fighting. However, there was no one on the ship. Not a single clue was left behind. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. This is the kitchen. Lin Feng looked at a room in surprise. He pushed the door and entered the kitchen. Many cultivators paid attention to their diet. Therefore, many people didn't eat meat or grains. If they wanted to replenish their energy, they would eat some spirit fruits. After Lin Feng entered the kitchen, he saw many spirit fruits placed here. Many of them were of extremely high grade. Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled after seeing the spirit fruits. This was because he found something strange. Logically speaking, after such a long time, the spirit fruits should have rotted long ago. However, the spirit fruits here were incomparably fresh. Some of them even had water droplets on them, as if they had just been washed. Bibi reached out and grabbed a spirit fruit. She opened her mouth and was about to bite it. However, Lin Feng stopped her. "Don't eat the food here. It's strange," Lin Feng said. Bibi was psychic. When she heard Lin Feng's words, she quickly nodded and put the spirit fruit back. Lin Feng saw that there was wine boiling on the table. However, the charcoal fire had been extinguished. He walked over and touched the vessel used to boil the wine. Lin Feng was even more surprised because the vessel used to boil the wine was still warm. He put his hand in and felt the wine in the vessel. Although the wine was no longer smoking, it was still warm. He was shocked, moved, and in disbelief. The spirit fruits were fresh and the wine was warm. This meant that there should have been people here not long ago. However, where did those people go? There was another point that Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. If there were people here not long ago, why did they use such ancient characters to write the battleship's flag? Everything was strange. Lin Feng decided to go to the other ancient battleships to take a look. Lin Feng went to the second ancient battleship. After inspecting it, he found that the situation of the second ancient battleship was exactly the same as the first one. There was no one here. There was not a speck of dust. There were washed spirit fruits and warm wine. It was as if everyone had suddenly disappeared before dinner. What's going on? What's going on here? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He checked dozens of ancient battleships, and the situation was exactly the same. However, Lin Feng didn't find any clues. "Demon Lord, what do you think?" Lin Feng transmitted his voice and asked. "I thought of an ancient legend I heard in the past." Chapter 4076. Lin Feng asked curiously, "What legend?" The Demon Lord said, "Legend has it that during the mythological era, there was an almost invincible fleet. This fleet sailed through the starry sky, and they always wanted to find a way out." The mythological era? What era is this? A way out? Where to? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The Demon Lord's words made him even more puzzled. The Demon Lord said, "The mythological era was one of the last eras of the era of the titled gods, but it's hard to say exactly which era it was. At that time, the heavens were already in chaos, and many powers had a premonition that a great calamity was coming. Thus, many powers formed an invincible fleet. This invincible fleet was looking for a way to enter the outerverse. Our starry sky world is divided into the Eastern Universe and the Western Universe. You should know this, and the world where the otherworldly creatures live is the outerverse." Lin Feng nodded. He had some understanding of this as well. The otherworldly creatures did not belong to this universe, but rather came from the outerverse. Lin Feng asked, "They know that they can't resist the great calamity, so they want to find a way out? To bring their people out of this universe?" Yarrow Jun nodded and said, "That's right. Actually, something like this has happened in the past. According to some living beings from the lost races of different eras, there were people who had successfully found a way to enter the outerverse in their eras. After that, they escaped from this universe and didn't suffer the destruction of their eras." Lin Feng said, "Why go through so much trouble to find the outerverse? Just capture some of the otherworldly creatures and have them lead the way." The Demon Lord said, "It's not that simple. Do you know the origins of the otherworldly creatures that come to our universe?" Lin Feng shook his head. He was not too clear on this point. The only thing he knew was that the otherworldly creatures that came to their universe were extremely terrifying existences. The Demon Lord said, "The otherworldly creatures that come to our universe have the following origins. The first origin is that these otherworldly creatures are all sinners that were exiled from their universe. Because they were exiled beings, they didn't know the way back. The second type is the foreign life forms that accidentally entered our universe by mistake. This group of foreign life forms came to this universe after a narrow escape, and they are unable to find their way back. The third type is the foreign world forces searching for creatures in other universes. This group of people may have accidentally found a universe crack and then entered this universe. However, the universe crack is repaired by the laws of space and time, so it will soon disappear. After they pass through the universe crack, they may not know that they have arrived in another universe. Once they know, they will return to the distance. It will be impossible for them to return to their original universe through the universe crack. So, he wanted those foreign creatures to lead the way. This is extremely unrealistic. When he heard this, Lin Feng nodded solemnly and said, if that's the case, then wouldn't it be futile for those people to search for a way to travel to the outerverse? The Demon Lord said, no. It's like there's a space node between spaces. If you can find a space node, you'll be able to freely travel back and forth between the space nodes. That way, you can enter different spaces. The universe is the same. Different universes. You can travel back and forth through space node. Lin Feng asked, what happened after that? What happened to that invincible fleet? The Demon Lord said, that invincible fleet disappeared without a trace. In the first few years, those forces were pleasantly surprised because they unanimously believed that the invincible fleet might have found a way to enter the outerverse. Thus, they entered the outerverse to investigate the outerverse situation. Once they found out about the outerverse situation, they would probably return to pick them up and leave. However, after waiting for many years, that invincible fleet never appeared again. It was only then that everyone completely gave up. They no longer harbored any hope. Some people believed that the invincible fleet no longer cared about the lives of their people after entering the outerverse. Some people believed that the invincible fleet had met with a disaster. But no matter what, that invincible fleet never appeared again. This is an indisputable fact. Later on, fewer and fewer people knew about that invincible fleet, especially after the tragic war that broke out at the end of the era of the titled god. Too many secrets have been buried by the river of time. Lin Feng asked, do you think that the fleet we saw was the fleet of the titled gods? The Demon Lord nodded and said, I think that is indeed the case. That, Lin Feng's expression became uncertain. The invincible fleet that had disappeared since the mythological era had suddenly reappeared. What did this mean? Just thinking about it made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Furthermore, this fleet was filled with oddities. Lin Feng said, but I have many doubts. First, why did this fleet disappear for such a long time and then suddenly reappear? Second, why did the spirit fruits in the kitchen look freshly washed? Why was the wine in the utensils still warm? If they had met with a disaster during the mythological era, then those things should have rotted a long time ago. Third, there are no signs of a battle here. Since you said that this was an invincible fleet formed by titled gods, that means that this fleet was extremely terrifying. Even if they had met with a disaster, they couldn't have not put up any resistance, right? Lin Feng's 3 questions were filled with many doubts. The Demon Lord remained silent for a long time, as if pondering over Lin Feng's questions. After a long time, the Demon Lord said, your first question can be analyzed in 2 ways. This fleet might have disappeared, or it might not have. If it had disappeared, it might have reappeared. It might have disappeared in another universe and only recently returned to this one. If it hadn't disappeared, then it might have stopped somewhere and returned to the starry sky after countless years. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Demon Lord's words were not without reason. Yarrow Jun continued, your second question is indeed very difficult to answer. Moreover, this situation is extremely strange. However, I've heard of another strange matter before. Perhaps it can explain what we're seeing right now. Chapter 4077. Similar. Very similar. The Demon Lord nodded solemnly and said, rumor has it that someone discovered some ancient ships sailing in the starry sky world. However, when they entered the ancient ships, they found that there was no one inside. However, it was said that some of the food inside the ancient ships were still steaming hot. Lin Feng's face was full of shock and uncertainty. The situation that the demon lord described was almost exactly the same as what they were currently experiencing. What did this mean? The demon lord said, "In this world, there are some things that cannot be explained. Perhaps there are things that we can't imagine hidden behind them." Lin Feng nodded. This world was filled with too many mysterious things. Not everything could be explained with words. Many things were still shrouded in fog in the end. They were full of the unknown and confusing. Lin Feng decided to take a look at the other ancient warships. Perhaps he could find something. Although this huge fleet looked lifeless and did not seem to have any clues, Lin Feng was not a person who would give up easily. Lin Feng continued to search the ancient warships. However, he did not find anything particularly valuable. Perhaps only the spirit fruits were of extraordinary value. However, when Lin Feng tried to take the spirit fruits out of the cabin, the spirit fruits quickly rotted. It was extremely strange. The entire fleet seems to be cursed. Could it be that this fleet is cursed? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. This feeling was extremely strong. This huge fleet seemed to be cursed by someone. However, Lin Feng did not find the power of the curse. This was the most strange thing. Lin Feng searched more than 1,000 ancient warships. However, he did not find anything. There was no one on these ancient warships. There were no clues. Even a corpse would be good. Squeak, squeak. Bibi cried out. Then, it stretched out its little paw and pointed at the last ancient warship. This ancient warship was 3,000 meters tall and nearly 10,000 meters long. This ancient warship was the largest among all the warships. Judging from this ancient warship, it should be the main ship of the invincible fleet. Lin Feng boarded the main ship. In the void, death ripples swept out and shrouded Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled. The power of those death ripples was extremely strong and strange. If he was hit, his life would be instantly taken away. There's a grand formation here, a death grand formation. Lin Feng was astonished. The restrictions on the ancient warships were basically destroyed. Only the restrictions on the ancient warship remained intact. Perhaps it was because the main ship's restrictions were too powerful, so even after countless years, the restrictions here were still not completely destroyed. It was very difficult for these restrictions to harm Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the formation splitting technique to destroy the restriction here, and then the death energy gradually dissipated. Lin Feng walked inside. Lin Feng began to search the main ship. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that the situation of the main ship was similar to the other ancient warships. There were no signs of battle here. There were no clues left behind. There were also freshly washed spirit fruits here. There was also warm wine here. Everything was so familiar. The captain's room. Lin Feng looked at a room that appeared in front of him. This should be the place where the captain of the invincible fleet lived in the past. He pushed open the door of the captain's room. Then, he entered. The captain's room was huge. It was at least a few hundred square meters. There were some books placed here. Lin Feng was startled. There were books here. He wondered what the books contained. Lin Feng walked over and opened a book. But soon, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The book had already decayed. He couldn't peek at its contents. Lin Feng saw some scrolls. He opened the scrolls and found that they had also decayed. These are all scrolls and books made of special materials. They can be preserved for many years. However, these books and scrolls couldn't be preserved. The power of time eroded and destroyed these things. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Now, he could completely confirm that this fleet was indeed incomparably ancient. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes searched intensely. There was a scroll on the table. There were words on the scroll. This made Lin Feng extremely surprised. The books and scrolls on the bookshelf had already been corroded by time. There were no clues. However, there were still words on the scroll on the table. Perhaps he could find some clues. He quickly walked over. This scroll was made of a very special kind of silk. It was not the same as other scrolls. The reason why this scroll could be preserved might be because of this. There were indeed some words on this scroll. However, Many of the words were already very blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. However, it was intermittent. There were still some words that could be vaguely recognized. Demon Lord, what do these ancient words mean? Lin Feng asked. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. The Demon Lord flew out. He stood in front of the table and observed the ancient words. We have arrived at a very special place. The magnetic field here is very strong. We can see. The Demon Lord began to translate the ancient words. When he reached this point, the Demon Lord stopped and frowned. What did they see? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The Demon Lord said, a lot of content is missing at the back. Lin Feng immediately howled in grief. The most important content was actually missing. Wasn't this the rhythm of a scam? The Demon Lord continued reading. We went all the way, hoping to find the node of the universe, but we felt as if some terrifying existence was watching us. We decided to stop and think of a way to find that terrifying existence. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly shook. What kind of terrifying existence was targeting them? Was the disappearance of the gods related to that terrifying existence that was watching them? On the night of the full moon, we set up a trap. It finally appeared. We lost more than 10 experts, but we finally caught it. We discovered that it was actually, at this point, the Demon Lord stopped again. What was that terrifying existence that we caught? Lin Feng asked impatiently. That's it. The content ends here. The rest of the words can't be seen clearly. The Demon Lord said. Chapter 4078. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. He couldn't make out the rest of the information. All the clues had been cut off. What was the meaning of the captured entity? Was the fall of the gods directly related to the existence that had been captured? Lin Feng wondered. Perhaps there really was a connection, but he needed to find proof. What do you think of this? Lin Feng looked at the Demon Lord, hoping to find some answers from the Demon Lord. Yarrow Jun said, let's look around this flagship. I have a feeling that something is wrong, but I can't tell exactly what it is. Perhaps we'll find something after searching for a while. With that, the Demon Lord returned to the Demon Pearl. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What if it was as the Demon Lord had said? It was really exciting. Perhaps he might be able to find out why the gods in the Invincible Fleet had disappeared. Lin Feng continued searching the main ship, but even after searching all the rooms, he still didn't find anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The fact that he couldn't find anything meant that there were too many problems. Could the Demon Lord's judgment be wrong? Lin Feng didn't think that the Demon Lord's judgment would be wrong. Search carefully. See if there are any hidden compartments, secret rooms, or similar places. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded and released his divine sense. Checking with his godly awareness was a better choice, but Lin Feng was annoyed because when he checked with his godly awareness, he found nothing. He still didn't find anything. Lin Feng squatted down. He planned to use the innate 8 trigrams to make some calculations. After some calculations, Lin Feng stood up and quickly walked to the front of the ship. Lin Feng used the innate 8 trigrams 9 palaces arithmetic to deduce 8 words. These 8 words were dragon soars to the 9 heavens, dragon head gazes at the heavens. It was because of these 8 words that Lin Feng came to the front of the ship. The entire ship. In the hexagram, it represented dragon. Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. It meant that the ancient warship would roam the starry world. As for the dragon head gazing at the heavens, it should be referring to the ship's front. Gazing at the heavens should be referring to the starry world. Lin Feng carefully searched the ship's front. Lin Feng frowned. This wasn't what he had expected. He had thought that there would be something mysterious about this place. If it's not at the bow, could it be at the stern? Whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng went to the back of the boat. When he arrived there, Lin Feng had a strange feeling. He always felt that this place was somewhat oppressive. Bei's perception was extremely powerful. Her sense of danger far surpassed Lin Feng's. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng felt that there might be another mystery here. Lin Feng pried open the deck at the back of the ship. Then, he found a groove at the back of the ship. There was a big box in the groove. Damn! I really found something. What's in this big box? Could it be that it was some kind of incredible treasure? Or perhaps it's a scripture that contains some shocking secrets? Lin Feng couldn't help but talk to himself. He felt that opening this big box would definitely give him something. He might even be able to find out the truth about the disappearance of the gods in this invincible fleet. Lin Feng moved the big box out of the groove. The big box was covered with runes. Even though countless years had passed, the runes were still very powerful. He didn't know who had set up the runes. Lin Feng guessed that it might be the runes set up by the spirit array master of this fleet in the past. But there was one thing that Lin Feng didn't understand. Why? Back then, when those people wanted to put this big box in the groove, was there a need to be so careful? Lin Feng tried to decipher the runes on the big box, but it wasn't an easy task. Even though countless years had passed, even though the power of those runes couldn't be compared to the past. But the runes on the big box were still very powerful. It was still extremely powerful. Lin Feng spent a few days to find a way to break the talisman. It took another few days to decipher the runes on the big box. Lin Feng opened the big box. He saw that there were 3 things in the big box. One was a golden bell. One was a scroll. One was an ancient bronze lamp. Lin Feng opened the scroll and found that the words on it had long been blurred. The scroll had been eroded by the power of time. Then, Lin Feng picked up the golden bell. Then, it shook. Ding ding dang dang. A clear and melodious sound came from the golden bell. At this moment, the flame of the ancient bronze lamp lit up on its own. This scene shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng got up and quickly regretted it. Then, he frowned and looked at the ancient bronze lamp. He. A sinister voice came from the inside of the ancient bronze lamp. That voice sounded too terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but have a creepy feeling. I want to come out. I want to come out. I want to come out. The existence in the ancient bronze lamp roared, and a large amount of demonic energy gushed out from the ancient bronze lamp. The existence trapped in the ancient bronze lamp wanted to rush out. But that horrifying existence tried many times, but to no avail. Lin Feng rushed up and used a sealing technique. He wanted to add a seal to the ancient bronze lamp and seal that existence completely. If that horrifying existence were to break out, he didn't know if he would be in trouble. Lin Feng couldn't care less about what kind of existence the existence in the ancient bronze lamp was. His priority was to seal that fella first. Lad, you want to seal yours truly? You're still far from it. Break for me. The existence in the ancient bronze lamp roared and punched out at the seal of the ancient bronze lamp. He was originally sealed within the ancient bronze lamp. It was just that the seal within the ancient bronze lamp had weakened tremendously by now. Therefore, this existence saw the hope of breaking out. Crack, crack. Cracking sounds could be heard as the seal within the ancient bronze lamp began to crack. Lin Feng's face changed. Crack, crack. That horrifying existence was still attacking the seal within the ancient bronze lamp. Finally, the seal within the ancient bronze lamp was destroyed. Following that horrifying existence destroyed the seal that Lin Feng had set up. Chapter 4079. Lin Feng quickly retreated as soon as the demonic aura spread out. He sensed danger. The existence inside the ancient lamp was definitely a terrifying existence, and he was definitely not a kind person. He had to be on guard against that existence. The ancient lamp floated in midair, and a figure appeared inside the demonic aura. It was a man shrouded in darkness. Only a pair of pale green eyes could be seen, and his appearance was impossible to see. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw this terrifying existence. This terrifying existence was like a ghost that had walked out of hell. "You're from the Nether race?" Lin Feng asked. "Keek." The terrifying existence laughed sinisterly and said, "That's right. I'm from the Nether race. And I'm a cultivator from the Nether race." The Nether race was a branch of the Nether race, and they were the royal race of the Nether realm. It was said that the Nether race controlled a large area of the Nether realm and established their own ancient kingdom. Back then, The gods were targeted by a terrifying existence. Were you the one who targeted the gods? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the nether race cultivator. The nether race cultivator sneered. Are you talking about the group of people on this fleet? Yes. That's them. Lin Feng said. The netherworld race cultivator said sinisterly, that's right. I did have my eyes on them back then. These people barged into the endless magnetic sea, and I'm the ruler of the endless magnetic sea. What's wrong with me targeting these blind fellows? The nether race cultivator said sinisterly. They are sailing in the starry sky world, and you are a creature of the nether realm. This endless magnetic sea should be a place in the starry sky world that contains a powerful magnetic field, right? Why did you come to the endless magnetic sea instead of staying in the nether realm? Lin Feng asked curiously. The nether race cultivator sneered. What's wrong with me going to the endless magnetic sea? It's none of your business. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This matter really had nothing to do with him. Of course. Lin Feng wasn't very interested in why the netherworld race cultivators would go to the endless magnetic sea. It was just a casual question. What Lin Feng was really interested in was what had happened between that guy and the gods. On the scroll, it was written that in order to suppress that terrifying existence, they had lost more than 10 experts. Was the existence they suppressed this guy in front of them? A great battle broke out between the two of you. More than 10 of them died before they managed to suppress you, Lin Feng said. The netherworld creature frowned and asked, how do you know about this? After hearing the netherworld race cultivator's answer, Lin Feng was now certain. More than a dozen experts of the gods had died, and the existence that had been suppressed was indeed a cultivator of the netherworld race. The gods sealed the netherworld race cultivator in the ancient bronze lamp. But later on, for some unknown reason, the gods disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng said, I saw some words on a scroll. These words described the past. So I guessed. You were the existence suppressed by the gods. I originally thought that the disappearance of the gods had something to do with you, but now it seems that I was wrong. The disappearance of the gods has nothing to do with you. Do you know how the gods disappeared? The netherworld race cultivator asked in astonishment. The gods disappeared? Could it be that they were killed by others while they were traveling through space? Serves them right. The netherworld race cultivator had been suppressed by the gods. It seemed that he had a deep grudge against them. You're the one who released me. Tell me, how should I thank you? The netherworld race cultivator said sinisterly. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed dryly. When he saw that this guy was about to break free, Lin Feng had tried to seal him again. However, he hadn't succeeded. There's no need to thank me. Let's just go our separate ways. Lin Feng said. He had a feeling that this guy wasn't a kind person. This was especially so since this guy had been sealed for so many years. Now that he was free, he must have a deep grudge in his heart. It was better to stay away from this guy. Lin Feng turned around and flew outside. This fleet was full of secrets. In Lin Feng's opinion, those secrets were destined to be unraveled. Since that was the case, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Kid, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's fate that we met. I've always repaid kindness with kindness, and revenge with revenge. You've done me a great favor by letting me out. If not for you, I might have been sealed in the ancient lamp. To repay you, I've decided to eat you, said the terrifying existence. Then, he leaped up and pounced on Lin Feng. Endless demonic chi surged out of his body. The aura of this existence was suffocating. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He took out his Hell King bell. Dong! 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 Lin Feng activated the bell of hell, and it vibrated with a terrifying might that could destroy heaven and earth. The bell of hell was a supreme treasure. It was extremely unique. Once it was activated, its power was unimaginable. The most powerful thing about it was that it could suppress the creatures of the netherworld. The bell of hell was the nemesis of the creatures of the netherworld. Bang! 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 The terrifying power of the netherworld king bell directly bombarded the body of this netherworld race creature. However, what was shocking was that the bell of hell was unable to cause any harm to him. Damn! What's going on? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. He thought, even if the Hell King's bell couldn't suppress this terrifying existence, it should at least be able to pose a threat to it, right? However, things did not go as he wished. Oh, it's the supreme treasure of the Netherworld, the Bell of Hell. This supreme treasure actually fell into your hands. It's a pity that your cultivation is limited. You can't even release a millionth of the power of this supreme treasure. This supreme treasure falling into your hands is like a bright pearl fighting in the dark. It seems like this supreme treasure will belong to me, said the Netherworld creature in a sinister voice. The reason why the Bell of Hell was unable to do anything to him was mainly because this fellow's combat power was too strong. So strong that he could ignore the attack released by the Bell of Hell. This terrifying existence slapped a palm toward Lin Feng. A huge energy palm condensed in the void. That energy palm enveloped Lin Feng. When he felt the aura of that energy palm, Lin Feng's face turned pale. Terrifying. 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 This existence was really too terrifying. Even if this Netherworld creature had been sealed for countless years, it still had the strength of an immortal. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this existence was when it was at its peak. Chapter 4080. The combat strength displayed by the Netherworld race cultivator was simply despairing, but Lin Feng's reputation was not undeserved. In the face of the Netherworld race cultivator's attack, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to borrow another opportunity from the heavens. Whoosh! There was a flash of light, and Lin Feng disappeared from where he stood. The attack of the Netherworld clan cultivator hit nothing but air. Lin Feng appeared 300 meters away and quickly flew in the direction of the ancient starship Shenyuan. The Netherworld race cultivator was simply too terrifying, so Lin Feng had no intention of fighting to the death with the Netherworld race cultivator. This was because that was purely an act of seeking death. Seeing Lin Feng escape, the Netherworld race cultivator sneered and said, "Kid, do you think you can escape? You're too naive." The Netherworld race cultivator quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was fast enough, like a bolt of lightning. However, the Netherworld race cultivator was also very fast. After all, his cultivation realm was simply too high, and the distance between the two sides was gradually closing. The Netherworld race cultivator said sinisterly, "Kid, it's really shocking that you can have such speed with your cultivation. Unfortunately, you met me today. No matter how fast you are, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death today." As soon as he finished speaking, the Netherworld race cultivator sped up again. This guy seemed to be very good at speed. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. This situation was naturally extremely bad. If the Netherworld race cultivator caught up to him, it would definitely be a disaster for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was very gloomy. He lowered his head and looked at the bell in his hand. Then, Lin Feng revealed a puzzled expression. This bell was placed together with the ancient lamp. What was the use of this bell? Lin Feng held the bell and shook it. Ding ding dang dang. Suddenly, the bell rang, and a series of crisp clanging sounds were heard. When the Netherworld race cultivator heard the clanging of the bell, a pained expression immediately appeared on his face. "Kid, stop right there," he roared furiously. His pair of pale green eyes were filled with dense killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces. After seeing this guy's expression, Lin Feng was shocked. However, this bell really had a miraculous effect. It was very lethal to the Netherworld race cultivator. He did not know what extraordinary origin this bell had, but it actually injured the cultivator's soul. Lin Feng said, "Hurry up and leave. I naturally won't shake this bell, if you don't know what's good for you." "Of course, I won't stop." When Lin Feng finished talking, he started shaking again. The bells started ringing again. It was so loud that even the apathetic could hear them. The expression on the Netherworld race cultivator's face became more and more pained. The damage caused by the bell was too great. After seeing the Netherworld race cultivator's pained expression, Lin Feng sneered and continued to shake the bell in his hand. The Netherworld race cultivator roared again and again. In the end, he could no longer bear it and quickly flew away. After seeing the Netherworld race cultivator leave, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief and quickly returned to the ancient starship Shenyuan. The ancient starship Shenyuan sailed away from the huge invincible fleet. Then, it flew along the ancient starry sky path to the undying realm. However, Lin Feng felt a stifling feeling in his heart. Bibi also looked a little restless. He's in the dark. Lin Feng took a deep breath. That terrifying existence might not have left and was hiding in the dark, ready to attack at any time. That was why he felt so stifling. Bibi also felt very uneasy. Lin Feng even suspected that Guy had boarded the ancient starship Shenyuan. If that was the case, it would be an extremely terrifying matter. He had to find that Guy. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Lin Feng's spiritual force began to search the ancient starship Shenyuan, but he found nothing. The Netherworld race cultivator's methods were too terrifying. If he wanted to hide, it would not be easy to trap him with his current strength. Set up a grand array to deal with him. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. The grand array of the ancient starship Shenyuan was extremely powerful. Originally, only the Emperor Realm Grand Array had been awakened on the ancient starship Shenyuan. However, as Lin Feng's cultivation base continued to improve, the Grand Array on the ancient starship Shenyuan had become even more powerful. Now, the ancient starship Shenyuan had even awakened an immortal rune. Lin Feng intended to use the immortal rune and Emperor Realm Grand Array on the ancient starship Shenyuan, as well as some of the arrays he had set up to deal with that Guy. Lin Feng asked Bibi and the three-headed viper to seal the ancient starship Shenyuan with their spiritual forces. Their spiritual forces had been constantly scanning the ancient starship Shenyuan. This was not to discover the Netherworld race cultivator, but to prevent the Netherworld race cultivator from using their spiritual forces to search the cabin. If the Netherworld race cultivator discovered the array he had set up, Lin Feng knew that his plan would be in vain. However, if Bibi and the three-headed viper kept searching the void with their spiritual forces, the Netherworld race cultivator would not dare to release his spiritual force. If he dared to release his spiritual force, Bibi and the three-headed viper's spiritual forces would sense it. At that time, that Guy would have nowhere to hide. Lin Feng quickly set up 2 grand arrays inside the cabin. He set up 2 grand arrays, an 8 trigrams grand array and a destruction grand array. The 2 grand arrays were stacked together. Coupled with the immortal rune and Emperor Realm grand array of the ancient starship Shenyuan, as well as the mysterious bell Lin Feng had grasped, Lin Feng believed that if the Netherworld race cultivator was trapped inside the grand array, he would lose a layer of skin, even if he didn't die. After setting up the grand array, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He asked Bibi and the three-headed viper to withdraw their spiritual forces. Then, he asked Bibi and the three-headed viper to temporarily return to the space-time and let them act according to the circumstances. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the middle of the cabin, waiting for the Netherworld race cultivator to appear. There was a shadow under the ancient starship Shenyuan. That shadow was formed by the Netherworld race cultivator. When he discovered that the spiritual force that shrouded the ancient starship Shenyuan had disappeared, the Netherworld race cultivator revealed a sinister expression. After waiting for 6 hours, he quietly sneaked into the cabin. This Guy was very patient. When he arrived outside the cabin, he merged with the darkness and looked inside. He immediately saw Lin Feng sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cabin. Chapter 4081. Formation. The Netherworld race cultivator's expression darkened slightly. He was extremely angry. He had thought that Lin Feng's sneak attack would be done quietly, but who would have thought that he would be the one to fall into Lin Feng's formation? "Have you walked right into my trap?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "Brat. Do you think you can trap me just because you've set up a great formation? Truly laughable to the extreme. These grand formations of yours aren't worth mentioning at all in my opinion," the Netherworld race cultivator said coldly. He locked onto Lin Feng and quickly pounced on Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had already retreated from the great formation in time. At the same time, Lin Feng activated the immortal runes and emperor formation of the ancient starship Shenyuan. The immortal rune directly blasted toward the Netherworld race cultivator. The Netherworld race cultivator's expression changed slightly when he felt the powerful might of the immortal rune. The Netherworld race cultivator raised his right hand and blasted toward the immortal rune. With a loud bang, the cultivator from the Netherworld race clashed with the immortal rune, blocking its attack. This guy's strength was indeed strong. Even the immortal rune could not cause him any harm. Lin Feng activated many Emperor formations, 8 trigrams formation, and destruction formation. All kinds of powerful attacks blasted toward the Netherworld race cultivator. Netherworld sacred rune, protect my true body. The Netherworld race cultivator could not help but shout in the face of so many attacks. Then, dense runes appeared on the surface of his body. These runes were all black and exuded an extremely terrifying aura. These black runes contained unimaginable power. When the various attacks landed on his body, they were all blocked by the runes. F***CK. This guy is so strong. Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. However, Lin Feng was mentally prepared for this situation. Therefore, he could accept this situation. Lin Feng took out the mysterious bell and began to shake it. Ding ding dang dang. Ding ding dang dang. Ding ding dang dang. A series of crisp sounds of collision rang out. The sound was extremely pleasing to the ears. However, in the ears of the Netherworld race cultivators, this voice sounded like it was demanding their lives. Ah, he screamed again. Brat! Put down the bell if you dare. I'll teach you how to behave in a matter of minute. The Netherworld race cultivator roared furiously. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "Are you crazy? Since I have this bell, why don't I use it?" Not only did Lin Feng not stop, but he also increased the speed of shaking the bell. The Netherworld race cultivator suffered great pain. He continued to roar and roar, then began to attack the formation, wanting to rush out of the cabin. He knew that Lin Feng had plotted against him. Now, it was simply impossible for him to kill Lin Feng. The fact that he could escape from Lin Feng's clutches was already quite good. The impact of a Netherworld race cultivator was very strong. After tearing apart the formation, he quickly rushed out of the ancient starship Shenyuan and quickly fled, disappearing without a trace. What a pity! Seeing the Netherworld race cultivator escape, Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. However, the Netherworld race cultivator was simply too powerful. It wasn't strange for him to be able to escape from his grasp. The mysterious bell had caused a lot of damage to the Netherworld race cultivator's soul. Lin Feng was quite confident about this. That oppressive feeling had disappeared. The Netherworld race cultivator should have left. The ancient starship Shenyuan quickly flew along the ancient starry sky path. Several thousand meters away, the Netherworld race cultivator hovered in the starry sky world, looking at the ancient starship Shenyuan with a gloomy expression. Brat! You took something you shouldn't have. You can't escape. When I recover, it will be your death. Naturally, Lin Feng could not hear this fellow's voice. He sat cross-legged in the cabin and carefully studied the mysterious bell. That mysterious bell was too extraordinary. Previously, because of the Netherworld race cultivator, he had not been able to calm down and properly study what kind of treasure it was. Now, he finally had the time to carefully study the origin of that treasure. The mysterious bell's surface was densely covered with mysterious runes. Lin Feng discovered that these runes were a type of runes he had never seen before. He also did not know their origin. Lin Feng tried to use his magic power to refine this mysterious bell, but in the end, he failed. Then, he dripped a drop of blood on the bell. Lin Feng's blood was immediately absorbed by the mysterious bell. After the mysterious bell absorbed Lin Feng's blood, Lin Feng's expression changed. Lin Feng vaguely felt that his spiritual force and the mysterious bell seemed to produce a mysterious fusion. Ding ding dang dang. Ding ding dang dang. Ding ding dang dang. Lin Feng heard the shaking of the bell, but in reality, Lin Feng did not shake the bell. Lin Feng discovered that he had appeared in an ancient mountain. In the ancient mountain, there was a Daoist temple. The shaking sound of the bell came from the Daoist temple. Lin Feng entered the Daoist temple. The Daoist priests in the temple were not very big. There were only a dozen of them. In a room in the backyard, a bare-chested Daoist was forging a treasure. The treasure that the Daoist priest was forging was a bell. However, the bell that the Daoist priest had forged was very large. It was about the size of an ancient bell. However, the bell in Lin Feng's hand was very small. Lin Feng guessed that the bell that the Daoist priest had forged was the bell that he had obtained. That bell should be able to change its size. It was just that he had not grasped the knack of activating it. If he could find the knack of activating it, at that time, he should be able to activate the power of this treasure. Those images quickly disappeared, and some information poured into Lin Feng's mind. The name of this weapon was the Six-Path Soul-Subduing Bell. In fact, treasures like the Soul-Subduing Bell were relatively common. Depending on the materials and craftsmanship, the power of a treasure like the Soul-Subduing Bell would also vary. However, the Soul-Subduing Bell that Lin Feng had obtained was called the Six-Path Soul-Subduing Bell. This name was too unusual. Mainly because it involved the two words six paths. Any treasures or abilities that were related to these two words were extremely extraordinary. The same went for the Six-Path Soul-Subduing Bell. Lin Feng put away the Six-Path Soul-Subduing Bell. Half a month later, Lin Feng saw a huge celestial domain. Some starry sky ancient ships flew towards that celestial domain one after another. From the looks of it, that celestial domain should have a planet with life. Lin Feng put away the Shenyuan starry sky ancient ship and also flew towards that celestial domain. Chapter 4082. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the star domain ahead. Along the way, he saw many cultivators. However, those cultivators were in groups. Very few cultivators were like Lin Feng, traveling through space alone. The main reason was because the outer realm was too dangerous. No one was willing to take the risk. Of course, if one was strong enough, then it would be a different situation. Perhaps they would be like Lin Feng, traveling through space alone. When Lin Feng neared the star domain, he discovered that there seemed to be more than 10 life planets. The life planet in the middle was the largest. The surrounding life planets revolved around the main planet in the middle. Most people were flying towards the main planet in the middle. However, there were also some people flying towards the surrounding life planets. Lin Feng made some inquiries and found out that this place was the Xian Domain Star Ocean. The main planet of the Xian Domain Star Ocean was called Star Xian Domain. As for the surrounding planets, each planet was occupied by a large power. Those major forces were all forces with extremely ancient legacies. Star Xian Domain did not belong to any single power. Instead, it was jointly controlled by the powers of the surrounding planets. Guanguan's mother's family, the Ning family, is here. After knowing that this place was the Xian Domain Star Ocean, Lin Feng thought of Guanguan. Guanguan was one of Lin Feng's favorite women. Demoness Guanguan. Beautiful, charming, passionate, bold. She was like the most deadly poison that attracted Lin Feng. Previously, Lin Feng and Guanguan met in the outer realm. Both of them were together for a period of time. Afterwards, Guanguan's mother wrote a letter saying that there was an urgent matter. She asked Guanguan to return. As for Guanguan, she hoped that when Lin Feng went to the Undying Realm in the future, he would stay in the Xian Domain Star Ocean for a period of time. While he was there, he wanted to meet her mother. Lin Feng naturally knew Guanguan's intention. Lin Feng had never forgotten about this matter. However, he did not expect that the star domain in front of him was the Xian Domain Star Ocean. Lin Feng planned to rest for a while before making some inquiries about the division of power in the Xian Domain Star Ocean. At the same time, he wanted to find out some basic information about the Ning family. After that, he would head to the Ning family. Lin Feng landed on planet Xian Domain. There are over 100 ancient cities in planet Xian Domain. Many of them are extremely lively. Lin Feng arrived at the ancient city at the center of planet Xian Domain. This was the largest ancient city on planet Xian Domain. People came and went, and it was extremely lively. This place had the busiest trading market and the largest auction house on planet Xian Domain. Therefore, the ancient city in the center had attracted countless cultivators traveling through the starry sky. Countless cultivators who traveled through space liked to trade in the central ancient city. For example, They would sell some treasures they obtained during their adventures that they didn't need. Or they could buy some things that they needed. After Lin Feng arrived at the central ancient city, he first found an inn. They rented a courtyard in the inn. Lin Feng planned to have a good rest first. Not long after Lin Feng settled down, someone knocked on the door of Lin Feng's courtyard. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. "Who's knocking on my door?" He had just arrived here, and besides Guan Guan, he did not know anyone else. Could it be that Guan Guan had seen him? However, that didn't seem right. When Guan Guan saw him, she had already called out to him. With doubt in his heart, Lin Feng went outside and opened the door. He saw a young-looking cultivator standing outside. When the cultivator saw Lin Feng, he asked, "You are Lin Feng?" Lin Feng frowned. This person actually knew him. However, he didn't know this guy. In the vast starry sky world, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to meet an acquaintance. However, today, he actually met someone who knew him. It was really not easy. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked. "You don't need to ask who I am, you only need to know that someone wants to see you. Follow me." The cultivator looked at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression and spoke in a tone as if he was ordering his servant. Lin Feng frowned. This guy's attitude made him feel very unhappy. Lin Feng did not follow this person. He had a sneer on his face. Who did this guy think he was? If he wanted him to leave with him, he had to leave with him? What a joke. The cultivator also noticed that Lin Feng did not stand still. His expression turned ugly. He turned his head and looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Didn't you hear what I said? Don't make me say the same thing a second time." The cultivator had an arrogant expression on his face. He was looking at Lin Feng with an ice-cold expression, his eyes were filled with coldness. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, "Why should I follow you to see that person? Go back and tell your master that if he wants to see me, tell him to come personally." "Kid, what did you say?" The cultivator's gaze turned cold. "What? Don't you understand human language?" Lin Feng looked at the cultivator mockingly. The cultivator's face turned cold. "You dare to insult me? Are you worthy?" Lin Feng curled his lips. He looked at the cultivator with a gaze full of contempt. Lin Feng's gaze made the cultivator extremely angry. He said coldly, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, come with me. Otherwise, I don't mind dragging you away." What a joke. What kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry dare to come to my place and jump around? Lin Feng said disdainfully. Boom, a terrifying aura was emitted from the cultivator's body. The cultivator directly punched at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He waved his hand and slapped at the cultivator. Bang! The cultivator and Lin Feng's palm collided. Immediately, as if struck by lightning, the cultivator was sent flying. "Kneel." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Then, the cultivator couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure emitted from Lin Feng's body and knelt on the ground. Lin Feng flicked his finger and a restriction flew out. It suppressed the cultivator's body, making it difficult for him to struggle. "You dare to suppress me? How dare you humiliate me like this? Do you know who I am?" The cultivator roared angrily. Said Lin Feng indifferently. "I don't care who you are. You came to my place to act all high and mighty. You must be tired of living. Wait for your master to come and save you." After saying that, Lin Feng returned to his courtyard. Many people were pointing and whispering outside. Late at night, someone knocked on Lin Feng's courtyard door again. "Lin Gongzi. I'm sorry for visiting so late at night. I wonder if I can meet with Lin Gongzi?" Then, a voice sounded in the courtyard. Chapter 4083. The voice sounded familiar. Soon, Lin Feng realized who the owner of the voice was. Lin Feng didn't expect it. Why would this woman appear here? It was such a coincidence that he bumped into her the moment he arrived. "Come in." The door opened and Lin Feng's voice sounded. The woman stepped into the courtyard and the door closed. The woman wore a black dress and was extremely beautiful. After seeing this woman, Lin Feng sneered. He said, "I really didn't expect you to come here. What are you doing here?" Are you here for the Chushi ancient coin? This woman was none other than Murong Yuchan, the female cultivator who secretly gave him the Chushi ancient coin. Murong Yuchan wanted to get the Chushi ancient coin back from Lin Feng. However, the Chushi ancient coin and Lin Feng had formed a close connection. Lin Feng's fate and the Chushi ancient coin's fate were intertwined. Therefore, Murong Yuchan couldn't get it back. Of course, even if he could get it back, Lin Feng wouldn't give it to her. Back then, this woman caused him to be cursed by the Chushi ancient coin. However, she managed to escape unscathed. Wanting to get the Chushi ancient coin back so easily was simply a daydream. Actually, I've been wanting to find Lin Gongzi all these years. However, I was delayed by some matters. I didn't expect Lin Gongzi to come to the Xian domain. I saw Lin Gongzi by chance and sent my subordinates to invite Lin Gongzi for a gathering. However, I didn't expect that Lin Gongzi would have a conflict with my subordinates. Murong Yuchan said. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Are you talking about that guy outside? He was just a servant, yet he was so full of himself. How did Fairy Yuchan discipline her servants? Or perhaps, like master, like servant?" Murong Yuchan said, "Lin Gongzi, are you indirectly scolding the locust?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "No, I'm just expressing my feelings." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Murong Yuchan said with a fake smile, "Lin Gongzi is magnanimous. Don't lower yourself to Lin Gongzi's level. I apologize on behalf of my subordinates. I hope that Lin Gongzi will be magnanimous and let him go," said Lin Feng. "Goddess Yuchan asked me personally, so I won't lower myself to your level." Lin Feng flicked his finger and godly lights flew out. The divine light instantly removed the restriction on the cultivator. "That subordinate of yours is already free," Lin Feng said. Murong Yuchan said, "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for sparing these ignorant servants. We're here for the Chushi ancient coin," Lin Feng said. "Since you know you can't take it away, why bother wasting your time?" Murong Yuchan said, "I know that Lin Gongzi is very angry about what happened before. To express my apology, Lin Gongzi only needs to hand over the Chushi ancient coin. Then, I'll give Lin Gongzi an immortal scripture and an immortal artifact. How about it? That should be enough to appease Lin Gongzi, right? How generous. However, the Chushi ancient coin is connected to my fate. I'm afraid you can't take it away," Lin Feng said. Murong Yuchan said, "All these years, we've been trying to think of a way to solve this problem. In recent years, we've thought of a way. Perhaps we can give it a try. It should be able to successfully separate the Chushi ancient coin from Lin Gongzi's fate." Lin Feng said with a cold smile, "This should have some negative effects on me, right? Even if it doesn't, I won't agree to it. The secret of the Chushi ancient coin and the Chushi immortal kingdom should belong to me, not you. Leave now and don't come looking for me in the future. There's no room for discussion on this matter between us." Murong Yuchan narrowed her eyes and said, "Shouldn't Lin Gongzi think about it carefully? This is something that benefits both of us. Take care. I won't be seeing you out," Lin Feng said indifferently. Murong Yuechan's eyes flashed with coldness. Then, she retracted the coldness in her eyes and said, "I hope that Lin Gongzi will think about it carefully in the next few days." Then, Murong Yuchan left Lin Feng's residence. "Young miss, is it done?" Seeing Murong Yuchan come out, a dozen people waiting outside came up to her and an old man asked. Murong Yuchan shook her head. That old man's eyes flashed with killing intent and said, "That brat refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Why don't we go all the way and kill him directly?" Murong Yuchan said, "This person is not simple. He has some powerful magic treasures and some powerful methods. If we can kill him directly, it'll be fine. If we can't kill him directly, it'll leave behind a huge problem. Let's wait and see. I hope that he can make the right choice. Also, send someone to monitor him." "Yes, young miss," the old man replied. It seems that Murong Yuechan's family should be a power in the Xian Domain Star Ocean. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The Xian Domain Star Ocean had more than a dozen powerful powers. And those powers, they were all very ancient and powerful. Lin Feng felt that Murong Yuechan's family should be one of them. With regards to Murong Yuechan's arrival, Lin Feng didn't put it to heart. With his current strength, he can deal with all kinds of situations. One person against an entire family, this is a phrase that describes an expert like Lin Feng. Unless Murong Yuechan's family has an immortal level existence, otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid of Murong Yuechan's family. The next day, Lin Feng planned to go to some bookstores to buy some books about the division of powers in the Xian Domain Star Ocean. He discovered that there are people following him in the dark. Seems like it's people from the Murong family. These people are really like ghosts that won't go away. Lin Feng didn't care about those people. After he found a bookstore, he bought some basic books. Then, he found a place to start reading. After reading the contents of these books, Lin Feng had a more comprehensive understanding of the division of powers in the Xian Domain Star Ocean. The Xian Domain Star Ocean consists of 1 sect, 3 sects, and 8 families. This sect refers to the Xian Domain sect, the strongest power in the Xian Domain Star Ocean. The 3 sects refer to the Xian Dao sect, Xianxing sect, and Xianhai sect. The 8 families refer to the Ning family, Sichu family, Zhong family, Helian family, Murong family, Sikong family, Tu family, and Tantai family. The Xian Domain Star Ocean's 12 major powers each have a deep background. Of course. Chapter 4084. Because of this subtle distribution of power, the mystic star domain was relatively peaceful. The most frightening thing was for one faction to become the dominant faction. Once that happened, the dominant faction would inevitably become arrogant. They would not be willing to accept the fact that the resources, territories, and benefits that their faction obtained were similar to those of the other factions. At that time, a war would inevitably break out. However, there was no need to worry about such a thing happening. The 12 factions of the Mystic Star Domain had been living peacefully for the past few years. Lin Feng focused on 2 factions. One was the Ning family, and the other was the Murong family. The ancestor of the Ning family was called Ning Qianchen. He was an extremely talented person. It was said that he was an expert from the era of titled gods. The Ning family was not a faction of the Mystic Star Domain in the beginning. They only took root in the Mystic Star Domain after the ancient era. They were once prosperous. They were also once weak. In the past few years, the Ning family had not been peaceful. It was said that the Ning family patriarch was injured a few years ago. In addition, several experts of the Ning family walked out from the God's Stone. Among the experts of the Ning family, only one of them was from the patriarch's faction. The others were from the Grand Elder's faction. Therefore, the Grand Elder's faction wanted to strip the Ning family patriarch's faction of their power. They wanted to make the Grand Elder's faction the new main faction. The current patriarch's faction would become the Grand Elder's faction. Naturally, the patriarch's faction would not agree to this. Therefore, the Ning family was in chaos. Of course. After all, they were from the same family. They had not completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Now, these 2 factions were trying their best to win the support of the elders. If the elders in the family supported the patriarch's faction, even though the Grand Elder's faction had more experts, it would not be easy to usurp the patriarch's position. After all, the opinions of the middle management of any faction could not be underestimated. If there was no support from the middle management, even if there were more experts among these people, in the end, there would be no support and their power would be taken away. After all, those experts were basically used as a deterrent. They would not personally manage the affairs of the family. The ones who were truly in charge of managing the various affairs of the clan were the elders of the clan. I wonder if Guan Guan was summoned back to the clan by her mother because of the internal strife in the clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. There were simply too many tricks up their sleeves. There were all kinds of infighting and power struggles. Everyone was scheming against each other. Moreover, he completely disregarded his blood ties. As for the introduction of the Murong family, Lin Feng paid more attention to it. The Murong family is the most mysterious family among the 8 great families. This family is a power that took root in the Xian Domain's starry ocean during the ancient era. It was now the age of chaos, which was also known as the Late Antiquity era. Further back was the Middle Antiquity era, and further back was the Ancient Antiquity era. It had only been 1,000,000 years since the Ancient era. 4 powerful cultivators, 1,000,000 years was not a long time. It was said that the Murong family was very powerful and had relations with some ancient powers. Back then, the other powers joined hands to prevent the Murong family from taking root in the Xian domain Starry Sea. However, they failed in the end. From this, it can be seen how great the capability of the Murong family is. However, after the Murong family took root in the Xian domain Starry Ocean, they kept a low profile. Although the family doesn't lack some evil second-generation young masters, any large family doesn't lack these kind of people. And these kind of people are naturally a group of harmless people. Lin Feng put away the book and left the bookstore. Not long after he left the bookstore, a group of people rushed over and surrounded Lin Feng. The group of people parted and a young master walked over. This young master has an arrogant expression. He indifferently glanced at Lin Feng and said, "You should be that Lin Feng, right? I heard that you have an item here. That item should belong to my Murong family. Now, hand it over." This person's tone is cold and indifferent. He used an unquestionable tone to speak. If Lin Feng dares to refuse him, it seems like he will suffer a thunderous attack. It is the Murong family's 6th young master, Murong Jie. This guy was definitely not a good person. Who is that brat? He is actually being targeted by Murong Jie. I'm afraid he is somewhat unlucky this time. The commotion here naturally attracted many cultivators who came to watch the show. Some people recognized the identity of this young master. Murong family's 6th young master Murong Jie is a direct descendant of the Murong family. He is the grandson of the Murong family's patriarch. This Murong Jie's way of doing things is vicious and merciless. In order to achieve his goal, he will do anything. Therefore, many people are extremely afraid of Murong Jie. No one dares to provoke Murong Jie. Originally, the matter of Tushi ancient coins was not Murong Jie's responsibility. It was Murong Yuechan's responsibility. Murong Yuechan. Among the younger generation of the Murong family, her talent is the best. Moreover, she has been extremely intelligent since she was young. She is the most valued person among the younger generation of the Murong family. If Murong Yuechan was not a woman, she would have received even more support, resources, and authority from the family. Among the younger generation of the Murong family, there are some who just muddle along and don't care about this. However, there are some who are filled with jealousy towards Murong Yuechan. Murong Jie belongs to the group of people who are filled with jealousy towards Murong Yuechan. Murong Yuechan is Murong Jie's cousin. They are not blood-related siblings. Murong Jie has always thought that he is not inferior to Murong Yuechan in terms of talent, ability, and so on. However, his status in the family is far from his cousin's. This made Murong Jie extremely unhappy. Although the matter of Tushi ancient coins is not under Murong Jie's responsibility, Murong Jie heard that Murong Yuechan suffered because of this matter. Therefore, he personally took action and brought the Tushi ancient coins back to the family. When that time comes, the elders in the family will definitely see him in a new light. With this goal in mind, Murong Jie personally came to look for Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Murong Jie indifferently and said, "A good dog doesn't block the way. There are no good dogs in the way. Get out of my way. Don't block my way." When Lin Feng said this, all the cultivators around were dumbfounded. None of them knew Lin Feng. However, they could roughly sense Lin Feng's age and could also sense Lin Feng's race. A young cultivator from the human clan. Although they could not sense Lin Feng's specific realm. However, Lin Feng is so young. Moreover, his talent is the most ordinary among the human clan. How much cultivation could such a person have? However, Lin Feng is being so arrogant in front of Murong Jie. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng must be tired of living. Murong Jie will definitely not let Lin Feng go. Chapter 4085. Murong Jie's gaze was extremely gloomy. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Boy, do you know what you're saying?" Lin Feng looked at Murong Jie with a mocking gaze and said, "You really don't understand human language? It seems like I said that a good dog doesn't block the way. You're right. Hearing this, many people's mouths twitched violently because Lin Feng was really too arrogant. This was the Murong clan's territory, but Lin Feng was actually so arrogant in the Murong clan's territory. Lin Feng was just a foreign cultivator. There was a saying that a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its own territory. No matter how they looked at it, Lin Feng did not seem to be a strong dragon. Many people had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone like Lin Feng who was so weak and arrogant in someone else's territory. Although they did not have a good impression of Murong Jie and hoped that someone would teach him a lesson, it was obvious that Lin Feng was unable to teach Murong Jie a lesson. Now that he had humiliated Murong Jie like this, Lin Feng's fate would definitely be extremely miserable. You're courting death. You're courting death. You're courting death. Murong Jie's voice was extremely cold, and his eyes were bursting with a dense killing intent. There was actually someone who looked down on him and disdained him. This made Murong Jie extremely angry. Murong Jie's heart was already overflowing with killing intent. If he did not kill Lin Feng, how could he calm down the anger in his heart? Catch this boy for me. I'll make him kneel in front of me like a dog and then beg me to spare his dog life. Murong Jie said coldly. Yes, master. After hearing Murong Jie's order, a group of people hurriedly responded. Then, this group of cultivators pounced on Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. It's over. This boy is really finished this time. Many people exclaimed. Naturally, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could a young human cultivator like Lin Feng fight with the Murong clan? They were not on the same level at all. At this moment, Lin Feng's body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. When the terrifying aura was released, the cultivators who were rushing towards Lin Feng were all unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. Thump, thump, thump. One cultivator after another knelt on the ground, their faces as pale as paper. Oh my God, what's going on? Why are those people kneeling? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show exclaimed one after another. Lin Feng released his own pressure. His control over it was perfect. He did not target the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show. Those cultivators were also unable to sense the powerful pressure emanating from Lin Feng's body. Thus, when they saw the cultivators who were charging towards Lin Feng kneeling before him, looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. His body is emitting an extremely terrifying pressure. However, his control is extremely perfect. Ordinary people would not be able to sense the pressure emitted from his body, an extremely powerful cultivator said in a deep voice. He felt the pressure emanating from Lin Feng and was extremely shocked. He looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression. What? This boy is so powerful at such a young age. One cultivator after another exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng walked towards Murong Jie step by step. At this moment, Murong Jie's entire body was trembling violently. He was enveloped by Lin Feng's pressure. If his cultivation was not strong enough, he would have been unable to withstand it and would have knelt on the ground. Although he had not knelt down yet, he had almost reached his limit. Ant-like thing, how dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng glanced at Murong Jie indifferently. You. Murong Jie's voice trembled. When Lin Feng arrived beside him, Murong Jie could no longer endure it. Murong Jie couldn't take it anymore. He knelt down in front of Lin Feng. Murong Jie seems to be a sage emperor, right? He actually knelt down. What kind of existence is that young master? Could he be a peak sage emperor? A sage emperor can't possibly exert such pressure on Murong Jie. He's at least an imperial lord. This is ridiculous. That young master is so young. How can he be an imperial lord? If he's not an imperial lord, why would Murong Jie be unable to withstand the pressure coming from his body and kneel on the ground? The cultivators who were watching the show were in an uproar. Lin Feng's combat strength was too terrifying. It was simply heaven-defying. Seeing how powerful Lin Feng was, everyone could not help but feel deeply shocked. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with respect and admiration. No matter where a strong cultivator went, he would always be respected and respected. I won't kill you. Because You don't have the right. I'll kill you. You'll only dirty my hands. Lin Feng looked at Murong with contempt. Murong had always been a proud and arrogant person. He had always been a high and mighty figure. He had always been the one humiliating others. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Now that he heard Lin Feng's words, he was furious. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. His body fell to the ground and twitched violently. This guy had actually gone mad. His mental fortitude is really bad. With such mental fortitude, what great achievements can he have? Lin Feng could not help but sneer and soar into the sky. He planned to leave planet Xian and head to planet Tiannan where the Ning clan was. Planet Tiannan was located northwest of planet Xian. It was where the Ning clan was located. There were a total of 36 cities on planet Tiannan. The main city was called Ning City. It was named after the Ning clan's surname. Planet Tiannan was also very lively. Especially during this period of time, there were even more cultivators entering planet Tiannan. This was because many forces knew that the Ning clan in planet Tiannan was in an undercurrent. Thus, many people were waiting for the Ning clan to fight. When the time came, planet Tiannan would be in chaos. At that time, those cultivators would be able to take advantage of the situation and wantonly plunder planet Tiannan's resources. This kind of thing was too common. If the Ning clan's losses were too severe, planet Tiannan might change hands. Although the remaining 11 major forces seemed calm, they were actually paying attention to the Ning clan's situation. Perhaps the two major forces of the Ning clan were also worried about other forces taking advantage of the situation, so they did not make a move. However, the open and covert fighting continued. Lin Feng landed in Arisima and flew in the direction of Ning City. He passed by a small town. As he was passing by, Lin Feng heard a piece of news. It was said that the skeleton of a true dragon had appeared in the Tiannan ancient forest. Chapter 4086. The ninth true dragon Great Emperor. Fell one after another. No one knew where the true dragon skeleton was buried. The true dragon skeleton was found. He should be able to obtain the inheritance of the true dragon Great Emperor. In the past, the true dragon Great Emperor was an existence that could contend with the ancient Saint Emperor of the human race. One could imagine how powerful this level of expert was. Now, a large number of cultivators had arrived. They were all here to search for the true dragon skeleton. The news of the true dragon skeleton appearing here was really too shocking. The news has just been spread out. Most of the cultivators here are still from the heavenly South Star. If this news is spread out, it will definitely attract a lot of powerful cultivators. The heavenly South Ancient Forest is too dangerous. Unfortunately, we are not strong enough. If we were strong enough, we could enter the heavenly South Ancient Forest to explore. Yes, maybe we can get the opportunity inside. But now that we are not strong enough, we can only think about it. We don't dare to have any extravagant hopes. Some cultivators were talking about the true dragon skeleton. After Lin Feng heard the discussion of those cultivators, he did not stay in the ancient town. He also wanted to see if the legendary true dragon skeleton was true. If it was true, Lin Feng would definitely obtain the inheritance of the true dragon Great Emperor. He flew towards the depths of the heavenly South Ancient Forest. The heavenly South Ancient Forest was very large. It was said that this ancient forest occupied 1/10 of the heavenly South Star's territory. From this, one could see how big the heavenly South Ancient Forest was. There were many terrifying fierce beasts in the heavenly South Ancient Forest. Many of them were fierce beasts that even the experts of the Ning family of the heavenly South Star were not willing to provoke. Because those fierce beasts were really too powerful. This time, a large number of cultivators had poured into the heavenly South Ancient Forest. From time to time, fierce beasts and cultivators would break out in battle. Violent fluctuations came from the mountain forest in front of him. There were creatures fighting together. Lin Feng quickly flew over and saw more than a dozen cultivators besieging an 8-armed evil tiger. The 8-armed evil tiger was an extremely ferocious beast. It was cruel and bloodthirsty, and was good at hiding its body. It liked to hide in dark corners and sneak attack its opponent. This kind of creature was extremely rare. Lin Feng had only heard of the 8-armed evil tiger before, but had never seen one. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the 8-armed evil tiger. That wave of cultivators had a furious expression on their faces, and their gazes towards the 8-armed evil tiger were filled with dense killing intent. This made Lin Feng quite surprised. They didn't seem to be hunting the 8-armed evil tiger for the corpse of the 8-armed evil tiger. Instead, they seemed to be avenging someone. This group of people was led by a rather young master and another rather young female cultivator. These two had the most powerful cultivation. Under their leadership, the group of people launched a fierce attack on the 8-armed evil tiger. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances at the female cultivator, mainly because she was too beautiful. Her figure could be described as the perfect golden ratio, and her palm-sized face was exquisite and beautiful. Under the joint attack of more than a dozen people, the 8-armed evil tiger was injured, and many wounds appeared on its body. The 8-armed evil tiger roared angrily, "You lowly ants, do you know who my master is? You dare to besiege me? I think you don't want to live anymore." The 8-armed evil tiger was very arrogant, and roared angrily, "You beast! You ate 3 of our companions. We don't care who your master is. You're dead today." The young male cultivator who led the group said fiercely. Lin Feng had already guessed the grudges between them. The 8-armed evil tiger liked to devour creatures of other races to improve its strength. Therefore, this group of people was unlucky to be attacked by the 8-armed evil tiger. The 8-armed evil tiger ate 3 of their companions, and the rest of them began to attack the 8-armed evil tiger like crazy. "No need to talk to this beast, just kill it," the very beautiful female cultivator said. The dozen people increased the intensity of their attacks. One by one, powerful magic treasures attacked the 8-armed evil tiger with all kinds of attacks. Among them, 3 flying swords slashed at the 8-armed evil tiger. The 8-armed evil tiger could not dodge these attacks. Its injuries were getting worse. The 8-armed evil tiger kept roaring. It wanted to kill a few people before it died, so it kept pouncing on some of the cultivators. However, the cultivators dodged it. Puff! A flying sword directly pierced the 8-armed evil tiger's body, and its body fell to the ground. The 8-armed evil tiger let out a sorrowful cry. Just as these people were about to finish off the 8-armed evil tiger, the void slightly distorted, and a cultivator appeared. This cultivator had the body of a human, the tail of a crocodile, centipede-like scales, and the eyes of a spider. This was a foreign creature. When he saw the foreign creature, Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal an extremely surprised expression. He had not seen a foreign creature for a long time. These foreign creatures were extremely evil and also extremely powerful. Many of the disturbances in the past were related to these foreign creatures. The cultivators of this epoch hated the foreign creatures to the core. Great Master, after seeing the foreign creature, the 8-armed evil tiger's somewhat dim eyes suddenly lit up. The foreign creature waved his hand, and a mass of green light poured into the 8-armed evil tiger's body. In an instant, the 8-armed evil tiger's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It did not take long for the 8-armed evil tiger's injuries to be completely healed. When they saw this scene, the expressions of those cultivators immediately changed greatly. That foreign creature was just too powerful. It made them tremble in fear. "Who gave you the guts to kill my mount?" That foreign creature's voice was ice-cold as he spoke. "Your mount ate 3 of our companions, so we want to avenge our companions," a cultivator said. "Avenge? Ant-like things? How dare you talk about revenge?" The foreign creature's face suddenly revealed a disdainful expression. "Let's go," the female cultivator in the lead said. She had already seen that this foreign creature was not someone they could contend against, so she did not dare to stay any longer. The others did not dare to stay any longer either. These people turned around and wanted to leave, but the foreign creature's body emitted a terrifying aura, which directly enveloped everyone. Suddenly, the dozen or so cultivators felt that they could not move. The foreign creature was too powerful, and they did not even have the strength to resist. "Die!" The foreign creature's expression was indifferent as he attacked the dozen or so cultivators across the void. At this moment, the dozen or so cultivators felt the aura of death envelop them. Chapter 4087. The foreign being's expression was cold and emotionless. In his opinion, those cultivators were dead for sure. There was no way they could turn the situation around. Those cultivators indeed had no way to resist the foreign being's attack. Although they were extremely unwilling, they could only wait for death to come. They didn't want to die, but this was no longer a question of whether they wanted to die or not. The initiative was not in their hands at all. Just as the dozen or so cultivators were about to be killed, the void trembled slightly. A cultivator stepped out from the void. This cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. Lin Feng pointed lightly at the energy palm. There was a loud bang. That energy palm directly shattered. We didn't die. The group of cultivators immediately became excited. They thought that they were definitely going to die, but they didn't expect to survive. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. When they saw Lin Feng, they were extremely shocked. The cultivator in front of them was so young, but he was so powerful. It was unbelievable. Hurry up and leave this place. Lin Feng looked at the dozen or so cultivators and said, "Thank you for saving our lives." The cultivators hurriedly thanked Lin Feng. They didn't dare to stay and quickly left. "Kid. Who are you?" The foreign being frowned slightly. He didn't stop those people from leaving, because those people were simply ants to him. The human cultivator in front of him was a worthy opponent. "Who am I?" "You don't have the right to know," Lin Feng said indifferently. "You. Aren't you a little too arrogant?" The foreign being said with a gloomy expression. The foreign beings had always been extremely arrogant. This foreign being naturally had such a personality. Only they, the foreign beings, looked down on cultivators of other races. When had they ever been looked down on by others? But today, Lin Feng's arrogant attitude made the foreign being extremely angry. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Arrogant? That's because I have the strength. Is that so? I'd like to see what qualifications you have to say such word." The foreign creature sneered and then rushed towards Lin Feng. Meanwhile, his mount. They also charged towards Lin Feng. The eight-armed evil tiger was as fast as lightning, taking the lead to pounce on Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the foreign creature landed behind the eight-armed evil tiger. He was also preparing a divine ability. This guy's speed was not necessarily slower than the eight-armed evil tiger's. The reason why he fell behind the eight-armed evil tiger was because he wanted to use the eight-armed evil tiger's cover to launch a killing blow on Lin Feng. However, this guy obviously underestimated Lin Feng's strength. When the eight-armed evil tiger pounced over, Lin Feng flicked his finger and a sword chi flew out quickly, slashing towards the eight-armed evil tiger. The eight-armed evil tiger opened its bloody mouth and spat out dense wind blades. It wanted to use those extremely powerful wind blades to block Lin Feng's attack, but the eight-armed evil tiger ultimately failed. Lin Feng's sword chi instantly pierced through the wind blades and arrived in front of the eight-armed evil tiger. Lin Feng's sword chi continued moving towards the eight-armed evil tiger. Suddenly, a tearing sound was heard. The eight-armed evil tiger's body was directly torn into two halves, and it was killed by Lin Feng on the spot. Lin Feng's body swayed, and in the next moment, he was already in front of the foreign being. 9 heavens 10 earths, the best in the world technique was displayed. Lin Feng carried supreme divine power, as if an unparalleled immortal divine king had returned. A punch blasted towards the foreign being. The foreign cultivator was astonished. He hadn't thought Lin Feng would be able to kill his mount so easily. Lin Feng's cultivation was clearly beyond the foreign being's estimation. Of course, this foreign being was also very powerful. Facing Lin Feng's tyrannical attack, the foreign being stretched out its sharp claws. It directly slapped towards Lin Feng. On the foreign being's claws, endless shadows of the starry sky appeared. He didn't know the name of this divine ability, but its power should be extremely tyrannical. Bang! Along with the violent collision sound, the foreign being was blasted away by Lin Feng. Catcher, 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 catcher. His bones were broken by Lin Feng's punch. The foreign cultivator was severely injured. He couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. He didn't dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng, so he turned around and ran into the distance. Lin Feng couldn't help but be stupefied. In his memory, in his impression, the foreign beings were all extremely arrogant. These guys definitely wouldn't easily run away. Even if they couldn't win, they would still fight with their lives on the line. Only when they really had no other choice would they run away. Although this foreign being's arm was broken by Lin Feng, the great battle between the two sides had just begun. This guy actually turned around and ran, truly lacking in backbone. Lin Feng guessed that this guy shouldn't be one of the foreign beings that had been suppressed in the past. Those foreign beings that crossed the universe and were suppressed for many years, even if their cultivation fell, they were still incomparably vicious, not easily cowering back. Perhaps this guy was a foreign being born in this world. Lin Feng quickly chased after the fleeing foreign being. He said with a chuckle, "You can't escape. There's no need to make a futile struggle." This foreign being's expression was extremely gloomy. He ignored Lin Feng and fled frantically. But soon, his face turned green, because he discovered that Lin Feng was actually quickly chasing after him. This foreign being was incomparably depressed. Speed was his forte, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng's speed was actually even faster than his. This foreign being knew that he had to use his ultimate move, or else Lin Feng would definitely catch up. His back trembled slightly, and then a pair of huge light shadow wings appeared. Those light shadow wings shook the void, and this foreign being's speed immediately increased greatly. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This guy had quite a lot of tricks up his sleeve. In the forest, many people discovered a scene that left them incomparably shocked. A young human cultivator was actually chasing after a foreign being all over the world. A foreign being, what kind of terrifying existence was that? Now, many people would take a detour when they saw a foreign being. They didn't dare to start a conflict with a foreign being at all, but Lin Feng, a young human cultivator, was actually chasing after a foreign being. It was truly inconceivable. Countless people were discussing this matter. In the end, above a valley, Lin Feng caught up to this foreign being, and the two sides engaged in a great battle. After more than 10 rounds, Lin Feng found an opportunity to send this foreign being flying with a palm. Chapter 4088. Lin Feng did not directly kill the alien because Lin Feng wanted to learn some things from the alien. It was not easy to capture an alien, so Lin Feng naturally would not let go of the opportunity to interrogate the alien. "I can give you endless wealth, but please spare my life." After being suppressed, the alien looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. This fellow was actually begging Lin Feng for mercy. Said Lin Feng, "TSK, TSK. It's rare to see a cowardly creature like you. I only have one life, so I naturally have to cherish it. If I don't cherish my own life, who will cherish mine? You've seen through things quite clearly." Lin Feng looked at the alien in astonishment. "Of course, no matter what you want me to do, I will cooperate with you. Please don't kill me." "Hee hee. Not killing you. That's impossible." Lin Feng sneered. "You can't kill me. You can't kill me." When the alien heard that Lin Feng wanted to kill him, he was on the verge of breaking down. This fellow's emotions fluctuated greatly. Lin Feng was deliberately provoking him in order to cause this fellow's emotions to fluctuate. And then, he would find an opportunity to search this fellow's soul. "Hee hee, you aliens can wantonly slaughter the cultivators of our universe, so why can't we kill you? All aliens deserve death." Lin Feng sneered, continuing to provoke this fellow. The alien said loudly, "What does this have to do with me? I am a creature born from this universe. Even though my ancestors were foreign creatures, in reality, that was something from a long, long time ago. Countless years ago, my ancestors came from the other side. They did something wrong and have already been punished. And what they did has nothing to do with us. Our race has already lived in this universe for many great eras. Although we still look like otherworldly creatures, we have long taken root here. You can't blame me for the mistakes my ancestors made. You are a wise and powerful person. You definitely won't do something like killing the innocent, right?" Lin Feng sneered. "Flattery is useless. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your ancestors for being too cruel. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his hand, as if he wanted to kill the alien with a slap. The foreign creature's emotions became more and more stirred up. He shouted loudly, "Spare me! Spare me! I beg you to spare me! I don't want to die!" Lin Feng put his hand on the foreign cultivator's head. Lin Feng didn't kill him in one strike. Instead, he used a soul-searching technique on the foreign cultivator's head. He wanted to see if there were any secrets hidden in his soul. However, very quickly, Lin Feng realized that the soul of the foreign cultivator was very special. The memories in his soul were covered by a dense fog. No matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he could not search the memories in his soul. Lin Feng could not help but frown. This fellow's soul was really strange to the extreme. Lin Feng stopped and looked at the alien with an uncertain expression. The alien could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He discovered that Lin Feng had just searched his soul, but Lin Feng had failed. As long as he was useful, the alien knew that he would not die. What he feared the most was that he would become useless, which meant that Lin Feng would succeed in searching his soul. At that time, he would undoubtedly die. "Young master, the souls of our race are very special. Others cannot search our souls. However, as long as young master does not kill me, I can tell you anything," the alien hurriedly said. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. If this alien was a creature from another universe, even if he could not search his soul, Lin Feng would not hesitate to kill this fellow with a palm. However, this fellow was not a creature from another universe. He was just the descendant of a certain creature from another universe. Lin Feng felt that this reason could make him spare his life. Of course, Lin Feng originally wanted to kill this fellow. Who asked this fellow to be the descendant of a foreign creature? But now, if he wanted to know some secrets, he indeed needed to spare his life. Lin Feng said, "All right, I'll give you a chance to live. What do I ask? Just answer, yes, yes, yes." The alien hurriedly nodded. How could he dare to disobey Lin Feng? Wouldn't that be courting death? "Are you a foreign cultivator? Or a cultivator from Arisima?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm a foreign cultivator," the alien hurriedly said. "How many people do you have in your clan?" Lin Feng continued to ask. "My clan has a total of 24 people. The strongest one is an ancestor who's a loose immortal," the alien said. Lin Feng was surprised. That guy had an ancestor who was an independent celestial cultivator? That clan was terrifying. However, when he thought about how this clan was the descendant of a foreign creature, it did not seem inconceivable that they would have a loose immortal patriarch. After all, their clan had a very strong foundation. As if worried that Lin Feng would misunderstand that their clan had done many outrageous things, the alien hurriedly said, "Our clan has long since completely integrated into this universe. Our clan has always abided by the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. Although we have had conflicts with other factions, we have never done anything too outrageous. Hee hee. Don't be so full of yourself. It's easy to be slapped in the face." Lin Feng mocked. This foreign creature said, "Everything I said is the truth. What kind of world is the outerverse? Do you know?" Lin Feng asked. This was a topic that Lin Feng was very concerned about. It was also a topic that Lin Feng was very curious about. He only knew that the alien creatures had come to this universe from the outerverse. However, the situation in the outerverse was filled with endless mysteries to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had always wanted to know more about the outerverse, but no one knew. Even the Demon Lord did not know much about the outerverse. Basically, only the alien creatures knew about the outerverse. Chapter 4089. The creature didn't dare to hide anything from Lin Feng. When he heard Lin Feng ask about the outerverse, he quickly nodded and said, "I do have some understanding of the outerverse." "Then tell me about the outerverse." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The creature said, "It's said that we can view the latitude of these ancient universes as a three-dimensional space, and within this latitude, there are many universes. The universe we're in now is one of the universes in this latitude. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The term latitude was very new to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng could generally understand the meaning of the creature's words. He nodded and said, "I understand. Please continue. Humans are divided into yin and yang, and all things are divided into yin and yang. It's said that the universe is also divided into yin and yang, just like how our universe is divided into the Eastern and Western universes. The place we're in now is the Eastern universe. Within the latitude, there are extremely strict requirements for the division of space. It's said that the distribution of the universes in the latitude has to follow the principles of the Great Tao's distribution, which is what we call yin and yang. The distribution of the 4 divisions has to form a special cycle in order to maintain the balance of the entire latitude. According to the information I received from my elders, there are a total of 4 known universes in this latitude." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Originally, Lin Feng thought that the place they were in was one universe, and outside this universe was another universe. There were 2 universes between heaven and earth, but now he knew that this understanding was wrong. There were 4 universes between heaven and earth. Lin Feng didn't interrupt and continued to listen. The creature continued, "Among these 4 universes, the one we're in now is called the 9 States universe." 9 States universe? Why is this universe named after 9 states? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. This is because the 9 prefectures is the starting point of the universe. It is said that before the Big Bang, the universe was in chaos. In the chaos, there was an ancient continent called Jojo. After the Big Bang, Jojo was blown apart. Then, Jojo evolved into various worlds, such as the 3000 macro worlds and so on. The Jojo macro world was the starting point left behind after the Big Bang. This is also the reason why the Jojo macro world gave birth to so many experts. However, as time passed, the Jojo macro world has declined. Lin Feng nodded. If what the foreign creatures said was true, then the legend of Pangu splitting heaven and earth could not be believed. Of course, from the beginning to the end, Lin Feng had never believed in the legend of Pangu's creation of the world. He had always treated such legends as stories. Lin Feng asked, "What are the other 3 universes?" The foreign creature said, "Originally, the universe where my ancestor lived was called the Nirvana universe. It is said that the living conditions in that universe are incomparably bad, so bad that it is unimaginable. Is that the origin of the term Nirvana universe?" Lin Feng asked. The foreign creature nodded and said, "It's like this. That Nirvana universe represents death and suffering. Perhaps it's because the living conditions there are too harsh, so the creatures in that universe are very powerful." The foreign creature continued, "As for the other 2 universes, one of them is called Kunlun." Kunlun? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that this name was a little strange. When he read it, Lin Feng's heart throbbed. Kunlun is the oldest universe of the 4 universes. The foreign creature said. The beginning of the universe is Kunlun. It is said that in the latitude space, the 4 universes were originally one, and this one was Kunlun. Later on, the 4 universes of the latitude space also completed their differentiation. From 1 to 4, it was actually Kunlun that split into 4 universes. Although they were differentiated, the largest universe was still the original Kunlun universe. It is said that among the 4 universes, the one that is most similar to Kunlun is Jojo. Regardless of culture, geography, race, etc., the Jojo universe and Kunlun universe are very similar. What is the 4th universe? Lin Feng asked curiously. It is said to be called the Time universe. The foreign creature said with some uncertainty. You don't seem to be sure of the name of this universe? Lin Feng asked. The foreign creature said, "It's like this. Because this universe is a little strange, it is said that the outside of the universe is completely enveloped by the power of spacetime, and no one can enter it. Later on, someone named it the Time universe, but no one knows the exact name. The Time universe is not what that universe is called, but what outsiders call it." I see. Lin Feng nodded. After hearing the foreign creature's words, Lin Feng finally had a more comprehensive and detailed understanding of the outerverse. Now, Lin Feng knew how vast this world was. Even in the Jojo universe, Lin Feng had only been to a very small area. Lin Feng did not even know where the Western universe of the JoJo universe was. He did not know if he would have the chance to go to the Western universe before the end of the era. Lin Feng guessed that it would be very difficult to find such an opportunity. Of course, if he did not have the chance to go to the Western universe, Lin Feng would definitely go to the Western universe to see what it was like. He also wanted to go to the Western universe to see what the God, True Lord, and other existences in the Western universe were like. Does your race still remember the method to go to the outerverse? Lin Feng asked. The foreign creature smiled bitterly and said, I don't remember it for a long time. My ancestor also mistakenly entered the 9 provinces universe. After arriving here, it took him a long time to realize that this wasn't the original universe. When he went back to look for that passage, that crack in the void had already closed. Since you did not hide anything from me, I will spare your life. You must do evil. Or else, you will be killed without mercy, said Lin Feng. He waved his hand and removed the seal on the foreign cultivator's body. Thank you for sparing my life, young master. I will definitely be a kind person in the future. The foreign creature hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Chapter 4090. Phew, seeing Lin Feng leave, the foreign creature could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He was finally safe. Then, this foreign creature became gloomy. He secretly sighed at how unlucky he was to have provoked such a powerful expert like Lin Feng. The human race was weak. Why was this guy a human cultivator, and he was so young, so powerful? The foreign creature could only blame all of this on his bad luck. This world is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The foreign creature could not help but sigh with emotion. Then, he flew into the depths of the ancient forest. This time, he had heard about the True Dragon skeleton, so he wanted to come here to try his luck. True Dragon Lake. Located in the central region of the Heavenly South Ancient Forest, this lake was very large. It was surrounded by bloody mist all year round. Some cultivators said that the True Dragon skeleton might be under the True Dragon Lake. The True Dragon Lake was very dangerous. There were countless restrictions here. Many cultivators had already arrived, but they all stopped at the periphery of the True Dragon Lake and did not rashly enter the True Dragon Lake. This place was indeed incomparably dangerous. Although he had not entered the True Dragon Lake, Lin Feng could already feel the destructive power of some of the terrifying restrictions. How did the news of the True Dragon skeleton spread in the first place? Someone asked curiously. He wanted to know how the news of the True Dragon skeleton spread and who spread it. Someone said, in the beginning, someone said that they heard a dragon's roar in the Heavenly South Ancient Forest. Then, someone saw the True Dragon skeleton soar into the sky and let out a sorrowful cry. Then, the True Dragon skeleton rushed into the ancient forest and disappeared. Since this place is called the True Dragon Lake, it might be related to the True Dragon skeleton. Lin Feng heard some cultivators say that they could not be sure if the True Dragon skeleton was really under the True Dragon Lake. Everything was just speculation. Not long after, another cultivator said, the True Dragon Lake. The reason it's called the True Dragon Lake is because a true dragon fell here, so it became the True Dragon Lake. Is there any evidence to prove this? Someone asked. In the past, I saw an introduction in a Tao scripture, but is the content written in the Tao scripture true? I can't guarantee it. The cultivator said. Some people were already unwilling to continue waiting and planned to enter the True Dragon Lake to explore. Danger lurked in every corner of the True Dragon Lake. However, in the eyes of many cultivators, which place of fortune would not be filled with danger? Swish swish swish. Many cultivators had already begun to fly into the True Dragon Lake. Soon, those cultivators disappeared from everyone's sight. The blood mist in the True Dragon Lake blocked everyone's vision. Visibility was extremely low. More and more cultivators entered the True Dragon Lake, including Lin Feng. All kinds of restrictions flew over. It swept towards Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng successfully dodged it. There were many terrifying restrictions here. If one was hit by one of those restrictions, it would be disastrous. The consequences would be unimaginable. Roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar came from the depths. After hearing the dragon's roar, everyone's spirits were suddenly lifted. Was that the cry of a true dragon? It seemed that this might really be the place where a true dragon was buried. Many people sped up. However, along the way, not everyone was able to withstand the attacks of the restrictions. Lin Feng saw that many cultivators were attacked by powerful restrictions and died miserably. If one wanted an opportunity, they would have to take risks. Once they took the risk, many people would definitely die miserably. Lin Feng was already used to this kind of thing. He went all the way in. Suddenly, a Buddhist light appeared in front of him. Amidst the Buddhist light, an old monk walked over step by step. Amitabha, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and be saved. The old monk stopped the cultivators who entered the lake. Currently, there were already hundreds of powerful cultivators gathered in the lake. Every cultivator. Their bodies emitted a suffocating aura. The cultivators who were able to reach the depths of the lake were all extraordinary. Their cultivation base. It was as if they were gods and ghosts. But now, when everyone faced the old monk, their expressions were solemn because the old monk's aura was too terrifying. Old monk. You're not human. You're a corpse. You're already dead, and you can't even turn back. How are you going to save us? At this moment, a Daoist priest sneered. The Daoist priest's methods were extraordinary. He saw through the old monk's identity. The Daoist priest's words caused an uproar because cultivators who could see through the old monk's true body were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. His laughter was too terrifying. It was even more unpleasant than the laughter of a malicious ghost. Then, an endless black fog gushed out from the old monk's body. Within the black fog, it exuded a suffocating aura. This aura was too frightening, causing others to feel their hair stand on end. Look, in the lake. Someone pointed at the lake and said in a deep voice. Everyone looked over and saw that the lake was constantly bubbling. Then, numerous corpses floated out of the lake. The entire lake was filled with corpses. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Why were there so many corpses in the lake? This is a place where living beings are buried. Have you heard of a pit of 10,000 people? This is not just a pit of 10,000 people, but a pit of 1,000,000 people. In the past, 1,000,000 gods and devils fought and were defeated and killed here. The old monk said. Everyone was horrified. Was what the old monk said true? 1,000,000 gods and devils should be in existence from the era of titled gods, right? What did they fight for? Everything was unknown. Let's go. Some people were frightened and did not want to stay here any longer. They wanted to leave as soon as possible. This group of cultivators was not small. They flew outside. However, there were also many people who did not leave. It was just a bunch of corpses. They were powerful and fearless. With so many cultivators gathered together, how could they not deal with a mere yin corpse? Old monk, since you've become a yin corpse, you should cultivate properly. If you block our path, we'll destroy your soul. Do you believe me? The Daoist priest sneered. As a Daoist priest, his methods were extraordinary. Moreover, Taoists and Buddhists had always been at odds with each other. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wary, he would have attacked the old monk long ago. Keik. Ignorant fool. You're about to die, yet you still dare to talk big, the old monk said sinisterly. Whoosh. Whoosh. Chapter 4091. When all the corpses opened their eyes, the entire lake seemed to have turned into the netherworld. It was too scary. Roar, a beast-like roar suddenly reverberated between heaven and earth. The yin corpses soared into the sky and pounced towards the cultivators in the air. Run. Many cultivators cried out in horror, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. The lake was too scary. So many corpses had revived. They could not stay in this place any longer. Hurry, hurry, old Lord Taishang, show yourself. But at this moment, the old monk couldn't help but roar. Then, he took out a yellow talisman. He then chanted an incantation and the yellow talisman burned. A special energy was emitted from the yellow talisman. That special energy poured into the void. At this time, something amazing happened. Everyone found that the dense yin corpses had disappeared without a trace. After seeing this scene, everyone's face couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. What was going on? Those yin corpses, how did they disappear without a trace? This was too unbelievable. But all of this was real. Those existences had indeed disappeared without a trace. Although it was somewhat inconceivable and unimaginable, it was indeed what had happened before their eyes. That was an illusion. This old monk is the one who pulled us into an illusion, the Daoist priest said. Illusion? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The old monk's illusion was too realistic. Even Lin Feng did not realize that the scene just now was an illusion. Even he thought that everything was real. What about the others? Once they fell into the other party's illusion, they would be trapped in the space created by the other party. They would not be able to extricate themselves from the illusion and would definitely die. Everyone thanked the Daoist priest profusely. The Daoist priest said, "Let's attack together and get rid of this old monk." Everyone nodded. They planned to attack together and get rid of this old monk. The old monk might have been a benevolent holy monk when he was alive. But now that he had turned into a yin corpse, he was incomparably evil. They had to get rid of this old monk. Otherwise, who knew what terrible things would happen? Just as everyone was about to attack the old monk laughed sinisterly again. Keikakeek, keikakeek, keikakeek. His laughter was very penetrating, and everyone felt dizzy. This time, the old monk used a sound wave attack. Sound wave attacks were considered soul attacks and could cause severe damage to a cultivator's soul. This time, even the Daoist priest seemed to have suffered a calamity. He kept patting his head. "Hey!" At this moment, a majestic voice resounded between heaven and earth. Endless Buddhist light gushed out, protecting everyone. This allowed the cultivators who had suffered soul attacks to break free from the pain. This was the swastika mantra of the 6 syllables of Buddhism. It was a supreme divine ability that Lin Feng had used. Bang! After the powerful sound wave formed by the 6-syllable mantra shattered the old monk's sound wave attack, the powerful force bombarded the old monk's body. The old monk was instantly sent flying. The Buddhist karma surged into the old monk's body. Suddenly, a shocking scene appeared. The old monk's body turned into a golden skeleton. This old monk was really an eminent monk when he was alive. Only eminent monks who had attained the Tao would turn into golden skeletons after they died. It was just like the golden skeleton in Lin Feng's Chonglu Devil Palace. However, this golden skeleton couldn't be compared to the golden skeleton in Lin Feng's Chonglu Devil Palace in any way. This was because the difference in their cultivation when they were alive was greater. After all, the golden skeleton in Lin Feng's Chonglu Devil Palace belonged to one of the 7 ancient Buddhas of Buddhism. Naturally, other eminent monks of Buddhism couldn't be compared to it. Swastika mantra. Brat. Go to hell. After the old monk reverted to his original form, he roared angrily. Then, he quickly pounced on Lin Feng. Kill him together. Lin Feng shouted. Kill. The densely packed cultivators shouted coldly. Then, everyone activated their supreme treasures or used their powerful supernatural powers to attack the golden skeleton that the old monk had transformed into. The golden skeleton that the old monk had transformed into was incomparably terrifying. However, it now had to face the attacks of hundreds of people including Lin Feng. It was impossible for him to block everyone's attacks with his strength alone. The attacks of so many cultivators directly turned into a torrent of attacks. They bombarded the golden skeleton that the old monk had transformed into and directly bombarded the golden skeleton that the old monk had transformed into. Catcher, catcher. The golden skeleton that the old monk had transformed into couldn't withstand the joint attack of everyone and was directly sent flying. Then, body, in mid-air, dismembered directly. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others smiled. However, in the next moment, the dismembered skeleton actually reassembled quickly and flew into the depths. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared without a trace. Chase. Lin Feng and the others quickly chased after it. However, they couldn't find the golden skeleton that the old monk had transformed into. At this moment, The water in the entire lake started to flow violently. A whirlpool appeared. Originally, the whirlpool was only about 1 meter in diameter. However, as time passed, the whirlpool became bigger and bigger. An unimaginably terrifying power was emitted from the whirlpool. Not long after, a huge whirlpool that covered thousands of square meters appeared. A terrifying devouring power surged out of the whirlpool. That devouring power, it was heading towards Lin Feng and the others to devour them. It wanted to devour Lin Feng and the others directly. Not good. Hurry up and leave the whirlpool's range. Many cultivators shouted in horror. They could feel the terror of this whirlpool. Below the whirlpool, there seemed to be a terrifying existence that was hibernating. Everyone quickly rushed outside. However, at this moment, something terrifying happened. Blood-colored energy whips flew out of the whirlpool. Those blood-colored energy whips were unknown. They directly wrapped around the ankles of the cultivators. Then, the blood-colored energy whips pulled the cultivators into the whirlpool. Some cultivators quickly took out their magic treasures, wanting to cut off the blood-colored energy whips. However, as soon as they took out their magic treasures,